a grant application that is due with support by tomorrow afternoon. And I believe Whitney has copies of it.
I'll run up and grab them.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it looks like this is in support of a project that the sheriff's office is associated with
Stephen, are we all on deck? Thank you so much. Okay, so calling the Budget Committee meeting to order Monday, April 29th, 2024. This is an all-day budget meeting with our committee getting together. Are there any public comments? No raised, are there any raised hands on Zoom? Okay, so none. All right. So introduction. I was just told that to make things cleaner, we might want to elect a budget chair at this moment. What does the committee think about that? Any feedback?
Didn't we already do that?
No, we haven't.
Bruce was the chair.
He was the chair and he's retired. So we had not elected a new chair. According to all the powers that be, everyone's shaking their head. We have not elected a new chair. So we need to elect a new budget chair. We can either do it today or we can wait till the actual budget week. I just thought today when I was looking at the agenda that it might make for better continuity to have that person leading today and then, be ready for that week, our budget week, the third week of
I would
May.
like to nominate Jim Pfister to be the budget committee chair.
What did I ever do to you?
You sat by him. It's okay.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of Jim Pfister as our new budget chair? Say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Congratulations.
opposed.
With
Okay.
great power comes great responsibility.
Jim, you're in charge and you know that we're having a switch, elected
Start.
compensation is flipping with the sheriff's office today.
So the compensation committee will be flipping with the sheriff's office. That's fine.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Well, Jim, yeah, you've been with us for a few years. Congratulations. And you've seen how it kind of flows. So just after we start really spreading out, you can just bring us back in here.
Well, thanks for letting me start the meeting 10 minutes late.
Yeah, here you go.
So if we are switching over, are there any other introductory comments that anybody would want to make today? Hearing none, we do have a budget committee lay member training. I believe Councilor Doyle was going to make a few remarks for us.
Stand up front,
Okay.
this format that probably works best. Made a couple documents to hand out, but I didn't make enough copies. So the finance team will have to share, I guess. There's definitely enough for each budget committee member.
Time to hold a mic.
Have one of those.
There's yours.
There's that. Okay, so I'll be very brief. I know you have a busy day. I was asked to make a few comments about the budget committee, sort of operationally and some of the legal issues associated with it. I did send everybody last week an email that included some responses to questions that have been put forward. I'm assuming all the budget committee folks, both the appointed ones and the three elected commissioners received that, so I won't go over that unless there's a particular question. The one form here just talks about local budget law and some of the high points. Consists of members of the governing body and an equal number are appointed. The appointed budget committee members receive no compensation, but you get really good food. The appointed budget committee members may not be an officer, agent, or employee of the county. Budget committee shall hold at least one public meeting and must provide the public with an opportunity to ask questions and make comments. And that'll occur today as well, with all in that third weekend. The budget committee may demand and receive information from that the budget committee deems necessary. It may require attendance of designated officers and county employees. The budget committee is subject to Oregon public meetings and public records law. And therefore it's important to be cognizant of avoiding serial meetings. We don't want to do those. Lane County got in a lot of trouble many years ago for that. Only meet as a group during notice public proceedings like this. And recognize that your written communications and this is mostly towards the citizen folks, the county commissioners know this already, even if remotely concerning the budget or budget process are subject to public records request. And those are coming more frequently and they're becoming more targeted. So just word to the wise. We're in the process of coming up with county email accounts for all of our folks that are on committees and boards, public folks. That hasn't quite gotten rolled out yet. So to the extent that you're maintaining email communications on your Gmail or whatever, you might want to have a separate file to drag those in. Otherwise, if we get a public records request, we're going to be asking you to mine through your entire Gmail account to find those things. So, FYI there. From an operational perspective, I wrote here, and consistent with best practice, the budget committee should work off the same database. And it's difficult to do if individual budget committee members are meeting one-off with departments and staff in those departments. I'm not here to tell you you can't do that legally. I'm here to say it's not a good best practice. So I'll leave it to your own choices from there. And then favorable optics, fairness, and public confidence are best promoted through adherence to these operational best practices, where the work that the budget committee does is in this open public process and not necessarily behind any scenes. And then finally, for the lay members of the budget committee, you also serve as the county compensation board. And I can give you a little bit of information on that. ORS 204 mandates that the governing body appoint a compensation board. You folks have discretion to identify the appropriate comparable labor markets. You're not restrained by labor markets identified by staff or the governing body. You can go outside that if you think that's relevant. The process is that upon providing your recommendation to the full budget committee, which of course includes the governing body, the work of the compensation board at that point is done. And then the governing body is free to accept those recommendations and act on them or proceed differently. So that's kind of it. The thing I would stress more than anything is it is a public meeting. It is like the public records process. And like I say, we're seeing much more interest in either the media or the public or both wanting to know things go on and documents that are shared and communications that are had. So again, if I were one of you lay folks sitting on this, I'd make sure my Gmail or whatever had a separate file to drag all this stuff in. So if there is a public records request, it's not easy to produce. Other than that, I don't have anything else.
So in the past, I have gone out to lunch with public budget members, not current ones even, but in the past, just kind of talking about the big picture. And yes, in preparation for the budget, are you suggesting we don't even do that?
I'm the lawyer. I'm saying legally you're allowed to do that, and there's no prohibition on that. Obviously, avoid any quorums and things of that nature, but I think finance and admin would certainly encourages best practice to try to keep the work of the budget right here in budget meetings and not outside of that. But again, I'm not here to tell you you can't. That's not my role in this case.
Yeah.
There's no law that says you can't directly, as long as you're not circumventing the quorum requirements of the public meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's where the serial meetings, you have to be careful of those.
And that would be different, you know, if I said I want to do this in this budget and I started just meeting with each individual, that's trying to change something. If I'm going to lunch with somebody, just say, yep, this is Deschutes County, about how many people we have, the scope of our budget. And we think we're going up or down in some areas, because I have done that in the past, but it truly just information sharing.
Yeah, we have to heartburn with that again from a legal perspective. I'll defer to
Yeah, understood.
the budget officer and the finance team on the other piece of that.
And Dave, the way we calculate quorum is from the full budget committee of six,
Six,
right?
that's
I mean,
right.
obviously, two commissioners aren't going out for lunch with somebody.
No.
But if two appointed budget committee members are talking to each other,
Technically, that's legal.
that's not quorum.
That's not a violation.
Communication.
Again, not best practice. I see Nick's getting ready to talk on that. Maybe.
Next topic.
I just had one brief one on accidental quorums. I mean, if I make it here in a non-budget fashion, you know,
That would
again,
work towards quorum.
okay, as long as budget items are not offhandedly discussed in that, or if they are, we have to acknowledge that this is not a notice meeting.
Correct. And you could always disclose that. That's probably the best remedy is disclosure. If you inadvertently find yourself in a meeting that probably shouldn't have had, you need to disclose that as soon as possible.
Okay.
Not to say that's a complete remedy, but that tends to at that level of transparency as soon as possible thereafter tends to address that.
So if Jim wanted to address us about transient room tax revenue with his Sun River, one of his Sun River hats on in a public meeting, that's okay.
I think that's more than okay, yeah.
But
I can't
maybe
see that.
disclose.
But probably acknowledge, yeah.
disclose-
Okay.
So one other note, the graphics on that, the Deschutes County words were changed last week from black to white and couldn't even see them in black. And I just wanted to point out how good it looks on the video. It's off right now, but
Okay. Well, great.
I mean, the important question, are you happy with the Steelers draft?
there you go.
Very happy. Yeah. For a change. Yeah. Okay, anything else?
All right.
Just as Dave sits down, I just want to share one other concept that we have at the staff level in terms of providing staffing services. But Dave, you're welcome to sit down. You're aware of this.
There you go. So I'm gonna bid my adieu.
Thank you,
Good luck,
Counselor.
folks. Have a good day.
Just the other issue that we like to share, we as county staff like to share with all boards and commissions that we serve is, as you know, we serve the Board of Commissioners, we serve the Budget Committee, we serve the Planning Commission, we serve a whole variety of committees and commissions, and we're not individual staff for any one individual member. And so what that means is we have what we refer to as generally an informal, unwritten 15-minute, maybe, if it's 20 minutes, that's fine, but 15 to 30-minute rule where if a committee member, if a county commissioner, if a planning commissioner asks for information or analysis or something of that nature, so anything that takes more than about 15 minutes, up to maybe 30, then generally we need to come back to the full body to seek approval to expend those resources on that. So, a common issue can be, for example, the planning commission might be evaluating a land use policy and we get an individual request from a planning commissioner that says, gosh, it'd be great if you could make a map identifying all the, whatever it may be, impacts on something. Well, that can take a few hours to do so. And so we'll just say we need to take that back to the planning commission before we allocate resources toward that. Well, the same would be with the budget committee or the audit committee or whichever committee it may be. So just so you're aware that information requests, analyses, things of that nature, anything that exceed 15 to 30 minutes, we need to bring it back to the full budget committee for approval to expend staff resources on that. So with that, we are happy to answer any questions before we move into the next.
So just another note along those lines. I mean, if you want to, understand what a department structure is and who to talk to, I'm always available for that. And I'm always very open with staff. I've spoke to Jim, he asked about some department and we're handing it off. And if we do it through email, I'll CC the administration too. So as I say, I don't feel like we need to cut communication off. We'll just be, businesslike about how we communicate.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I forgot to mention that piece. That's really important. There's anything that a budget committee member will ask, just like planning commission board, when we provide a response, we will provide the response to all members so that everybody has the same information in which to make your decisions, recommendations. Thank you. Anything else?
All right. If there's no additional topics, we can move on to the next item on the agenda, which is, I believe, the long-term forecast.
Thank you. Before Dan speaks to the long-term forecast, just a couple quick comments. First of all, thank you all for being here today. It is a full day, a long day, and this is a pre-budget meeting. And what that means is the official start of the budget season starts when Nick, as the budget officer, proposes and provides his proposed budget to the budget committee. And that will happen at our first meeting on May 20th. And we'll have that information out to you beforehand. So that's the official start of the budget season. Today is a pre-budget meeting, which is informational sharing. You'll hear from Dan on the long-term forecast. Then we'll have the elected officials compensation committee will meet. We'll hear from Health Services, Sheriff's Office, and EDCO, and finally by VCO. But during those conversations, since it's a pre-budget meeting, we will not be deliberating on the budget itself or voting on impacts on what may come. That will happen during the May budget week. So just a reminder on that. Commissioner DeBonne.
So sitting down here, there's a packet, and I received it in my box the other day. Are there any differences? Because I studied this.
This is different.
Just add in,
Yes.
It's a change from this one.
The order of the agenda changed today.
Just the order.
That's the difference on the agenda. And then there was an additional handout,
which
on
is separate.
options that Dan will speak to on the forecast.
Okay, thank you.
And with
And the
that,
handout is different than our packet.
Yes.
I'm here for you.
Chair's always watching out.
Okay. So today I'll be going over the kind of our discretionary funds forecast. There'll be the general fund, our transient room tax forecast, and then how they kind of merge together with our capital reserve forecast. Are there any questions before we take off here? I'll be going through the memo in detail, and up on the screen, we'll just have, besides a quick overview of each fund, we'll just have kind of a larger visuals for the public to see, but there won't be any kind of attached words. And we'll stop at each visual and ask committee members if there's any questions regarding those. So. Yeah.
In the memo, it says, in the right up the second paragraph, it says information in this table forecast or best case scenario. Can you put that in context for me, as in when the big numbers come in or when the small numbers come in? I was just trying to understand which way you were saying that.
I would say this is, I wouldn't necessarily say this is, thinking back on this, maybe the best case scenario, but one of the better case scenarios in terms of where our ending funding balance is going to be. So this is one of the more optimistic scenarios, I would say. And just so folks know, the last couple of years, we've been doing this long-term forecast, and the forecast that I've had a year ago was probably $750,000 optimistic, and then this year, now that the dust has settled on the budget, the forecast that I had us having an excess of 4 million. And that was kind of with slightly increased historical actuals due to inflation. And we're sitting at about 2.6 million this year. So for the last 2 years, I've been a little overly optimistic. So this year I'm trying to really just look 1 year ahead of time and see where we're going to land. And I do think not so much the assumptions on here are overly optimistic. It's the fact that there's some things in here there's some things that aren't in here yet. The salary study, the impacts of the salary study, and we'll kind of go through those as we go. But to start us off here, let's talk about the general fund for a second. Oh, it is. No, I don't think so. So just a general fund overview. It's made up of multiple departments. And thank you for those people that have seen this slide many times now. DA, the clerk, the assessors, veterans, tax, property management, medical examiner, and transfers out to other departments. The largest transfers are to health services. This year they're at 7.2 million. And that's a split between public health and behavioral health. Public health takes the majority of that. And juvenile justice, $8.1 million this year. The major source of revenue for the general fund is our property taxes, but it's also supported through various smaller grants and clerk's office fees. And so one thing that we're hoping is that we continue to see clerks recording, or that we start to see clerks recording fees go up. At one point in time, they generated 2.7 million in revenue. This year they're budgeting 1 million. But for the most part, even in low interest, high refinance situations, they generally generate about 1.9 million. So we're hoping to see at least 1 million over time increased in clerks recording fees. But after speaking with the clerk and kind of looking at interest projections, we're not thinking that's going to be this fiscal year.
I don't think so.
Dan.
Mhm.
I mean,
Oh, sorry.
okay. So on this page,
Mhm.
in our staff report, this is detailing general fund expenditures by year.
Yeah.
It shows the DA's office being the largest general fund expenditure, but that's not a transfer out. That's why you didn't put it up on this slide.
Yes,
But
exactly.
it also looks like juvenile justice is bigger. Okay, got it. Okay, 7.2 and 8.1.
Juvenile justice just surpassed, I don't know if surpassed is the word, but they're larger than health services at this particular junction.
Could you explain to me kind of structurally, administratively, why the DA's office is not a transfer out like the others?
Because they're actually within the general fund itself. So there's about 12 departments that are within the general fund. And then there's other departments that weren't initially put in the general fund that have ended up needing substantial general fund subsidies. Most notably public health and juvenile justice. And so they receive a transfers from the general fund because those are discretionary funds. But originally, we built in all the departments that we thought would the general fund, and the DA is one of those because they typically don't, although they did have a large federal grant. At one point, it was kind of it was an expenditure-based grant, and they've just kind of spent it down. There's nothing left in this fiscal year.
Okay, and then I see the assessor is the next biggest in terms of within the general fund.
Yep, from a just a overall dollar amount, the assessor would be the next largest, right?
Thank you.
Yep. So departmental expenditures are still the greatest cost to the fund. And moving on, let's just talk about the general fund. It is kind of the cheap operating fund for Deschutes County. Its revenues are the primary support for operational funds facing short-term instability. And, you know, to speak to Commissioner Chang's point, they do transfer out funds to subsidize departments like public health, juvenile justice. We do a transfer out to CDD, adult parole and probation, and quite a few others, smaller transfers, natural resources. If the general fund does not have adequate reserves, the county cannot support current service levels, whether they're within the departments in the general fund or the departments that receive the transfers, right? Also, the general fund supports the transfer out to our capital reserve for capital maintenance. So if we have no money in the general fund, we have to look for funds somewhere else to cover our kind of mandatory capital maintenance. We're not talking capital expansion. We're talking about $750,000 a year in general maintenance to make sure that our buildings are up to code and things of that nature. And then future capital construction. For years, the general fund has been kind of the main transfer for funds for future capital construction. We do see some TRT that's transferred for that at this point in time too now. But as that contracts over time, we just won't have the funds to support those three things. And so we kind of call this a structural imbalance, meaning that there are insufficient general funds, or we're forecasting that there will be insufficient general funds and expenditures are greater than resources. The county would likely need to cut expenditures to balance the budget or find substantial new discretionary grants. For these reasons, the general fund is kind of the cornerstone of the Deschutes County finances. Its fiscal health reflects the financial stability of the county and its operations and its ability to kind of continue to do capital in the way that we've been able to do it in the past. So going forward, we will get into kind of the structure of the general fund and what we're seeing here. All right, so first we're going to have this kind of financial statement forecast. It has changed slightly since the general fund update. I believe we had about $17,000 that were that needed to be added in expenditures in fiscal year 26 or fiscal year 25 as we rolled to the proposed. So you'll see that on the 5.2% property tax, there's a slight change here in terms of dollars going out into the future, the bottom line. All right, so at the bottom of this, the plus minus bar there, that's how much operationally the revenue came in over our expenditures. And you can see going out as we hit FY25, this estimate is based on actuals, not budget. So I want to make that clear. Actuals is generally a little bit better than a budgetary estimate because in the general fund, we do have vacancy savings that are kind of accrue, or sometimes we don't spend the full amount on materials and services. So this reflects that. You can see that there's been a kind of a drop in the operational amount, and going forward, we are projecting that. So let's go over some of the assumptions here. The model is very detailed. There's about 100 or so inputs, but we've kind of contracted it just into this little statement here. We are projecting a 5.2 year-over-year increase in the assessed value of property taxes, which is in line with the fiscal year 25 budget. Now that's substantially higher than you might see on that we project in the past on our 20-year forecast, where we were projecting a 4.9%. But at this point in time, looking at the contraction and excess general fund, we felt like it was probably best just to look at the next 2 to 3 years and see where we are. So that's why we have the 5.2% year-over-year increase in the assessed value. Major expenditures to the general fund include personnel and transfers out. Personnel and transfers out are projected to grow by 7% annually due to a combination of continuing high inflation. Right now, we're sitting at 3.4% for the bargaining negotiations. At this point, there's still 10 months to go. But for what we hear, inflation is still remaining fairly high. Employee personnel step increases. We do have 5% step increases for eligible employees. Most of the time it goes to 7 steps. So if you aren't maxed out, then you get a 5% increase. Anywhere between 50-70% of a department could get an increase. So that's another 2.5 to 3% right there. We also have
We might just want to pause here just on occasion to see if there are questions or comments about some of these, because this is a lot of really, really important information.
Yeah.
If I could just make a couple of comments before you go to the next piece and see if there are any questions. So starting with the 5.2% growth rate, that is, when we talk about the best case scenarios, Commissioner DeBone was asking about, this is a best case scenario because it could come in at, I think, our Chair Pfister had raised, well, what if it's 4.7%? I mean, there are other alternatives that could be. So I just want to point that out, that this isn't a really, really important assumption built in to this budget. And then also as we look at the inflation rate for this year, this is for the next year. The current fiscal year employees are projected in the budget to receive a 4% COLA, which is based on the prior years.
I was actually asking a different question, but this is a good one. So
Yeah. Okay. So let's just kind of pause on occasion just so that we can. Yeah. Great.
I'm going to try to sum up all.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
And so as Nick was talking,
Before we go further, can I, since we're poking at the 5.2%
Right.
estimate, I just want to unpack a little bit what that is. So we have seen from PSU projections that the growth in the unincorporated county is going to be pretty flat in the coming years. So if this 5.2 is much bigger than the 3 we would see just from the allowable assessed value rate increases, then that's because of growth in the cities.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's I think it's important to point out that as a county, it's incumbent upon us, if achieving this 5.2% is going to come primarily through growth within the cities, that we do what we can to help that growth happen within the cities.
Just a reminder too, in our current budget year, fiscal year 24, we did budget a 4.9% increase. However, we saw actuals come in at 5.6% for the assessed value. So it was higher than what we budgeted. We did obviously recognize those revenues later, but so this is kind of an in-between number between even the current year and where we see those trends going.
and so what's important here is that we are estimating a 7% going out. And as Nick was alluding to, if inflation's at 3%, if our step system is at 5% and roughly 60 to 70% are eligible for that, then that's another 3%. So you're already at 6%. If you have the PERS, we have new PERS rates, that will likely be another 1%. And then we do have new incentive pays as well, stipends and things of that nature that usually compound it. We're seeing an increase in overtime. And so as Nick was alluding to, that's why we feel that 7% growth for this fiscal year might be a little bit of more of a best case scenario right now, as opposed to 8 or something higher, given where inflation still is and given some of the bargaining contracts that we've seen. And so another reason it's kind of one of a better case scenarios is we are looking at the 5.2%, plus we're only estimating 98% budget to actuals, which means there's some carryover here. Like I said, vacancy savings, materials and services. And as we know, as we kind of really dive into the budget and contract the budget a little bit, it's harder to stay within that 98% historical expenditure. You get closer and closer to 100% budgeting. So those are some of the reasons that we feel like this is a more potentially optimistic forecast, depending on the choices that this committee makes this year and next year. But also there's some things that we'll get into here that just aren't included in this budget at all, that are going to be substantial expenditures. And so we can talk about that in a second. So looking at this model, the county would need to reduce growth to balance the budget and ensure cash flows cover core expenditures. While the forecast estimates savings from a 98% spending level, budgets are prepared using 100% expenditure levels and must be balanced. And I just want to pause for a second and say, this is something that we're seeing all over different kind of local jurisdictions, counties, cities, school districts. When reading all about them, even in our own area. And I think it's because of this prolonged high inflation and the property taxes and other funds are just not able to cover that for 3-4 years in a row. So we're kind of coming and we're seeing some of that come home to roost right now. And so this isn't an uncommon thing, but we do have the ability to talk about it and look at the information and make decisions to kind of flatten out that expenditure curve or increase the revenue curve any way to balance the budget in future years.
So Dan, going back to the by department
Mhm.
general fund expenditures. I'm definitely following you for, departments like the district attorney's office or the juvenile justice division. That they leverage very little external funding and are highly dependent upon the general fund. Health services is sort of inverted. The vast majority of funding for health services is external funding, but we need the general fund investment to leverage that external funding. So if we, from that perspective, does it make sense to try to contain, if you try to contain health services growth, then it means that if we're getting, especially for behavioral health, you get $9 for every $1 general fund that you expend. Is that trying to constrain the growth of behavioral health? Is that a good strategy, or is that not a good strategy because of the leverage of each general fund dollar?
Yeah. So I would say it's important when we talk about health to realize there's public health, which maybe isn't quite as leveraged so much as it's just those are programs that need general fund to be able to do the work they're doing, right? And then there's behavioral health, and the general fund that we give to behavioral health is the vast majority of it leveraged, almost all of it. There's IDD, there's some other things that I'm sure health can speak to, and yes, they do leverage those services. So I can't really speak to the strategy of that per se. If it would be good to cut those, or if we have to look at cuts in the future, that's really a decision for the group. But that is correct that behavioral health, the general fund they receive, is for leveraged services, primarily in intellectual disabilities down the street.
Well, along those lines, it's a trade-off that the county, but also the budget committee would need to make. Are you funding essential services in terms of what the assessor provides, what the clerk provides, or are you providing enhanced services for the betterment of the county? And you do have to balance them, but at some point or another, you have to go back and fund the essential services, and the push would be to get them to be as efficient as possible so that you have the general funds to go do that. But if you don't have the funds, you can't fund the extras.
Right. And it is the case that I think it's like somewhere in the vicinity of 5 million of that 7.2 is coming from public health, which is less leveraged, and the remainder is coming from behavioral health. And so those are some of the things we'll talk to when we get to the end of this about staff kind of looking at different options and evaluating and being able to get those to the commissioners and to the budget committee here in future years. And there's also, the rate of growth. As the assessor is the fourth largest, certainly, but I don't think the assessors added staff or changed their budget in the last, since I've been in the budget committee. They kind of increased by 4% per year, even over those inflationary. And then there's other funds that have increased, 3 times that much over a year. So different departments grow at different rates in order to balance their budget right now, and that's also something that we kind of have to take into account.
Well, there's the aspect of the budget itself, but you have to hold that within different considerations. If it's purely a general fund account, then you have to say, okay, how do you hold it below your 5.2, below your 4.7? And that was actually where the genesis of the question that I asked earlier was, can we actually model a target that says, we don't want you to grow at 5%. We want you to grow your expenditures at 3%, at 4%. That doesn't mean it's attainable, because at some point or another, you're impacting your personnel. But we need to really understand the target that we as a budget committee are trying to encourage the general fund spends to go. And then we also need to make sure that we're doing good, what's the right term? Fiduciary responsibility for those that are finding other ways to fund themselves.
And I mean, we also need to take in, if we're approaching each department individually with this message, then we also need to take into account the history. I mean, Dan was just describing, like, wow, the assessor's office, they've barely grown in staffing. It's because they innovated, they adopted, they started using tablets instead of, writing a bunch of stuff in a field by hand and then going home and typing it. And that has allowed them to keep their staffing flat. But, they shouldn't be.
You shouldn't be
Yeah,
punished for
they've
innovation.
been efficient. They have done the efficiency. So coming to them and saying, hey, we need more efficiency, if they've just already squeezed the turnip, is hard.
I agree. It's you don't cut good performance, but you do have to understand where there is a need. And those should be one-off type of things that you're trying to do. There should be a general growth budget in terms of personnel, PERS, health benefits, all the rest that you need to assume, and then effectively who's taken the turn at the wheel to go do something innovative to try and hold those standard costs down. But you can't fund it all at once. That's our problem.
Yeah.
Okay, moving forward, we're going to talk about the historical and projected general fund surplus transfer, which is just how much we've transferred out per year. It's another, kind of metric besides operating revenue and expenditure to see what's been the remainder every year. And you can see in FY22, we transferred out 7 million. And then we went down to 4.9. And then in 24, we kind of came to this budget committee and said, hey, we're looking at I believe we were looking at about 3.3 million. We were concerned about the very quick decline in those. And that's part of the reason why this group made the motion to increase the tax rate. And that got us back up to 4.4 once we added in that 1.1 million. And now we've dropped another 1.8 million this year. And are projecting a 1.3 drop next year, and then to be, not to have any funds in FY27. And so,
you're calling it 24 actual because you've already done the transfer.
yes, this is the general fund surplus transfer is based on the budgeted amount.
Okay.
And so when we look at this, it's important to notice that this is what we were talking about. This is for the County Capital Reserve Fund 060. It's needed every year for capital maintenance, future construction, other board priorities. In the past, when we're looking at this $7 million number in fiscal year 22, that was used to build new county spaces just in cash, such as the North County building, which serves multiple departments, the juvenile justice remodel, adult parole and probation expansion, and quite a few other things. And so when this transfer reaches zero, the general fund expenditures have outpaced revenues, and general fund current service levels are no longer sustainable. Plus, we're not receiving that much in the county capital transfers unless it's coming from transient room tax.
And one opportunity we exercise there by getting the North County campus buildings is having behavioral health places for people to provide services and build those services. So we did grow a little bit, but also as part of that, it does have a reoccurring revenue opportunity, part of it. It's part of the growth curve.
And so the decline is somewhere around $2 million a year if you take out kind of that year that we increased taxes. We were budgeting a projected $1.7 million decline in surplus from fiscal year to fiscal year 24 to 25. And I think this gets back to what Nick was talking about, why this is one of the better case scenarios. It does not include the fiscal impacts of the salary study. The housing trust fund was pulled out of the budget. And if Nick wants to speak to that, I'm happy to do that. And the new courthouse operating expenses, there'll be somewhere between 250,000 to 300,000 in operating expenditures for the courthouse that we're building right now as well. And there's fiscal impacts of ranked choice voting. So ranked choice voting, if that's passed, then the clerk's office will need to immediately go out and get some things changed in their machines to be able to make those votes and count those votes. And that's about $250,000 too. And of course, not in fiscal year 26, but in future years, depending on the measure on expanding the board, that would have significant impacts too that we're not projecting here or showing here. So there's quite a few things that aren't here. And actually we were at about a $1.6 million decline until the housing trust was kind of pulled back out there, or we would have had an excess of 1.6 as opposed to 2.6. And so really, if we had that in there, if we had continued this year, we stopped having the general fund subsidize the board and administration in internal and ISF cost. And that was about, I want to say about $625,000. But if that and the housing trust fund had been here, and if we had some idea of the salary study impacts, we would likely not have anything at least budgeted this year. And so that's an important thing to note. And that's kind of the situation that we're in right here. So depending on the outcomes of these items, the general fund could be depleted earlier than fiscal year 27.
And I wanted to add one more to the list. A majority of the Board of Commissioners made a commitment to the community to establish a new justice-involved individuals transitional house. And as far as I know, there is no revenue connected to that, but that was I thought a pretty firm commitment made by my fellow commissioners. So that's however much that would cost.
I do believe that we have a possible sale of property. I don't think we've discussed it yet, but perhaps those funds might be used for that project. And I have not given up on what I was talking about for that project to be at the area that it was allocated to Oregon State Police for their storage, where really it's not in a neighborhood and it would be perfect for the sex offenders to be housed, and it's not far from parole and probation. So that story has not stopped. I do have a file on the Wilsonville project and why it needed to move away from families and parks. So not giving up on that. And I was really happy to see that maybe we have some funds for it.
And if you sold the property, the Wilsonville property, I think it was purchased for $800,000, that might be able to contribute to the new location as well.
My understanding was that we were giving that property back to COIC as the administrator of the emergency order funding in order to address our obligations to the state. So I don't believe we have that building to sell.
But we did have good news somewhere else, Judy.
I will just provide a quick comment on the housing trust fund. The $1 million was to be $500,000 per year over 2 years. Well, the board can still choose to proceed with that. The key for us is that we hadn't addressed all of the issues with the home fund proposers about what all the program logistics were. So we just got the new documents this past week. One of the things that they are proposing, and this is going to be on the Board of County Commissioners schedule in 9 days on May 8th. So the board can still vote to proceed, and it's your decision to do so. But one of the things that they're doing they're proposing in the new documents is to transfer the monitoring, the oversight, and the enforcement to the county, where they were going to completely provide the oversight, enforcement, et cetera, going forward. So I this morning sent an email, and I thought at our legal counsel's request was a great idea to ask Neighbor Impact what those costs would be to provide the oversight, enforcement, et cetera, going forward. So at least a task so that we can provide an estimate to the Board of Commissioners. So as you can make an informed choice on really what the total program costs are, because if we are going to accept that responsibility, this is not something we have experience doing, we're going to need to find the resources to do it, both in terms of staff and then if there are other issues. So in any event, that is scheduled for the Board of Commissioners. They've submitted all the documents, and the board will hear and decide on that on Wednesday, May 8th, or at least you'll hear it May 8th, and you may choose to proceed or not, or continue for more information on Wednesday, May 8th at your regularly scheduled board meeting.
So I'm going to move on to the next slide here. Which is explaining how we got here. And I think this is important paragraph, so I'm just going to kind of read it word for word. But The general fund resources only increased at 5.2% per year. And that's been the average over the last 3 or 4 years. Approximately 1.3% of this increase is needed annually to meet the county's additional cash flow needs in the form of our contingency policy, right? And our contingency in the general fund is what pays a lot of our bills. This leaves the true margin of growth within the general fund to be about 4%. When we think of the COLA, which is what we kind of talked about earlier, and the 5% personnel step increases, PERS increases, incentive pay, plus FTE growth in these funds, it is very difficult to stay within that 4% growth without reductions. In the past, the general fund had a large margin of revenue over expenditures. So when we see that $7 million transfer out, or before that, even more than that, we had this huge gap between revenues and expenditures. So departments could afford to grow at any rate, and the impact was virtually unseen. However, over the past few years, with the inflation, the supply chain issues, the new max bargaining COLAs, incentive pay, health insurance claims, cost spikes, and FTE growth, among other factors, we have seen the expenditures grow drastically in the general fund. What once was an expenditure curve that was growing marginally faster than revenues, but had more than $7 million of cushion, has shot upward in slope and is now nearly surpassing revenues. And that's what we're showing here, is that the expenditure curve has now almost caught up with the margin of the revenue. And when that happens, as Jim pointed out earlier, you can only grow at the rate that the general fund revenues grow. And this is something that is new for the county. And when and if we do align there, it is going to be, we only grow at 4% for those, where we have to find new revenues, we have to subsidize departments some ways. And so that is a really important point that I wanted to bring up.
Well, and, oh, go ahead, Robert.
I just want to expand a little bit on that too. And the graph that you have in front of you on page 3, that's up on the screen, at the point where the expenditures go above the revenues, that's where the term, and that's where structural imbalance is. And you may recall we talked about this last year when Dan presented the forecast, but that structural imbalance began farther out, right? And now that we've updated numbers, we mentioned that the forecast would be a living forecast, a living document. And with the updated expenditures and revenue numbers coming in, that's what has moved this structural imbalance forward to fiscal year 27. And we're seeing the impacts now. And, as we started budgeting 25 and 26.
And the concerning thing is, as this margin gets tighter and as these curves align, you really only do have 4% that you can grow to balance this fund. And that is not something that, as we've talked about with our kind of our structure here at the county, that would be very easy to do. It's not something the departments have had to do for a while.
Well, some of this is structure that's imposed on you, union contracts, PERS increases. I think even incentive pay is probably written into the handbook, and that could be changed with policy, but it'd be hard. FTE growth is something that the county can control, or more to the point, FTE shrinkage is something that the county might have to address in order to be able to fit within the budget. So,
Thank you for those remarks.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm practicing my Sesame Street. One of these things is not like the other, and it's we're going to have to look at it from a headcount perspective, I think, overall.
And I also did ask for a list of the properties that the county owns. There were hundreds of properties on there. So I don't know if there's any way to do an evaluation process to look at sales of some of those properties. I realized they'd only be one-time revenues, but there were a lot of properties on there. So I didn't know if that was a possibility to help push this out a few years anyway.
Property management has tried to inventory some of those properties for us, and on an annual basis is identifying properties for sale. But there's a whole, for example, there's a whole lot of stuff in South County that's extremely shallow groundwater properties that couldn't be developed for anything. So
I'll just offer, it is a really, really good question about how do we push this out. And one of the, we made this, primarily Dan, thanks Dan, provided this presentation to department heads at our department head retreat on April 19th, just 10 days ago. And following that, it was certainly new information for all department heads. And for example, health services said, well, we don't know that we're going to see quite the same increase that you have your budget forecast. So while it's actuals today, it is a budget forecast going forward. So there are some things that are some unknowns that could help us extend it further. So this is a forecast. We haven't, and our goal would be likely later this summer to really drill down with the departments to see. So this is what our budget forecast is based on the assumptions that we've built, but let's really dive in and see what departments are thinking so that we have better numbers that may in fact push it out. But we wanted to at least make sure that the budget committee had the best available information that we have at this time as you begin the process.
And just to piggyback off Nick, kind of on the flip side, we have one of those large transfers out said, we think it could be less. We haven't put in the numbers for the salary study. We don't have an estimate for that, but we think maybe we would transfer out less than what's projected. And then we had another one of the large departments say, we think in order to balance, we would transfer out much more. So as Nick said, it's a forecast, and 7% is just kind of the best estimate that we're giving right now, given our internal structure.
Yeah.
Just for kind of historical perspective, I want to emphasize that if the Board of Commissioners hadn't dialed down assessed property tax rates around 2018, these trends would still be here, but we wouldn't be arriving at this crossing point this year or next year. It would be a couple of years out. We would have collected over those years another $10 million of property tax revenue.
Well, putting a Band-Aid on a structural imbalance is useful. I mean, and you're talking about a couple of them here to either side of me, but at some point or another, we just have to acknowledge that there is a structural imbalance, and the guidance that we need to provide is cut, not grow.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that that's because we finally dialed that assess rate back up. But I am saying that political stunts in the past move hard choices up much sooner.
Oh, please, let's not talk about political stunts. I don't think that's really a type of wording that I want to use in our meeting today. We definitely, I love seeing the difference between the blue line and the red line, and the fact that it's meeting together. The inflation that we're dealing with today that they kept thinking was going to go away, it's not going away. And what did we get? 38.4 million, and another almost 5 million for the courthouse, with all the ARPA funding. Clearly, it's created inflation. And as someone who lived when the prime was 21.5 in December, I think it was 1981, somewhere in there, 21.5. We don't want to go there, but we definitely want to cut. I don't know what else to say about it. When you see how many companies have closed down, Delta just did a major, there's a whole list of companies that are restructuring themselves, and government needs to get there, because the last jobs numbers, the jobs numbers have been from the government, the national numbers, it was like 72,000. And I don't want Deschutes County to think that we're going to add more people. We really have to get a lot leaner.
Well, and I think as Commissioner Dare spoke, I think that you can not only look at the income, you have to also look at the expenditures. So are the expenditures growing far too quickly? Or is the income not growing fast enough? Could be both, could be a component of both. You can't just look at one and not the other.
The other side of the other edge of the sword here is that 5.2% projection depends on a lot more people coming here. A lot more people coming here are going to mean a lot more demand for services. And there are a lot of ways that we can become more efficient. But if we have more people who need more services, we need to be mindful of how we are able to meet that higher level of service as well.
Well, I remember when I worked 2 jobs because of the recession. I worked 2 jobs. When I left, I had to train 2 people. So sometimes you have to work a bit harder. And I don't know. We promised this, classification study. And did we have any idea that inflation was not going to be under control? So, we're getting caught.
All right, moving on to the general fund expenditures by year. This is by departments and transfer out Commissioner Chang was talking about these earlier. Departmental expenditure growth has far exceeded general fund revenues. Since 2022, the actual general fund operating expenditures are growing at a rate of approximately 10% per year, while revenues are increasing at 5.2% per year. So that's why we're seeing that margin of expenditure or revenue versus expenditure contract by a couple million every year. Prior forecasts predicted 5% growth in general fund transfers out to departments. In FY25, general fund transfers out increased by 11%, despite the elimination of a $625,000 transfer to the Board of County Commissioners and County Administration for ISF subsidy. The current annual growth of general fund expenditures is no longer sustainable, and reductions in growth will need to occur in future fiscal years if it was to continue to be at this level. Are there any questions about kind of what's in this graph here with the general fund expenditures by year?
But just a point, this goes back to what we were discussing before. I mean, there's two aspects that you have to consider here. One is, how do you control the general fund expenditures itself, the DA's office, the clerk, the assessor, the rest of them. But then if you're holding that as best you can and you're still running at a deficit, you have to start looking at the transfers out, and that's going to impact real programs in other departments that are relying on that for matching fund or for generating. So it might be, it's great that it's generating $9 elsewhere, but the point of the matter is it's bankrupting the county at its heart.
And to speak to kind of the transfers, if we all just want to flip to page 1 again, you can see the FY24 transfers. If you look at the FY22, FY23, and FY24 transfers out from juvenile justice and health services, you can see that even during years of high growth and for the total general fund of 10%, both these funds kept it around 3%, I think 3.5% growth. And that's part of the reason why there's been such a drastic change in the forecast this year is I don't think either of those departments are able to keep it at 3.5% growth with 10% expenditures anymore. They've cut materials and services. They're at kind of the finest edge. And so then you look at FY25 and you see a very large jump in both of those transfers. Will especially out juvenile justice, you see a large jump just in order to balance their fund. And so that's part of the reason why the forecast has been was optimistic last year, as we continue to project that departments would be able to do this with the inflation, and they're just not able to, but they were for 3 to 4 years, which is pretty impressive, actually. All right, moving on back to the historical revenue and expenditure growth rates on page 4 at the bottom. This is more of what we've talked about. We've seen a 5.2% increase in revenue and a 9.8% increase in total expenditures. Hopefully that other revenue line, which includes clerk's fees and recording filing fees, which are based on mortgage origination and refinancing, hopefully we see those increase as interest rates go down.
But they're going up.
But they're going up.
Right. That's, yeah, it was Floridian, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, because they're going up if they're, what, 8%? Are they still there, Bill?
Yeah, last month they were 7.8%, average 30-year mortgage rate.
Yes.
So we'll hope to, in the future, see those come back down. But as of right now, they're not. That's correct. Moving on to the actual and projected general fund surplus deficit. So if we were to take these assumptions, the 7% structural assumption in expenditure growth out and a 5.2% revenue going forward, like we've seen in the last 3 years, we've seen a 10% expenditure growth. But if we were to project down to 7%, you can see by FY31, including our contingency requirement, we'd be underwater by about 15 million. We'd cross over in fiscal year 27. And so that's why we think that the county will likely need to substantially reduce growth, look for new revenues, and monitor operational growth in future years. So it might not just be a reduction in FTE to get us back to that margin, but also, as Jim was speaking about earlier, continuing to look at what is the operational growth the general fund can grow at. Is it 4%? If we have a little bit of margin, is it 4.5%? And so those are things that is next kind of on the list prior to the fiscal year 26 budget development. The general fund forecast will be updated to determine how much growth if any, the fiscal year 26 general fund budget can sustain. And we'll likely run like a simulated budget, where we pick a COLA and we do our personnel model. And then we pull in the materials and services from the prior year, and we'll see if there's any room at all, kind of within the general fund at that point in time. And then we'll be able to evaluate potential general fund budgetary options, including flat or reduced growth budgeting, elimination or decreased transfers for capital needs, or any combination of options. Departments will receive direction prior to budget development. And then we have some related county administrative policies.
One of the things that sticks out, and I've seen it in other budgets that'll come before the budget committee this year. But materials and services ends up being a smaller portion compared to personnel, but it is something that you really need to manage. And 17% is not managing it.
Jim's referring to the graph at the bottom of page 4, I assume.
Yes.
We've seen a definite growth in materials and services, not just personnel.
Yeah. And how much of personnel ends up being overtime? I'm curious.
It depends by department. There's some departments that have a large percentage, like the sheriff's office. We'd have to look by department there.
911 probably is another significant one.
Well, yeah, that's
911 is probably another significant one.
And again, that's
given the
that's
workforce
structural
constraints the
issue.
last couple of years.
Yeah.
The road department and the road department during winter months.
But that's an example of where hiring more people actually might
Right.
might be the smarter, the better fiscal approach.
All right.
As long as you're careful, yeah.
All right, any more comments on the general fund forecast? We're about to go into the transient room tax. It looks like we have about 20 minutes in the capital. So they all kind of mesh together, so be a lot of the same conversation, but.
Well, one last question, Dan. So, a couple of years back, the Deschutes County Sheriff's Employees Association requested a supplemental 2% bump in pay, and then we granted that, and then we had to do right by all of the other unions and grant that across the board. I mean, can you see that in these graphs or in these numbers? I mean,
well, yes, it's in there because we would have had a 3%, I think, or 3.5. I forget at this point, but it ended up being a 5%. So, and whenever we make a bargaining choice like that, and we reset ourselves at that personnel cost, that cost is the new growth curve forever. You can't diminish that cost. So it's certainly in there. I mean, I'd have to go back and work out the numbers to see how much of that was that growth, but certainly that's one of kind of many increased personnel costs that we're looking at.
Hey, Dan, before you move forward, just to roll back to Jim's question on overtime costs, our internal auditor looked at this in January, and it looks like in fiscal 23, overtime costs were 2.18% of total personnel costs. So.
And that's across the entire county budget or just out of general fund?
That's across the entire organization.
Okay, thank you.
all right. I mean, I just wanted to pull that out. Like there's been a lot of discussion about how we contain personnel costs here today, but when that request came forward, like I didn't vote for that initial 2% bump, but a majority of the board did, and then I supported that being applied to the remainder of the county's employees. And at that moment, in this time of insane inflation and increasing costs of living for our employees, it was the right thing to do.
It's necessary, yeah.
It was the right thing to do, but that's part of the that has long-term consequences, and that's part of what we're grappling with right now.
Well, there's rewards and consequences for doing the right thing for your employee base, yes.
Yeah, having a whole bunch of turnover and a whole bunch of vacancy savings, and a whole bunch of failed recruitment and retention efforts. That's got a pretty big price tag associated with it as well.
Exactly.
Okay. If there's nothing more on general fund, we'll move on to transient room tax. Quick overview of transient room tax. There's the first 6%. 2% of that goes to the VCO. 80% of that goes to general county operations. We call that discretionary. Then there's the next 1%, which also goes to the VCO. And then there's the newest 1%, which 70% is allocated to the Fair and Expo for marketing and tourism. 30% is discretionary. There's been a couple motions to maybe move that discretionary, but it's always gone to the Fair and Expo for their capital reserve, as their facilities are aging out and they have an expansion plus a maintenance.
And just to make sure, that we're all clear, or at least that I'm clear, VCO is a contract, service, that we're using. The 20% and the 100% of the next 1% are really going toward, travel and tourism marketing is effectively where that's generated by law, right?
Mhm.
And then the 70% to Fair and Expo, that's also by law, and then the 30% is mostly just been a tradition.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, I would say it's been used, it's been plugged into Fund 617 for their capital reserve expansion and maintenance, correct?
And the Fair and Expo is an enterprise fund, so it does generate revenue for the,
Enterprise-like, yeah.
the enterprise.
And I think Jim just did a great job on this next slide. He explained it, so we're just gonna move forward there. And we're
I'm
gonna,
here for you, Dan.
yeah, thank you, Jim. We're gonna move right into the forecast here for the TRT forecast. Basically, the bottom line here is our discretionary TRT capital reserve. We're looking at about $1 million in FY25. It was about 700,000. However, the board did move some environmental health fees over to video lottery, and that increased the available surplus and transient room tax for fully discretionary by 300,000 right there. And so right now you can see the assumptions on our left-hand side in this increase column. We have 2.5%. Again, these are not actual budget or decisions. These are just assumptions, but 2.5% growth for the sheriff's office, environmental health at a 5.5% growth, although that is completely dependent on the fees and the fee schedule and how we want to distribute those fees. Justice Court at 2.5%, community development at 2%. In here is the community development is now doing some code work for transient room tax. And so this is the cost to cover the FTE. There's some admin costs here. These admin costs are the cost in finance to collect the TRT, to go out and do all those functions. And then, of course, at the very bottom here, you have the Fair and Expo Reserve 617, which matches up pretty much with the new 30% discretionary for TRT revenue, less admin expenditures. And then at the bottom, this is important, we have our debt service, and this is the debt service for the courthouse, and transient room tax right now is modeled to cover the debt service for the courthouse. And when you look at these assumptions, and you look at a 2% revenue assumption, which we have had 3 years of continuing declining TRT, and we felt like, and we heard from the board that it was appropriate to reduce our assumption for revenue. So we reduced it from 2.5% down to 2%, hoping to see a growth at some point, hopefully fiscal year 26. But as of right now, that's kind of our assumptions. And the bottom line, or what's transferred for our capital reserve, is down here.
Well, since the budget's on the hook for what we project, are we better off projecting even lower? Just so that we can give ourselves a pleasant surprise at best.
I mean, you certainly can project lower. If you project much lower than this, then there just won't be, in the projection, there wouldn't be TRT, which may be true.
Well, I think we need to acknowledge it because in the last couple of years there hasn't been, and then the county has to cover for that, for the loss. I mean, maybe the better thing to do is just to assume flat until we see something that makes us change our minds.
Well, one thing you'll see in this fund is it does not have a contingency, so we don't currently budget a contingency in that. But the way we kind of manage that is it's the capital reserve transfer out. And so right now on the bottom line, as Dan mentioned, the discretionary TRT, there's a $1 million balance before we talk about transfers out, or that's amount that could be available for reallocating to other purposes. But to Jim, your point, that's why you may not want to allocate all those dollars out, or we may not want to spend it. One, because as Dan will speak to, we need it for capital, but two, that's the line where we balanced. If revenues came in less or expenditures were higher, then the capital transfer is where it was reduced, which hurts other programs. But again, so I just say that, keep that in mind of, it may not be prudent to allocate every single dollar, because then you have nowhere to absorb
Right.
a reduction in revenue or an increased expenditures. And we'll get to that as well, all within 10 minutes, right?
Probably not.
Probably.
And so, yeah, and we're happy to provide it, what it would look like with a flat for 5 years and then maybe an increase too. That doesn't take too much time for us. So, as Robert was saying, TOT revenues are more volatile compared to property tax revenue. If revenues do come in lower or expenditures are increased, the general fund would be required to pick up any deficiency, further burdening the general fund. There's sensitivity to the model in TRT if the revenue is over or under the amount projected. If there's a shortage in TRT revenue or an increase in expenditures, the debt service will become a liability of the general fund, which would reduce the funding for other projects or require reductions. And so that's really one of the main points with TRT is that last line on that first graph here that we're still looking at, this debt service line. We need to protect that line. That's our obligation, is to pay our bond service debt obligation for county courthouse. So that's another reason why the discretionary TRT capital reserve, you can't really eat into it too much, because if you eat into it all the way, then your general fund, which we're looking at declining, or some other fund, PILT, needs to cover your debt service. And we really don't want to get to the point where we're kind of close to eating into our debt service, because that is kind of the county obligation at this point.
The 1.5 million for the courthouse, is that what you're referring to?
Mhm.
Yes.
So as of March 2024, TRT revenues are down 3%. A little bit over 3%. FY24 projected ending fund balance is 2 million, which is going to Sun River. Prudent financial management recognizes that funds should only be committed once realized, as opposed to committing funds based on projections. Natural disasters, emergencies, or other unknown factors could result in actual revenue reductions below and potentially far below projections. So we talk about smoke and tourism and how those things are interconnected. Okay, going forward here. So these are our projected TRT distributions based off our first page assumptions. It does not include the transfer out to the capital reserve. But you can see the vast majority of it, about 50% right now of our discretionary TRT goes to the sheriff's office. They're this red bar in the middle. We do have that projected as growing by 2.5% over each year. And a summary of the revenues and expenditures prior to transfer of excess TRT funds to the capital reserve is presented below. Are there any questions on all this TRT? I'm trying to keep it within the time frame, but
At first, when Jim said, why don't we just assume it's gonna be flat for the next couple of years to be conservative? I didn't agree with him, but looking at it now, I actually think maybe that is
I knew you'd come around.
that might be the smart thing to do.
But it's, yeah, you got the $2 that you have an assumption of growth in that. And again, we're not seeing it. And I think there's still some mechanical intricacies within that black box that we need to figure out a little bit. But even within that, as we start to say, well, we need to increase the funding that we're doing to some of the different departments, we don't have the money. I mean, it's we have to decide what's the thing that we can't change. And it sounds like, at least the suggestion from the budget team, is that the debt service is the thing that needs to remain constant. We can't increase everything else if we're not seeing an increase in funds.
right, we have to pay our
Been
debts.
watching TRT for 10 years and flat's probably better.
Yeah.
And one thing I'll add is when you'll see in the proposed budget when we get there is we actually did propose a decrease in fiscal year 25 for our TRT revenues. So what you'll see in the proposed budget is a decrease, not a flat, not an increase, but a decrease from the current year's budget. It's in the forecast where we have the 2% going out. So for in future years, so we'll be able to adjust that easily as we go forward as well.
I think that's a relatively wise thing to do from a budget perspective.
We can do that.
Right, yeah, the decrease, I see it now, the decrease in 25, so that 26 is projected to be basically what 24 was, so that seems reasonable.
So we can project that out flat and get a graph of that. The one thing I would say that's relevant, maybe this budget cycle and future budget cycles is There is a $700,000 request from the sheriff's office. So if that's approved, then that bottom line drops to 300,000. TRT comes in less than 12.1 million, then we do need to pull in potentially somewhere else to pay our debt service. The other thing I would say is looking at motions that increase TRT expenditures by a flat rate every year. That can be financially tricky because as you see, our TRT has gone down for the last 3 years. So if you have a motion that says, hey, let's transfer out a 5% increase every year, no matter what, and our TRT goes down, then the deficit doubles, right? So typically with funds that are highly variable, when we're talking TRT motions, maybe as a percentage of TRT is a safer play that way. If TRT grows, everybody's advantaged. If TRT decreases, everybody loses a little bit. But if TRT goes down, we do a flat transfer, then other departments and other things that we're currently funding have to be cut to make sure that that transfer is met.
And the good news is every legislative session, there's always a bill to expand the use of those funds. I mean, it's not good news for, the tourism promotion organizations, but there is usually a bill that, it hasn't passed yet.
I was say they haven't pushed it through yet, but at least there's optimism.
All
And
right.
the other good news for Jim is that Sun River is still providing 74% of our TRT year to date.
It's about 65.
No, I calculated it with Caldera and everything. It's 74.
With Caldera and Crosswater.
Yes, it is 74.5. Yes. So anyway, it did go up to 83 for a while, 83%. So you were really doing well.
I think I can probably get us out here in 10 minutes. The capital reserve is pretty important. It really serves as a capital reserve. And the county reserve, really, this is where our excess funds are, whether it's the general fund. That's where it is. And it's an aggregation of the county's available funds and represents our ability to maintain current service levels as well as capital needs. So we have this cash flow diagram here. You'll see excess general fund and TRT has traditionally gone into our capital reserve, which builds that fund balance. And then out of the capital reserve, are potentially operational subsidies if the general fund continues to grow at this rate, capital maintenance and capital projects. And it's important to let folks know this is our reserve. We don't have other piles of money really. It's between this and this is the aggregation of everything that we've had in the past of general fund and TRT. And we're looking at general fund kind of going down and TRT maybe staying flat around $1 million. So that's kind of what we have to work with right now. As I said, the capital reserve fund does rely on transfers from transient room tax and general fund. The current general fund forecast only has projected excesses to the capital reserve through fiscal year 26. Therefore, most of the reserve would need to be funded by future years TRT based on the projections we're looking at right now. To the right is a graph of the estimated annual revenues. And these revenue estimates are based on the general fund and long-term TRT forecast that we presented earlier. And so if you're looking at annual capital expenditures right now and you're saying, whoa, that's a lot. Right now we have a fund balance of 14 million. But we do have some projects that have at least been discussed with the board would be the DA's expansion. That's 4 million. So in this, we have the higher level of the DA's expansion coming out in fiscal year 26, 4 million. And then we have the $7 million project for the clerks, which we talked about. For as a placeholder, 3.5 coming out in fiscal year 27 and 3.5 million coming out in fiscal year 28. That would draw down the balance of the capital reserve significantly. And then going out, it's important to notice that we only have this yellow bar going out from fiscal year 29 is only capital maintenance. So we're looking at about 750,000 growing by about 2.5%, which may actually be too conservative for capital maintenance. About once every 5 years, we have a larger event, whether it's roof issues or something that is $1 million or $2 million. And so that's kind of the conservative assumptions we have here. And when we flip to the next graph, we can see based on those assumptions, we have this nice beginning working capital of 14 million in fiscal year 26 or in 25, but then it drops down to about 6 million in fiscal year 28. And that is because of the placeholder of the clerks and the 4 million for the general fund DA's expansion. Once those, and if those two projects are completed, we'd be sitting around $6 million. And we have a small growth of that TRT long-term forecast that we show coming in, just slightly more than our capital maintenance costs. But again, if those assumptions changed, if you make a flat, when we do the flat forecast and for TRT and put the TRT revenue into the capital reserve forecast, I can tell you that this number won't grow. It'll go down by 750,000, $1 million every year, and it won't make it to FY44. So that would be one of the consequences of just projecting flat TRT, is that there'd be no excess revenue going into 060, but we'd still have capital maintenance cost. So we'll get you that for the budget week.
So this is the point where we're committing to the next two big capital projects. The courthouse is going to be finished, and then we can work on the gray courthouse, spending X millions of dollars, and then making that commitment for the clerk's office. Is that just in the existing footprint in this building? I mean, that's what we're scoping on that.
I'm not,
Or is it another floor on top of everything?
I only talked to Lee about the financial. Those might hit if the board approved to go forward with that.
Yeah, so I just, from my point of view, it's a little bit more clear about what we want to do for the DA's office. I just don't have a feel for the clerk's office, but it's good to, put a note there saying that's the next project.
Mhm.
Just reiterating, these projections here in this graph does not include any increased expenditures or increased requests for TRT that may come forward. And so if that is adjusted, it would, if expenditures increase, this graph would come down and the resources wouldn't be there for capital.
Yep.
And it would come down drastically too. I mean, if we sorry to flip back to the other page, but if you flip back to the other page where we have the yellow and blue bars, this annual revenue is what we're projecting just from TRT, because we're not projecting having a large amount of general fund transfer after 26. And these yellow bars going out are kind of mandatory capital maintenance bars. So if you don't have this revenue coming in, whether TRT comes in less or TRT is flat, or we make expenditure commitments that reduce that transfer in, we will not, have the funds to cover capital maintenance for very long. And this blue curve, which represents the total fund balance, will drop off quickly by about $1 million a year. So.
Well, and the point here is this is absent any other action, but of course, any other action is then putting further burden on the taxpayers.
Right. So we're just, the best case scenario is TRT just shoots up again, but we're not sure. We're looking at that, right? And we can't necessarily budget or forecast that way. So
I know the weatherman, but he keeps predicting really bad weather. So I'll just blame him.
All right. So
The marketing and the marketing that we do and the amenities we provide have some impact on TRT revenue as well.
Oh, they haven't in the last couple of years, unfortunately.
So the clerk's office, you're allocating what, 4 million and 4 million for the DA?
4 million for the DA in FY26. And then there's a placeholder of 3.5 million for 2 years for the clerk's office for a total of 7 million.
We really need to drill down
Yeah.
deeply on that for the clerk's office. And that's something I think we suggest we do after this budget cycle this year. And it's one of those issues we tackle this summer and into the fall going to the future year.
Yeah.
So placeholder, which is solid, but not a commitment.
In the past, right. And in the past, we haven't shown any capital commitments at all. But now that we're getting closer to, the DA's plan and things like that, we wanted to just show maybe 2 out of the list on the placeholder as a projection, but it doesn't mean that those are necessarily, we still, as Nick said, need to drill down on those. There are some things that aren't included here. Obviously, the public safety campus plan is not included here. The general fund operational subsidies, also not included is the future PERS salary study with market review. Again, since the general fund does give some of this excess, at least through fiscal year 26, into the capital reserve, that's not in here, nor the courthouse operational costs, the fiscal effects of the ballot measures we talked about, the housing trust fund, or any other campus improvements past fiscal year 28. There's some conversations about parking lot improvements and things like that that are not here as well. Flipping to the next graph, we have the capital reserve with given various TRT contributions. And you can see it's declining if you were to give 500,000 a year someplace, whether that's internal or external, or $750,000 a year. That would really jeopardize potentially the debt service payment and our ability to continue to do capital construction. All right. Flipping forward.
In other words, your recommendation.
I didn't, I'm not making recommendations. I just provide information. So, yeah, general fund, long-term forecast, did show, and it looks like we've lost the PowerPoint. So we're just going to stay on here on page 8. As a reminder, it did show that we wouldn't have anything left in FY26. And so one of the conversations that's had is where would we pull funds to cover the general fund if we wanted them to continue to kind of grow at the same rate, or if we weren't able to reduce the general fund down to that 4% growth. And so the only place that we really have to pull those funds from are the capital reserve or the county reserve. That's where we have the aggregate of those funds. And so this bottom graph on page 8 kind of shows what happens if we try to subsidize the general fund, like a general fund operational subsidy from the capital reserve to balance the fund at that 7% growth. And you can see it would only get us out to about FY29. So the capital reserve as is, if you were to go forward with the DA and clerk project, would only be able to fund maybe an additional 1 or 2 years of general fund services at this rate before the capital reserve itself would be reduced, and we'd still kind of have that operational structural imbalance within the general fund. So in summary, general fund expenditures have been growing at approximately 10% annually for the last 4 years, while revenues have only increased by 5%, 5.2. As the general fund expenditure curve continues to approach the general fund revenue curve, the county will no longer be able to grow operations within the general fund by more than 4% annually. Transient room tax funds have decreased for the past 3 years, while operational expenditures and TRT requests have increased. We're currently projecting a more cautious future TRT revenue forecast that shows less excess TRT being able to be transferred into the county's capital reserve fund in future years. And we will do a flat forecast too, or at least flat for many years, and then maybe slow increase to see what that looks like. But that will change the capital reserve and TRT picture significantly. In addition, the general fund forecast does not show any excess starting in fiscal year 26. The cumulative effects of these reduced and eliminated capital reserve inflows means less funds for future capital projects and an inability to viably subsidize the general fund if operations continue to grow at a faster rate than revenues. And that's kind of the last graph we looked at. So due to the continued contraction of our county discretionary funds and the growth of county services and expenditures, county will need to evaluate several potential options prior to fiscal year 26 budget process to ensure ongoing financial stability. Currently, these options include reduced or flat growth budgeting, decreased or eliminated transfers for capital needs, reprioritizing services, decreasing or removing the environmental health fee subsidy. That's about $530,000 of TRT and video lottery dollars right there. ARPA dollars being used to reimburse eligible general fund expenditures. And we still have a $500,000 contingency, but we have other asks for those dollars too. Or any combination of those options. And of course, we'll be looking for revenue drivers as well. Whether it's, the sale of properties or other things, to see if we can kind of push this curve out. But I do think what Jim said at the very beginning is we can make changes from a revenue perspective or even expenditure that can kind of push the curve out. But eventually, as long as structurally our general fund and our departments are growing at least 7 or 6% even, and our revenues are at 4% with that contingency policy, we will, hit that point where the curve balances, and we'll have to look at some operating choices at that point in time for this committee. So,
and I just want to remind everybody that this is optimistic. Dan is talking.
Well, the last 2 times I've been a little bit too optimistic. So, but we are still in a strong position. We do still have excess general fund, however you guys want to distribute it. We do still have a capital reserve of 14 million. But we're just trying to get this information out here for current and next year fiscal planning as we continue to look at how we provide our core services to the community.
Thank you so much. I can definitely feel the path is narrowing is kind of the way it feels like for me, after seeing a budget for a few years, knowing that let's make some good choices with the dollars we have, all of a sudden it's narrowing. And just like you mentioned, other jurisdictions are going to be in this same spot, and the legislature is going to have to discuss this. So, let's make good choices, be business-like, and move this forward, providing the best services we can with the resources we have. But yeah, very professional review of the scope of what we have and the choices we can make. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Mo.
Kind of high level question. So I understand, I'm tracking and I understand the emphasis on personnel growth costs and how we need to contain that, but you know, a significant subtext of this whole story is the capital expenditures we're making. And you know, that taking on the courthouse is a pretty big project. And we got a lot of debt service for a lot of years to make that happen. You look at other kinds of public agencies and many of them, you know, it's very common to do capital expenditures through discrete bond measures, school districts, park districts. You know, the city of Bend just did a transportation, you know, bond measure. And you know, if we rewound a little bit, and you know, it might not be too late to do this, we could have done a really nifty criminal justice and public safety package with the sheriff's office work and the DA's office and the courthouse, and put that out to the voters. I am wondering whether it would make sense for us to think about pursuing those kinds of bond measures in the future to address some of our capital needs. And I'm going to particularly look to Robert because he's worked with other counties, you know, to give some perspective on, you know, how common is it for counties to do these, you know, these supplemental you know, bond measures or you know, measures on ballots to meet their capital needs. I mean, I heard about huge project going forward in Benton County in the last year or two. I don't know if that actually passed or not, but do you have any insights on that?
I won't say I have insights, but a few comments on a lot of that depends on what you're speaking to as a general obligation bond. And for a general obligation bond, it has to go to the vote of the community to pass. And that provides us the ability to increase the tax rate to pay for that bond project, which will come from the taxpayers. So that requires a vote of the community to pass for a general obligation bond. That obviously the board can decide to move forward in that direction. And obviously, you know, we support that. It all gets down to the will of the people and what they'll support. Sometimes in communities I've been with, obviously they've supported parks, even here in Bend, right? Parks, public safety. Sometimes there's some options that are able that the community approves. A recent county I came from, they put out their courthouse bond measure. It was a large number that it went out for a vote. It was not supported by the community. And so for a general obligation bond, so then you have to go back to Plan B or come back and reprioritize, find out what the community wants. So it is a lot of education with the community. It's a lot of outreach and finding out what the needs are to find out what they'll support for a general obligation bond measure. If you don't go a general obligation bond, you could do a full faith and credit bond, which the county has as well in other areas. And what that states is you can't increase your tax rate to pay for this bond, but you use the resources you have. As Dan just pointed out today, our options for full faith and credit, we have excellent credit at the county. We do really great in that, but it's the general fund or TRT fund. There's not the resource to pay the debt, the ongoing debt. So it really is up to what does the community support and what would the community be willing to pay.
And
Go ahead, Patty.
oh, thank you. Okay, so my question is, the state really wanted to be on our third floor, the state of Oregon. Are we going to see any funding from that eventually? From that want that they so didn't want to send us the 15 million until we signed on that dotted line?
Courthouse, you might know.
Yeah, the courthouse, the third floor of the courthouse.
I don't believe we would, Commissioner Dare, because I believe, and I'd have to go back and refresh, that the terms were that there was for court services. So I think that would fall under their general use of the rest of the facility, in which we're not receiving revenue. So I don't believe so, but I'm happy to follow up and take a look at that.
We're going to let them use it for free.
Well, I believe that they had an interest in using it for court-related use. So an extension of their use through the rest of the building.
As you know, you may recall, counties are required to provide the facility for free, essentially.
For free.
And that's why we had the funding, challenge with building or expanding the courthouse, because that's our responsibility as a county that the state requires. But there could be potential that if they needed to do improvements, I mean, that was, if I remember, there might have been some language in that, but otherwise, no, it doesn't come with additional revenue. Correct. Because it's our responsibility to provide the building.
Okay. So glad we have that extra floor up there.
2006, the citizens voted for the permanent operating funds for the sheriff's office, rural patrol, countywide jail operations. But there was also a $40 million capital bond for the jail campus that did not pass. So, I mean, that was probably the last time the county floated a big capital bond, and the operations passed and the capital didn't. Interesting.
Well, and the downside is we're not the only ones flooding that. I mean, the school districts are all
Yeah.
hurting and they're flooding out. We just.
Library.
Yeah, just passed a relatively big one. I mean, there's a lot of other people that are out there. And I think overall, the taxpayers are getting a little tired.
Well, and I think that as a budget committee, we have to look at where are we now? Not where could we go if we get more money from the citizens? I think that you have to look at the budget in what it is today and say, all right, we're upside down. What are we going to do?
The county's been in a good position for a couple decades, but I mean, some of these buildings are hitting the 20-year mark. They need new roofs. You can't put Band-Aids on those, new HVAC systems. And so looking at that, I don't know what the process would be, and I don't want to scare the hotels either, but what would the process be of increasing that transient room tax percentage? And how much more would that bring in? That might be something you could look at as well.
Well, there's the ratio requirements about how much of what comes in needs to be spent on destination promotion. So, I mean, until that gets legislatively changed, then, we can add to the transient, we can dial up the transient room tax rate, but it doesn't really do that much for us.
It's a tax on the
I think
tax,
we'd get like 30% of the,
right?
30% of the dollar.
We're about 15 minutes behind and, I know everybody's excited
Blame
to
it
move
on
on
Jim.
to, yeah. It's, like I said, you started to be 10 minutes late, so I'm trying. But we do have the next item, coming up is the elected officials compensation committee. Kathleen, I saw you sneak in.
Yeah.
So for Judy's benefit, Jim was selected as the chair as the beginning of the meeting.
So you're the problem.
I didn't step back fast enough.
So did we need a 5-minute break or are we good to then?
Yes, a 5-minute break, please.
Suggestion to the chair.
Well, I don't know. I'll ask, I mean, we actually don't need the 3 commissioners for this, so you get all the break you want, but I'll ask Judy and Prasanna.
I could use it.
All right, let's take 5 minutes and then we'll reconvene.
Could I just
Back live. So we are reconvening as the elected officials compensation committee. I will turn it over to HR Director Hinman to discuss the compensation study. I think we said we were going to take about 15 to 20 minutes on that, and then the three of us can determine how we want to move forward either in this meeting or in a future meeting.
Great.
So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. And just checking to make sure that we do have a consultant online. Lori Grenia with HR. Great. She'll be coming through. So I think just a real quick overview of the materials that were presented. That first, one of the big pieces is that we are
Microphone up.
one of the big pieces here is that we are working with HR Answers to help with this process, as well as a couple of other compensation processes at the county. And so we will be leaning on them. And I'll let Lori from HR Answers introduce herself and the business probably in just a minute as I get through a couple of other pieces here. One quick update that I provided in the memo, but was alluded to a little bit earlier, is that in the past, the Board of Commissioners had identified a specific set of comparables for us to use in looking at staff compensation. And this project that the county is working on has actually we have met with the commissioners again to reevaluate those comparables in light of lots of feedback. And the changes that were made, just to go over them quickly, is that the commissioners did provide approval for us to use to drop Jackson County essentially from our comparables, use Clackamas, Lane, Marion County, as well as City of Bend when we have appropriate comparable positions there, and then also to utilize 2 aggregator surveys. So look, and that would include those are Oregon wide. So we're looking at those to include the Portland metro area. The idea is that that information coming in, not directly surveying Multnomah or Washington County, but to consider the impacts of the cost of labor and cost of living in those areas as a comparable to here in Deschutes County. So those would be the differences in the compensation philosophy as we define our comparable labor market. So
Can I ask a quick question on that?
yes.
So the county, being that I didn't see any discussion on this outside of this meeting, that the closest in population was the Jackson County that you dropped. It's over 100,000 larger, the next county. So can you give me the feedback on exactly why you dropped that county?
Yeah, so there's a lot of discussion around Jackson County. When we look at the comparable labor markets, we look at both the population as well as the size of the budget. And then also we kind of look for similar work. And we found that in looking at Jackson County, the size of the budget was different and enough to where it didn't make a lot of sense for us to continue to include it. The other piece is that when we looked at the cost of labor and cost of living in those areas, we didn't find it to be an appropriate comparable any longer.
The research I did, Susanna, was you can get a house for 300,000 anywhere, like close to, cities. And then as you go out, I rarely found any houses that were $600,000 to $800,000. There were a couple, but they're in the resort areas, like in Southern Oregon, and they ranged between $300,000 and $400,000 for the housing. And so that's what I was thinking of last year when we talked about Jackson County not really being a comparable to Deschutes County, where our housing is $600,000 to $800,000.
And that was my guess, but I didn't want to make a guess. I thought I would ask the question so that we could hear it and everyone else could hear it too.
So that's what I was thinking, housing costs.
Okay.
All right, so we got that. So let's go through the presentation.
Great. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to our consultant and let her introduce herself and HR Answers and walk through really focusing on sort of education and role of the committee.
Great. Thank you, Kathleen. My name is Lori Grenia. I'm the president and owner at HR Answers. I've got about 25 years worth of HR experience. In my areas of specialty are compensation and labor negotiations. My upbringing in human resources was with the state of Oregon. I worked in Central Services, Department of Administrative Services, Chief Human Resource Office in classification and compensation for the majority of those years. Did get to spend a little time out in agencies, specifically with Department of Environmental Quality as their director of HR, and then returned before leaving the state to be a labor negotiator, Central Services again. So left to broaden my perspective of work as far as consulting in the HR space is concerned, to include private industry. After about 6 months of working here, I was asked to become the operational vice president of the organization. And 3 years ago, I bought the organization from its founder. So HR Answers has been in business now for 39 years. It was an easy choice to buy it. They have an amazing reputation in the HR industry across the state of Oregon and many other states. My goal has always been from the onset of purchasing this is just to continue to provide good education around human resources as well as support our clients. Right now we have about 3,500 active clients. Not all of those are in Oregon, but a good portion of them are. Half of those clients sit in the public sector. We consult with the state, we consult with many counties, a significant number of cities, and every special district has our resources through the Special Districts Association of Oregon. So I still count myself as a public servant because that's where I've spent the majority of my life, and I don't think you ever take that hat off. It's truly the heart for service, and that's what there's a dozen of us here at HR Answers, and that's what we work for, is to make sure we get that good HR information out there to give management an opportunity to manage well and be successful within that. So. Elected officials' compensation is not something I haven't worked on before. I used to work on it for the state of Oregon as the staff resource behind the public committee that worked on that prior to and following the passage of the law that includes more public information with regards to that. So working through this for this county, again, it's not new information for us, but I do like to go through a process of just reminding everybody about what's the responsibility? What are you supposed to be doing here? There's a couple things that I have done to prepare for this. I listened to last year's discussions with regards to this. Lots of good questions were coming out, and it seems a couple of those questions may have remained unanswered. But since you get to do this annually, you can talk about them again, and we'll see if we have a different outcome. So the quick things that I want to cover is just, again, the responsibility that's defined in the statute, review of your previous work, and the questions that seem to be somewhat unanswered in those, a comparables discussion, and then ultimately the next steps. So starting with the ORS, and I apologize, that's probably a little teeny tiny font for you guys, but I think they were printed for you. This really is the fact that the county has to appoint a compensation board. That seems to be all of you. Aren't you happy? Yay! This is always a difficult process to go through because it is compensation's an art just as much as it is the science of collecting the numbers. So 3 to 5 members, you guys have that. Sub 2 of this particular piece says that this will be done annually for all elected officers, regardless of whether they are elected or appointed. Number 3, the county gets to annually review compensation of these paid persons comparable to the state, local public bodies, and private businesses within the labor market deemed appropriate by the board. And there are several factors that you get to take into account associated with this. And all of these are best summarized in First, making sure that whatever compensation you think you want to put in place for these individuals does not cause compression. In other words, we don't want one of these individuals making less than those they supervise. So that's our first sub bullet. The next one is actually the very first task we encourage organizations to go through, which is comparing duties and responsibilities of the elected officers. That's simply called job matching, and job matching requires that we have a substantive comparable position to then utilize those numbers in the information considered for making your decisions. So if we had, let's say, a county clerk in one of your comparables that does not do the same work as your county clerk in major portion, that would not be a position we would suggest you look at. First is job matching. Second is pulling in the numbers. Third is deciding how you want to use those numbers to support your decisions. So the first bullet and the third bullet have a lot to do with each other. Again, we're talking about compression and relativity when it gets into size of budget. So not a whole lot different than the discussion that Kathleen just had and shared about the previous work done for the organization. And then again, you just need a majority vote to pass forward what it is that you want to do. So any questions about that ORS? No,
we're good.
All right. It's a pretty straightforward one, which is nice. So the jobs that that we look at for this particular county are assessor, clerk, the commissioners, district attorney, justice of the peace, sheriff, and treasurer. And your previous comparators have been consistent with what the organization has chosen for the rest of theirs, which was Clackamas, Lane, Marion, and Jackson counties. The one question I have here, and in asking this question of Kathleen, I'm not sure that there's been a discussion, nor did I hear one from the previous work. Is there a reason why, or do any of you know why, private businesses were not included in previous work? Statutorily, it's an and statement, not an or statement. So I'm just inquiring.
My knowledge, it was not requested, that information to be presented. So that's the information I have.
No. Okay, no worries. I always like to throw it out there in case somebody has the thread we can pull on that. So the questions that sounded like were part of the process before and maybe not completely landed were things like consideration of cost of living, consideration of comparable jobs. So I'm actually going to take those in reverse order. Job matching or comparison of jobs has a pretty formulaic outlay for a compensation professional. We have a job description that we look at, and we look at the comparable job documentation in the comparable organizations that are chosen. We are looking for a 70% or better match. Now I say 70%, and I want you to take that with a bit of a grain of salt because there is no math in this because everybody writes different job descriptions different ways. But there are 4 pillars to job matching. They are the qualification for the job. And as you might be aware, qualification for the job in these instances is almost always statutorily driven. What does it take for you to be able to run for these jobs? So that gets to be fairly universal, which is nice. Then we also look at what is the authority? What's the purpose of the job? What are they doing? And that's usually where we struggle a little bit in job matching because every county does it a little differently. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. It just means we really have to dig in on what's the work. Then we also look at the autonomy or the authority to make decision without review. And then last but not least, supervision or managerial responsibility, whether that be management of processes or supervision of other staff. So when I tell you I'm looking for a 70% or better match, what I mean is that at least 3 of those have to solidly be in existence in a comparator for us as compensation professionals to then bring that work in and say, yes, this is relative to your decision making. So cost of living, this is always an interesting topic when we get into compensation, and basically the basic definition of cost of living are the choices that people make in their style of living. Those are absolutely relevant for determining compensation as it relates to the location that you're in. So just as you guys were talking about cost of homes, having a certain spread in them versus in your county versus another county, completely relevant. But cost of a home is actually one of 20 different factors that go into cost of living. There's also another cost, which is cost of labor. How much does it cost for your organization in your location to provide not only the facilities, but health benefits, all of those employment related costs? And there are 6 of those. So as we always suggest that in order to look at this through a balanced lens, the organization is going to want to use some data associated with cost of living and cost of labor. So just as our firm will be doing for the project for all the other staff, we are looking at using the Economic Research Institute, which is the nation's only and most reputable at this point in time, because the rest of them have all fallen away, producer of what's called a cost of living and cost of labor ratio or factor that can be looked at in conjunction with dollars. So if we pull dollars from Clackamas County, we want to look at them through the Deschutes County lens for cost of living, cost of labor. So we use those percentage differentials, if they're more or less than 2%, to essentially affect those numbers so that we're looking at them in context of what you would have to do and what people would have to do if they're holding those jobs. So stepping back to your comparators, right now you have the 4 counties of Clackamas, Lane, Marion, and Jackson. Any particular feelings about those? Like them, don't like them, think you want to change them?
I mean, I think the general conversation that's been going on at the county and even here briefly in this room is that Jackson's a lousy example. But the others at least appear to be more on track. Would that be your assessment as well?
It is. We actually did a regression analysis of all of the counties in Oregon to determine their comparability with Deschutes County, and Jackson is your only comparator by a population. And when I say only, I mean within 20%. And from a budgetary perspective, Marion is actually your best comparator, although it is not a comparator on population. So in true compensation methodology, you have no comparable county, because only having one of those is not great. You actually would want to see your population, your budget, and your cost of living, cost of labor strata line up, all 3 of them, for it to truly be a compensation comparable. So I was thrilled seeing Clackamas, Lane, and Marion for the other project work. I would agree Jackson is no longer a good comparator.
I think I would like to just check in real quick on time and agenda. We do have, next pieces for the agenda would be for us to go through the comparable discussion and determine what that is to identify data then to bring back to the committee. But I did want to just check in if that sounds like the direction the committee would like to go, or if there's a different direction the committee would like to discuss.
I have some ideas. What I would like to see is if we have a session coming in May, it would be if we can make some quick guidance decisions today, it would be nice to then show those against the new comparables that you have.
Mhm.
Okay.
But I don't know that we need to discuss the comparables today unless there's something specific that you wanted to talk about.
We would just need direction as to what those would be so that we could then gain that data.
So what are the ones? So Clackamas, Lane, and Marion, I think have been good comparables, and I think they're worthwhile. What are the other ones that you're proposing elsewhere within the county?
Well, we did discuss with the commissioners for the staff project, City of Bend, and then aggregator data. And that can be looked at in many different ways. We can pull in private sector. We can go Oregon-wide. So there's a couple of different other options there, right?
I think at the very least, City of Bend.
Well, it's, I mean, yes, I get why, but why? Why not Redmond as opposed to Bend?
There's a lot of interest from a lot of feedback, specifically around where we gain and lose our staff from, where our labor competition is. And City of Bend was identified as probably our biggest local competitor in government sector, right? There is definitely some that were identified in private sector, and those we're looking at with that aggregator information.
I mean, the semi-rhetorical question would be, have we ever, because we're talking here about elected officials, not county employees. From an elected official standpoint, how many elected officials have we had that are also elected officials, or that also have ever been elected officials of Bend, or for that matter, Redmond? I mean, I know that there's some smaller outlying communities that would come in, but I think it's fair, at least, my opinion, and again, I'm one of three here. My opinion is that I think we should probably keep it as close as possible to where the rest of the county is going. But I think for the most part, really, the only travel that we'd see in an elected official regionally might be somebody that would run for sheriff. But I think for the most part, most of the people are running for the county because they want to work for the county.
Yeah, and going back to the ORS, kind of defining what we should be using within our comparables, it's less about, right, where our competitive labor market is and more about finding where similar work is being done. So I think that is probably somewhere information to be guiding kind of where we set those comparables. But I just wanted to check in on agenda to make sure that we are moving forward in the right direction.
So I have another question on moving forward in the right direction. Is there something in the ORS that says that we can only look at Oregon cities?
Or
The ORS only says, I have the full copy here, just a second, let me make sure that I haven't forgotten. Comparably employed by the state of Oregon, local public bodies and private businesses. Those local bodies, I think if you wanted to use cities not within Oregon, we would have to get down to the definition of local public bodies in that piece of legislation to determine what they meant.
Okay, so
I know what its interpretation is under PECVA. I'm just not sure here.
Because under the premise of local public bodies, that would include local public bodies in other states. And so I'm just wondering why we have not looked. A lot of cities, when you're looking at a compensation package, look at cities of equal, as you were talking about, population, cost of living, blah, 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 all the choices that you look at in other states. So I'm wondering why we didn't do that. Counties, not cities, because of course, there's a big difference between city compensation and county compensation.
The board discussed this last week. It actually came up, are there other jurisdictions in Washington and Idaho and other places should we be looking at? And I'll be happy to defer to HR Answers or Kathleen, our Human Resources Director, for a response, but I didn't hear the board indicating an interest at this time in looking at those other jurisdictions. I heard them really focus on the three Oregon counties, the city of Bend, and then the data based on the Oregon model. But it did come up in the board's discussion. Am I recalling that correctly last week?
Correct. Yeah. So there was a look at a regional, and really, I would say that the focus of the work that we're doing with the study for staff is more about that attracting and retaining staff, right? A little different than this focus here. And so where we looked at where we're potentially losing staff to or gaining staff to, we did consider a regional model where we would look at Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Colorado. And when we looked at some of the work or we looked at those geographical differences, and we found that Oregon wide was a more appropriate match to what we were looking for in terms of considering the cost of labor and the cost of living. So that's why we focused there, rather than working to identify separate counties within that region to specifically do direct market studies with. So we used that aggregator factor and we looked at it both regionally and Oregon wide. And when we looked at the numbers with Oregon wide, we felt that that was a more appropriate comparable for us.
And if I could just offer, because it's a really good question and it's come up from many staff as well. Why aren't we looking at the Bay Area? Why aren't we looking at other areas with very high costs?
Kentucky.
Exactly. Why not look at any place else? And so
Smaller areas.
exactly.
Wyoming.
And so I think what Kathleen said is very important is that that's the context, that's the direction for the wage inequity study. But unless I'm mistaken, the elected officials compensation committee, you could choose. I mean, you do have that flexibility to say, well, I would like for them to look at another jurisdiction in another location within the scope. I mean, I don't think they're limited unless you have it right there that for elected officials, you do have it right there.
Well, it says local public bodies and private businesses within a labor market deemed appropriate by the board for each elective officer. So I think we would need to determine what that appropriate labor market for that elective officer is.
I wouldn't look at Washington, California, because that's gonna be much higher. Tennessee, Nashville.
Well, if you're if you're looking at
That'd be
Deschutes County as a county, I think that, looking at the identifiable qualities of Deschutes County, they are not very equivalent to Clackamas County, that is a suburb of a giant city.
Right.
So I think they might be more appropriately, compared to another county that is more like Deschutes County in its amenities, the things that make Deschutes County. So
Have
I
you
don't
already looked at different states that
We haven't, and I'll say that with this one, when we look for comparable work, elected officials within Oregon are likely doing work more similar to other elected officials within Oregon. We have ways to adjust for, as Lori was mentioning, those factors, cost of living and cost of labor factors, we can actually adjust for that within the data. So as we look to Clackamas, for example, as it may be one where it's a suburb, and so maybe there's different housing opportunities, for example, or different labor market that you can pull from. We can adjust the data so that it's more in line with what we experience here in Deschutes County. And that is what we're doing in the other study, right? So we're not just saying Clackamas is a hard number and Deschutes County is a hard number. We would actually make an adjustment to Clackamas's wages based on those things like cost of living and cost of labor. So a geographic adjustment. That is how we sort of address those differences. We can look at those other counties. I would just I would ask the committee to make sure that if we looked at other comparable jurisdictions outside of Oregon, that we would want to make sure like each role is one doing similar work. Right.
So stepping a little out of the bounds of the piece, I guess the question that I need to ask that I'm unclear on is, in doing this study, are you going to make any decisions for the next fiscal budget in terms of a wage adjustment, or is the existing COLA that you're proposing the existing COLA?
It is the existing COLA.
And that is 4%, I believe.
4%. Yeah.
All right. We spent a lot of time last year, right sizing or adjusting a couple of different salaries. I'm just gonna, again, I'm one of three. My proposal would be, if the county is already proposing a 4% COLA for its employees that are doing a good job, and, putting my business piece in, if our elected officials are doing a good job, would we want to just entertain doing a 4% across the board proposal, which would probably help then eliminate any compression concerns?
I would agree with you. Yeah, I would entertain that.
I'd entertain.
Do we need to vote individually on these, or?
Could we?
one comment.
Oh, that's, I forgot about that, sorry.
Or you can vote on the rest of them and leave one out
Yeah.
if you would like.
Well, go ahead, go ahead.
So I think one piece, and you touched on it, is that as we work through this, there is, you know, a specific component that we address compression in here. So I think in the past, the committee has identified a 5% spread between the closest direct report. So we could,
I think we were only close on one of them, right?
assessor is the one primarily, and then we always look at the sheriff as that one sometimes can get closer or get closer. So we just want to make sure that that one's there. So we may want to consider as we go through this, that a 4% cost of living adjustment and maintaining at minimum that 5% compression spread. So that's a concept there.
So how do you want to, I'm looking at my two peers here. How do you want to do it? Do you want to go through and look at what 4% would do for all of these and see if we can push it through today? And then the only thing that we would then have to do would be do a comparison as you get all the comparables to see if there's anything that was outsized in the next meeting. But otherwise, I would be ready to discuss them both today.
Me too. Yeah. That works for me.
All right. Want to start with assessor because that's the first one in the packet. So if we did a 4%, so it would be, go ahead, Nick.
I'm sorry, Chair Pfister. I just wanted, one of the pieces as you begin to go through this, Kathleen sent an email to our elected officials notifying them of this meeting. And she specifically asked, please reach out if you plan to attend the meeting, wish to share information or have any questions generally, as she'd be glad to discuss them with you and to invite them. To this point, she hasn't received, my understanding, any comments or questions from any of the elected officials. So I don't know if you want to just, if I don't know if any are online or if any are in person. Just are you interested in seeking any of their feedback if you're going to proceed today and potentially vote? I just want to make sure that
I'd be happy to take any feedback if they have it. I mean, one of them walked up to me and said he was leaving and he trusted us, but we can go with the rest of them as well.
I can just, I don't know if any are online that wish to provide any comments to you before proceeding. Last year, we just had the one meeting. This year, we do have the opportunity for two meetings, but of course, it's your call as chair to proceed today, which is great. I just want to make sure that if they have any comments, we don't miss that opportunity as you jump right in.
I am all for if anybody is online or if anybody would like to come and make a comment, we would be open to that.
It doesn't appear that we have anyone online that we believe is prepared. Oh, we might.
Yeah, this is the opportunity for comment is just for elected officials. This isn't a public comment. So with respectfully, this is, yeah.
I think we can provisionally move forward on.
Okay. Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that we.
I mean, I think giving the opportunity was a
appreciate you keeping us honest.
Good idea, but it doesn't appear that they're here to.
Thank you.
Give us feedback.
Well, and Commissioner Chang on the way out, I'm not sure whether whether the session had broken or not, but Commissioner Chang on the way out did make a comment that he would not mind seeing the county commissioner salary static or reduced. But I think that was more of an offhand comment than a request to the compensation committee. So we can bring that up. So if we're looking at assessor, and you said that was the one where the compression was the closest. Do you have, is there anything in terms of the close comparison to your knowledge? Like, are they getting an extra step or are they getting, some type of longevity thing that doing 4 and 4 would cause an issue in compression?
Not to my knowledge.
If not, then I would entertain a motion to on the assessor budget or on the assessor salary.
I move 4% increase on the assessor salary.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to county clerk. This does not appear to have any compression issues either. certainly in the way that it goes. So, unless there's any, further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Move approval of 4% increase in the clerk.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. County Commissioner.
Out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse from this item.
All right, so it's the two,
I move that we have a 4% increase in salary compensation for the commissioner.
and I will second that. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. With one recusal, as we will note. District attorney is a little trickier because we only pay a portion of that, so the 4% would only be on the portion that we do. Do you have any idea what the state is doing?
I don't at this moment. No.
Well, it would matter and it wouldn't matter if, I mean, if the state chooses not to increase the district attorney, it would be up to us to either say, well, we can rectify that so that the district attorney position would get a 4%, or we can just say that we're increasing the 4% of what we provided that. And frankly, I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
All right, if so, I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve 4% increase for district attorney.
And on our portion, a second.
Second, okay. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are to sheriff. And again, I don't recall that there's no executive compensation change, so that, and there's no under sheriff, at least that has been proposed. So I don't think there's any compression issues that would happen on that either.
I do want to ask about the comparables on this, and I'm fine with 4%, but I want to ask about the comparables. Are Jackson Lane, Marion, Clackamas, do they run a jail and have search and rescue? Do you know if that's like comparable as far as the job duties?
I don't have all of the details, but I do know that Lane County does run all of those. For example, Clackamas. I would have to check on Jackson, I would assume.
Well, but we're
Thank
taking
you.
Jackson out as a comparable anyway.
True.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
thank
Marion
you.
would be the only question, and I know they have a jail.
Thank you.
So unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion there.
Move approval of 4% increase sheriff.
Second.
Or we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. We're at Justice of the Peace, and Justice of the Peace is this is a adjusted salary based on the fact that the justice is a 0.6 FTE.
Correct.
So the actual salary is 60% of this.
Correct.
Okay. But you were also doing the comparables while Jackson's out of it, and then but Lane that's the salary of the adjusted salary of a 0.5 FTE.
Mhm.
Okay. Any questions or conversation? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I move approval of 4% increase for the justice of the peace.
On our apportionment. Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. And we are
Treasurer.
treasurer, last but not least. So the treasurer is we did a significant adjustment in this last time and moved it to a salary position rather than a stipend, because we actually have an elected official. That may or may not always be true. If we don't have it, if this is not an elected position, we can discuss that at some point in the future, but for now it is an elected position. And we did do a significant adjustment to that last year based on 1 year of seeing the treasurer in action, or I guess at that point, about 6 or 7 months of seeing the treasurer in action. You're gonna make.
I was just gonna make one point of clarification. It'll still always be a elected position. The question
true.
would be if it's combined with the CFO position.
Yes, thank you for that
Or any
clarification.
other position.
Yeah, or any other
Yeah.
position.
Yes.
Yeah.
Were you advocating?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so we are presented with the treasurer as an elected official, with an elected official in the position. Any further discussion, or I will entertain a motion?
I move approval of 4% increase for the treasurer position.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the question. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. And we're back on time almost.
Is there, just for clarity, was there any request for information to be brought back at the next
So
meeting?
the only thing that I would request would be, as the county does its comparables across, run the elected officials through and see if there's any and just report if there are any outliers or any issues that came in, or for some reason any changes would cause a compression issue. That should be brought up at the next meeting.
But if I may, Chair, and I don't mean to speak in front of Kathleen, but the wage and equity study is probably going to be a 6 to 9 month
Right.
process. So as you're aware, that would really be next year's discussion.
Right.
And we could provide an update to you at the mid-year budget committee meeting in December, because by that point, we should have a good sense of what the study found, and then what the board has decided in implementation. And at that point, we would have a better sense of what those compression issues may be or not. Is that accurate?
I mean, that is accurate. So in terms of the project itself, that is the timeline and what we would look at. So one of the big pieces that we don't have direction on yet from the board is where we're going to anchor to those markets, right? So currently we anchor at 5% above average. What we could do, and what could be built into this, is that we could, using our existing 5% above average, go and pull market on these particular comparables that we discussed for these positions to evaluate it. That is, I think we could do, I think what we had in plan for this was to come up with sort of a mini version of that, but we wouldn't have any new direction from the board as to where we would be anchoring that.
Okay. The only other question that I would have is are there any benefits otherwise accorded to employees that are not handed to elected officials? And I'm even struggling to think of an example like comp time buyout or anything like that.
Comp time. They don't currently accrue any type of time management leave or paid leave.
Longevity.
Longevity. There are a couple that have longevity, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, commissioners specifically don't. So
that would be the only comparison that that we'd probably want to see. But again, if that, because that ends up in the total compensation of the employees, of the elected officials. So if that doesn't cause compression, I think we're still I think we're still in good shape.
I would still like to see an
It'd be nice to
expansion
see, yeah.
of where you are looking at comparables as far as outside of Oregon.
And would that be the Northwest, you think, or?
No, not necessarily. No, I think that the Northwest is not necessarily the market, unless you were looking at something like Wenatchee or, more of an Eastern, the things that make Deschutes County. I'd like to see counties that are more similar looked at.
So
Not
I think
necessarily in Oregon.
the market has been defined and board has provided direction on that. So what information could we bring back regarding that specific request?
I mean, are you looking for, are there comparables in like Washington or Northern California? California, probably not. Or Idaho, that are a similar makeup, county size,
Yeah.
county function.
County size, county function, maybe even the cost of living, issues surrounding. I mean, I just think that there are areas that are more similar to Deschutes County than the ones that presented.
And is this related specific to elected officials?
No, not necessarily.
This is the scope of this.
Yeah,
particular
of the review on the employees that we're looking at. Compensations that we're looking at.
Okay, so specific for these.
Specific for elected officials, is there anything else that we should be considering? I mean, we're not the experts here.
Right.
We're just easy at voting for 4%.
Well,
Even if you looked at 3 and just came back with some,
yeah,
you
and
don't have
I,
to scour the whole.
yeah, and
United
I
States.
understand it's not for, for this budget cycle, but, in the future, when we're looking at the future budget
Hey.
cycles, it would be nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking like the area around Yakima, Walla Walla, not Boise, but Pocatello, other things like that, and maybe seeing if there's a comparison in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's something that we could even schedule a time for you to consider at the mid-year budget committee meeting in December or whenever we have it, November, December, January, did we create the right ones, have the right data? And if you say, well, actually, it would be great to look at this one, then that gives us time to do so.
And I'm never for creating busy work. But it would just be nice to be able to have sort of a really good, solid data point that we could feel really solid that we're compensating correctly for the area that we live in.
Okay,
Right? Yeah, good.
right. Any further discussion? If not, we will reconvene at 11:44 County Health Services.
Which is now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori.
Thanks.
Hey, I'm gonna go get my book.
See you at the next, she dropped it. Say see you at the next SDAO conference.
So this is a working lunch and there is food and drinks over here for you.
I'm trying. We are out of recess, and so we are back on to Deschutes County Health Services. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you for having us. Do we get cookies?
Yeah.
I have the gavel, by the way. Did you notice there's a gavel up here? Okay, well, good morning. It's still morning, commissioners and budget committee members and guests and county staff. I'm Janice Garceau. I'm Director of Health Services. I'm here with my colleagues. I'll let them introduce themselves. It's working.
Okay. Hi, Heather Keisner, Deschutes County Public Health Director. 1 year in.
I'm Cheryl Smallman, Business Officer.
Holly Harris, Behavioral Health Director.
Okay, so I'm going to start by just doing a little bit of reading just to practice if I can still see words on a page, and then we'll get rolling with our presentation. So throughout fiscal year 2024, Health Services has focused on building internal resilience while responding to a number of health threats to the community. Resilience efforts targeted readiness to respond to emergencies, enhancing financial vitality, and building positive organizational culture aimed at supporting and retaining our workforce. Public Health reestablished a medical reserve corps comprised of over 140 public health volunteers poised to respond to needs and emergencies in the community. Public Health also successfully found a home for its innovative perinatal care coordination program within the regional global health budget, ensuring that this vital health screening and referral services to new mothers and families is sustained going forwards. Behavioral Health achieved a rebalanced prospective payment system, PPS, so keep that acronym in mind, reimbursement rate, and thus we were able to ensure that certified community behavioral health clinic programs will continue into the future and provide critical integrated care to those struggling with co-occurring mental health and physical health conditions. Finally, through our partnership on the Kingwood campus with county administration, facilities, properties, and county commissioners, Health Services was able to expand the full array of behavioral health, public health, and intellectual and developmental disability services to Northern Deschutes County at our Kingwood campus in Redmond. Health Services has very much been on the forefront of many community struggles this year. Many of those we serve have been impacted by changing climate, economic insecurity, decreasing availability of low-income housing, and an emerging overdose crisis. We've seen homelessness, substance use related fatalities, and acuity of our service population increase, placing added pressure on staff and already stretched community resources. Several developments give rise to hope. Legislative investments that followed the passage of Measure 110 expanded outreach, engagement, harm reduction, and treatment services that address addiction. And then Measure 110 reform, House Bill 4002, which followed, invested in offering additional resources to ensure more effective diversion of people from arrest into treatment. State dollars to address homelessness resulted in additional shelter beds for some of those we serve, and collaborative activities to address encampments helped Health Services staff become more adept at responding to those experiencing homelessness. Finally, Health Services rolled out the Non-Law Enforcement Community Crisis Response Team, or CCRT, or CRICKET, this year, and successfully now is addressing over 80% of crisis calls without law enforcement presence being required. In response to overdose deaths, Health Services stood up a very collaborative project, an overdose surveillance and response team, which has completed targeted prevention efforts aimed at youth, adults, and families, improved real-time surveillance of overdose data, and improved our efforts to ensure life-saving supplies and treatment referrals make their way into at-risk communities. We think that these efforts are mitigating the loss of life communities experience while dealing with surging fentanyl presence in the supply. Meanwhile, we are seeing significant improvements in the data with respect to syphilis. That is a sexually transmitted infection that climbed precipitously last year and very much in part directly related to the work of our communicable disease team. Our rates are actually coming down rather dramatically this year, which is good news. Against this background, we continue to demonstrate excellence, and we've been recognized throughout this year for innovative and meaningful practices, bringing increased recognition, revenue, and opportunities to train and present on model programs. And some of those examples include the $1 million award to our Aid and Assist program, which was really the state recognizing the incredible performance we've had at keeping people out of the state hospital as compared to the rest of the state. Statewide recognition of our Healthy Schools program, which has been asked to train and present information over 11 times since it began as a model program, and is presented to the Oregon Nurses Association, Oregon Health Authority, and other public health departments, and the Oregon Department of Education. A recent award by the city of Redmond for our non-law enforcement response cricket team, and just the excellence of our partnership with law enforcement. And just last week, a national recognition of our emergency preparedness coordinator for the work she did in standing up the Medical Reserve Corps again. So yes, I am shamelessly talking about the excellence of our staff and the way that we've used resources to bring Deschutes County to really elevate Deschutes County's reputation in the health services world. And bring a lot of good information to the rest of the state. So I'm very grateful to get to present with my colleagues and serve with all the wonderful staff that do this good work. Thanks for listening. And moving along, I guess I have the clicker. So we're going to talk about very briefly about health services, just to give any of you who are not familiar a quick overview of health services. We're going to talk about some of our resilience strategies for this year. Cheryl's going to spend some time on budget big picture, and we hope to have plenty of time left for your questions. Please ask them as we go along and at the end, and in particular, any questions that you want us to bring back and address directly in our budget hearing in May.
So I'm not sure if you were online earlier, but there was some discussion during the general fund piece in terms of how what's the dollar value that behavioral health gets, or well, behavioral health specifically, because I think the other side of that I think the public health it's understood, but if we're spending general fund dollars on behavioral health, what are we getting back? And that's something that the budget committee is going to have to start to consider as general fund dollars start to decline.
Yeah. So the answer is different for each area, as you know, in behavioral health. And we can get into a little more detail about that. But the short answer is in behavioral health, typically there's two ways that the dollars are invested that generates revenue. One is grants that require a matching amount. So many federal and state grants will require some sort of local dollars as match. And often it's a 1 to 3, 1 to 4. It just depends on the match arrangement. And then the other is the CCBHC prospective payment. So the prospective payment model pays on top of a Medicaid claim an enhanced Medicaid reimbursement rate. So that is a very, very helpful match that's really built into the revenue generating cycle of behavioral health. In IDD, it is a roughly 1 to 2 or 1 to 1.87 or something like that match. So if you do two things, if you get local dollars and if you meet your service targets, you're able to participate in that match, and that adds revenue into the IDD budget. And then public health is a mixed bag. They have some grants that do require match, and then they have more reliance on general fund because they're not a revenue generating service provider. I'll keep moving. So as you all know, our mission is to promote and protect the health and safety of our community. We have 3 service areas. We have behavioral health, which has 275.8 FTE. We have administrative services, which has 49.5 FTE, and public health, which has 95.7 FTE, and then 2 little people in the director's office. We are really intertwined, and the reason I put admin services in the middle there is because they're really part of our service providing arms and are doing much of the heavy lifting behind the scenes to what we call keep the wheels on the bus and the dollars flowing into services. and compliance with our grants and other mandates. Holly and Heather will talk with you a little bit about each program and our actual statutory mandates and their presentation. And I'm going to turn it over to Holly right now so she can get started with that.
Great.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Good to be with you today. Let me flip the thing.
Sorry.
So as you all know, as the Behavioral Health Department, we are the Community Mental Health Program, also known as the CMHP. Oh, you'll hear me refer to that. And as such, there are certain activities that we are either required to provide ourselves or required to ensure are provided. So mandated services really encompass some of the legal processes that we are involved in, processes that often will remove people's rights and enter into a legal process. So things like civil commitment, where we remove people's rights and force an involuntary treatment, very high threshold for that. Our aid and assist process, as Janice just mentioned, where individuals who are charged with a crime who, because of their mental illness, cannot aid and assist in their own defense. We have a whole program related to that. And then psychiatric security review board. So that's the guilty except for insanity. So somebody who's convicted of a high level crime because of their mental illness. We have a whole program dedicated to that we are the provider for. So then we also have our core services. So these are things that we are required to ensure that we are that are being provided. And they're often outlined in Oregon Administrative Rule, as well as our County Financial Assistance Agreements, our contract with the state. So these are things like our 24/7 crisis services, our Early Assessment and Support Alliance, which is our first break psychosis program, our assertive community treatment and older adults program, there's several others in that bucket. And then there's, of course, our safety net services. So these are the things that we are required to ensure are provided that really can't be provided anywhere else in our community. So, when you think about things like school-based health centers or complex outpatient treatment. So yes, we have private practice in our community where people can be served on an outpatient basis, but there's a group of people that do not fall into those legal processes or really just need outpatient services that are really too complex for the community to provide services to. So those are services we provide in-house. And we provide these services regardless of ability to pay. Next slide. Oh, I can do it.
You want me to do it?
Oh, I can do it. That's fine. Yeah. So as you all know, we are a certified community behavioral health clinic, and we've been one since 2017. So as a CCBHC, there's a number of things that are kind of a part of adhering to that model. But I think the important things to note is that CCBHC status required an enormous lift on the part of the behavioral health program to get to that status. There's a number of requirements and expectations to be a CCBHC. But as you can also see, it's worth doing. If you can meet those requirements, we've been able to generate over $20 million in revenue since 2017 because of our excellence in this area. We are outperforming Oregon CCBHCs on nearly every metric. We finally received some data from the state on this, and Deschutes County has fared quite well, and I'll get into some of the data here in a minute. And then recently, as part of House Bill 4002, Janice was mentioning, and the Measure 110 reforms, CCBHC is no longer considered a pilot program, which is wonderful, which means you might see other counties across the state raising their hand, wanting to participate in this incredibly valuable program that's really become a model for how to do this work.
So not from a policy perspective, but from a budget perspective, how do you think the 110 reforms in 4002 are going to affect your budget? Positively, negatively?
Well, I think what it did is just take out the uncertainty as it relates to CCBHC, which is helpful for our budgets, as you can imagine. This going year to year, being a demonstration, being an expansion program, being in this pilot phase really made it challenging to know whether or not we should continue to provide this level of service. I mean, could we afford to continue to do it? What was the long-term forecast for it? And I think now we have some certainty around that. That's going to be really, really helpful in planning for the future.
And it's really part of the behavioral health reserve story, as you know, and we'll get to that in a little bit more detail. And we did get some revenue out of Measure 110 reform out of House Bill 4002,
right, which we'll
talk about as well. Yeah.
Well, and also what's really great about this too is there will be what they refer to as a rebasing that occurs as part of this process, which obviously does help our budget quite a bit. which really takes a look at our uncovered, what does it cost to do our services and the uncovered costs, which affects our PPS rate. Cheryl can get into all those fun details, but at a high level, it does help our budget to have those rebasing occurred, because what we realized at this most recent one is it did enhance our PPS rate, and we did see revenue come as a result of that.
Part of that 10% surprise you always.
10% surprise.
Yes. One thing I will add on the PPS in the rebasing is that it's cost based. So we look at all of our expenditures related to this and they come up with an amount per service. So if our budget grows, that cost per service also grows. If it declines, then that cost per service also declines. So the revenue is impacted how we grow or shrink.
So a couple of things I want to point out as being a CCBHC, what that at a really high level means is really it requires an integration with primary care. So this is something we've valued for a long time in behavioral health. Our Harriman Health Clinic, which is just right over here, embedded with our adult intensive services, has been around for a while. What CCBHC allowed us to do and required us to do, quite frankly, was to expand in all of our locations and have embedded primary care within each of our clinics. So we're able to serve the whole person, they're both their physical health needs as well as their behavioral health needs. And we know that matters because we know people with mental illness die on average 20 years younger than individuals without serious mental illness. So we have seen a huge impact on people's lives as a result of this integration. What else it requires us to do is really provide community-based services. And what I mean by that is we are responsible for getting out to where people are and not requiring that they come to us in traditional office-based settings. So we go to where people need us to go in order to provide those services. So alternative settings in the community, whatever it takes. It's also intended, we'll get into more of the PPS again, but it intended to cover our costs more fully so that we can have an open door and serve whoever needs our level of services and have our costs more fully covered. And then it also requires an equitable service delivery so that we are ensuring that we are meeting the needs of all members of our community, ensuring that we are providing services in their language, their spoken language, as well as really tracking the demographics of our community and reporting out on that to ensure there's not any gaps in service delivery for a particular group of people. Just real high level on the data. So a couple of really key points to note is on alcohol use screening and treatment. Deschutes County was at 91% versus the statewide average of 66%. Time it took from the time they called to get an actual assessment, Deschutes County was able to accomplish that 88% of the time within 10 days versus the state average of 61%. And then around suicide risk assessment for individuals who suffer with major depressive disorder, there's a requirement that is screened at every visit. We're at 99% on that. The state average was 59%. So as you can see, there's a number of metrics in which us being a CCBHC, we're not only are we outperforming on a number of areas, but with other comparable CCBHCs, we're really doing quite well. So we were really proud to see that.
Thank Amber Clegg.
Yeah, I know. Amber was a huge piece of us being a successful CCBHC and continues to be. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on all the different areas of our, because we have a lot of different services, but just high level, we have our crisis 24/7 crisis services, access and integration, which I've talked about, our time to initial assessment. Our intensive adult services, intensive youth services, our outpatient complex care, and of course, our intellectual and developmental disabilities program, which it is really, it's under behavioral health, but it really is its own unique service area. They have a unique funding model. They have different OARs and statutes they're required to adhere to. So it's really, while it's under behavioral health, it's really kind of separate in a lot of ways. So when we talk about CCBHC and all of that, it's not necessarily encompassing IDD.
Right.
So I thought the best way to talk about the behavioral health services is really to walk through what I consider to be a typical case that we see in Deschutes County Behavioral Health. So a woman, age 45 with symptoms of manic episode, would walk into the stabilization center and be seen for a crisis walk-in. After getting an initial evaluation and assessment, they'd be scheduled for an intake appointment with our access team. And through that evaluation, medication needs might be identified, and they're then referred to a crisis psychiatric appointment where they can bypass some of the normal processes in order to get their medication needs met quicker. And then based on their evaluation and diagnosis, they might be referred to our community support services team, which is right here across the street. And they're connected through to primary care at the Harriman Healthcare Clinic due to diabetes management, because that's identified as part of the evaluation and assessment they received. Through the course of their treatment at CSS, the woman identifies that her 17-year-old son is showing mental health symptoms and is also houseless. So as a result of that, they're referred to our Early Assessment and Support Alliance, our first psychosis program. And that team would then connect with J-Bar-J, for instance, or some other youth shelter that would get the individual connected there and housed. Through the assessment, she's also identified that her 8-year-old daughter has trauma and an autism diagnosis. So as a result of that, would be referred to our child serving area, our comprehensive care for youth and families, enrolled in services and likely seen by our wraparound team. The daughter would also be referred to our IDD case management entity, and coordination with the wraparound team would occur. So as you can see, it's not uncommon for us to then serve the entire family, because as these issues arise in therapy, they will get attended to as well. So a couple of highlights for behavioral health this year. As Janice mentioned, we established the Community Crisis Response Team which our law enforcement partners affectionately nicknamed Cricket. So we've been enjoying that. And as you heard a second ago, an award-winning program that is now responding to over 80% of calls without law enforcement. That's huge. We've only been operating since May of 2023. So really new program, one of the few programs in the state that is actually able to respond 24/7 without law enforcement in pairs of 2. So it was a big lift, but we felt it was important, and our law enforcement partners really supported us in that effort and continue to do so. So it's been wonderful to see. We also added integrated care and youth drop-in services, also known as the DROP in Redmond, when we expanded into our Kingwood campus. And then as part of the short session in the legislature, we received $1.5 million award for the Stabilization Center as part of the shovel-ready projects to address Measure 110 reform efforts. So we were one of the only projects, I think, on that list that was actually more than shovel-ready. As you all know, we've been operating almost 4 years now in June. But it was a testament to the reputation of that program, and that even though we have been up and running, the legislature, wanted to contribute on this one-time funds to support that effort.
So do you view the 1.5 as incremental or as replacement budget?
It is. Well, we had a gap, so it came just at the right time. And so it really helped fill that gap for us for this year, because our impacts grant funding at the time was set to end June 30th of 2025. Even with impacts funding, we were still facing $1.5 million gap, which we shared with the legislature, and that's how that number came to be. So, and it is one-time funds.
We're really fortunate, because otherwise, without that 1.5 million coming, we would be scrambling right here to determine whether this was an essential service or not,
right?
And how we were going to pay for it.
Thank you.
I think we have time to just pause if you have some specific questions for Holly about behavioral health program. We are going to get into more detail, but I just wanted to give people time to ask questions before I hand it over to Heather.
So Holly, has the sheriff's office said that they actually are not going to contribute this next year?
They have.
And that was what, 640,000?
620,000. And it was my understanding, as of right now, it's for this year only.
Okay.
But with a new sheriff being elected, and so there's certainly some uncertainty there.
Do you track how much money that you save the sheriff department when you send out your crisis?
That's such a yes and no. I mean, we've tried. We've tried. In fact, there's a big project hopefully happening at the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission to really dig into this. It's quite complicated. We can certainly do numbers like how much law enforcement time is saved, like how much do you pay an officer an hour, and how much time is saved by coming to the stabilization center versus going to the ED. And that's one number. It's, somewhere like the $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 range. But there's like costs that are really difficult to determine, like when an officer is not tied up for 4 hours out in the community, because now they're able to respond to public safety needs. What's the cost? How do you put a cost to that? I mean, obviously, I think the community would say I'm really glad they're able to respond to the crime that's happening to my house now, and because they're not tied up out in the community dealing with a call that they don't need to be involved in. So I don't know how to put numbers to that though, and so that's outside my scope, but I'm hoping that the Criminal Justice Commission will start to do some deep dives on that because it's clearly a cost savings to just many entities, the hospital, criminal justice system, just to name a few.
And we did try to crunch some numbers a couple of years ago when we were talking with the city about their desire to invest in one of our non-law enforcement staff positions. And we were really trying to just make the case to them that we are saving dollars when you have a law enforcement officer who doesn't have to sit for 4 hours in the ED or sometimes longer with an individual, which is what used to happen when there wasn't a crisis stabilization center. Now we have a 4.6 average minutes of turnaround time. So law enforcement comes, they drop the person off and we handle it. They're not sitting in the ED. We haven't even started to look at what the 80% of crisis calls now being responded to without law enforcement. There's probably a much bigger savings. And
it's why, as right now, in fact, several of our law enforcement agencies, Sheriff's Redmond and the City of Bend, are going to be contributing to that program to make sure it stays 24/7 because the value is really, really clear to them. The state gave us enough to do most of it. They didn't give us enough to do the whole thing, but our partners have felt this is worthwhile in keeping.
So Holly, what about the stabilization center? Is it, the people that are using the facility, is it still like 62% Bend?
Yeah, in fact, I have those numbers for you. So it is 58% Bend, 16% Redmond, 6% Lapine, 2% Sisters, 2% Prineville, 1% Terrebonne, and 1% Sun River.
Thanks.
Sure.
On your behavioral health, the full-time employee for this year, can you give me last year's number?
Oh,
Cheryl,
you have that, Cheryl?
Too?
Great. We'll get that for you.
She'll look it up.
I'll look it up.
While you're looking that up, I mean, I also just wanted to frame this as, even if you were to just say, okay, we've traded out law enforcement officer time for behavioral health specialist time in dealing with, on the cricket. I don't have the numbers, but former police chief Jim Porter once shared numbers for me between the fully loaded cost of one of his sworn officers' hours versus a behavioral health specialist hours, and I want to say we were talking about $100-something per hour versus maybe $80 per hour.
Yeah, or less, because we often have, we have a behavioral health specialist too, which is a master's level clinician, but we pair them with somebody, either a peer support specialist or a case manager, which is nowhere near the cost of either of those positions. So it is quite the cost savings just in personnel alone.
Well, and I don't want to lose sight of, I get that this is a budget committee meeting, so talking about the cost of FTE makes total sense to me. But the other thing that matters to us as clinicians and providers is that we are the people that law enforcement has said to us over and over again. They want us responding to these individuals for all sorts of reasons. The outcomes with those folks are better. The safety of everyone is improved. And of course, there are exceptions. We're not responding to homes where we know that there are guns present, where people have made threats of violence. We're not going to be doing that without law enforcement. I wouldn't want to send our staff into that situation. But there's so many situations where the response to a human being in our community feels different because a trained behavioral health provider is responding. And our law enforcement partners have said to us, we will do that work, but we have other work that we are trained and prepared to do that we would prefer to be doing in our community. So just from a human cost perspective, I think the work that the Stabilization Center is doing is really, and all of our staff, frankly, but makes a big difference. So
at time of adopted budget, it was 270.8. The number in the Venn diagram is the current revised FTE.
I was remembering it as 269.
Pardon?
Is this the number from last year, the start of the year?
And adopted, yeah. There was, I believe, a special request for 1 FTE.
Thank you. Heather.
Okay. Okay, I think it's still morning. No, good afternoon. So am I on?
You are on.
Okay. So we're going to switch gears briefly and talk about public health. So again, similar to Holly, just a reminder for public health, As local public health, it really is our job to protect the public from the spread of disease and promote health in our whole community. So each local health department in Oregon is required to deliver or assure all of these services listed here. So some of these programs provide important direct service to individuals, such as our Women, Infant, and Children program, our family planning services, our immunization services. The majority of these programs really do touch each one of us and work really quietly behind the scenes to keep our whole community healthy and safe. So oftentimes when public health is working, you don't even know about it. So, So I would like to do a little exercise. I know I did something similar last year. I have changed it up a bit. I know we have some new people, but I really want to show how this really works on the ground every day. And some of the things our local health department did this past year to keep really all of us safe. So Chris is handing out strips of paper. I swear this is different than last year, but somewhat similar. And those of you who are new, I think this really kind of shows the work that we do and the array of services and programs that we provide across the board. So when I call your number listed on the paper, you're going to go ahead and read your example, and then I'm going to have something a little bit to say after each one of those.
Thank you.
I think everyone's finished eating, right?
We're making you read aloud with
Good nutritious food too.
Okay, so number one.
After waking your children, you go to the kitchen. Mornings are rushed, but you feel confident your children are eating nutritious foods because you have taken WIC nutrition classes and met with the WIC dietitian.
So Deschutes County WIC served 4,800 participants and provided over 11,000 nutrition education consults in 2023. Number two.
You scroll through your email and see a newsletter from your child's school with social media and online gaming tips for how to keep your child safe. You're excited to learn that your school will also have an internet safety training organized by the Healthy Schools program.
This past year, all families with students in grades 4 through 10th grade at Ben Lapine schools were invited to trainings to learn how to keep their child safe online. 98% of parents responded to a post survey said they would definitely use what they learned with their child. Number three.
On your way to work, your sister calls. She and her new baby have just received a visit from a public health home visiting nurse. She is feeling more confident about breastfeeding and received tips on how to promote better sleep and soothe her baby.
Public Health conducted over 2,400 nurse home visiting visits in 2023 to parents with newborns. Number four.
For lunch, you catch up with a friend who owns a local restaurant. Although it has been difficult to find reliable help in the past few years, she's thrilled to have hired a new chef. Not only that, thanks to training from Environmental Health Program, her team now excels in food safety, evident from their impressive inspection score.
Over 80 individuals were certified as food protection managers last year, and our environmental health staff conducted 2,397 routine inspections, prioritizing education and innovative safety measures. Number five.
Love that I got this one. At the end of your workday, as you are driving home, local radio is warning of growing smoke impacts from a forest fire. Luckily, you recently read the Central Oregon Public Health newsletter that shared ways to prepare for smoke, like using box fan filters to keep the air in your home clean.
Since July 2023, Public Health has issued 14 press releases on local public health concerns and provided a local newsletter read by more than 25,000 people per month, with information on seasonal hazards, events, and ways to protect yourself and the community. Number six.
With the understanding that I'm an engineer and I don't actually have friends. We catch up with a good. They received a call from a public health nurse because they tested positive for an STI. The nurse shared valuable information and was able to answer all your friends' questions and help ensure that they received treatment. The nurse also offered to contact their partner confidentially and provide testing and treatment to prevent continued spread of the infection.
Public health staff tested 872 individuals for hepatitis C, syphilis, and HIV this past year, which is a 25% increase in outreach testing from 2022. Number seven.
You look over at your cat feeling at ease due to education provided by public health. You know that fleas are less common in Central Oregon due to the semi-arid climate. It's still important to protect your little hunter with flea medication to reduce the risk of them being bitten bioflea infected with Yersinia pestis, the bacteria responsible for the plague.
In February 2024, public health staff spent over 80 hours investigating a human case of plague here in Deschutes County and providing preventative antibiotics known as prophylaxis to all close contacts, which resulted in no new cases. So these are just a few examples of how your local health department worked behind the scenes this last year to keep you healthy and safe. So just a few more highlights for public health. This past year, we increased access to public health services. This included our reproductive health and WIC mobile van, which is now out and about, going to multiple locations around our county. We've opened up the North County campus on Kingwood, which provides WIC, nurse home visiting, perinatal care coordination, as well as immunizations, family planning, and STD services. And then we also increased our STI outreach testing events and have a partnership now with the jail where we're going in and doing testing. We actively responded to a growing number of public health threats, one of those being the plague, which, by the way, made international news, a few phone calls from London. While we've continued to see a sharp rise in syphilis in early 2023, as Janice mentioned, we're really excited to say that we're turning the tide and have seen a substantial decrease in the past 2 quarters from the previous year. So we really are seeing ourselves bending the curve, and that really is due to the rapid and continued intervention and response by public health. And our local STD team is really being known at the state level for their work on this. And then our public health emergency preparedness team have continued to respond to multiple smoke, extreme heat, and winter storm events. The team successfully worked with community partners to stand up cleaner air spaces, cooling centers, and warming shelters to ensure public health safety. And then this past year, we really worked hard to restructure public health to better align and sustain our core programs and services, as well as prepare for the loss of COVID-19 funding, some of which has already happened, some of which is coming. I call it the panic and neglect cycle of public health. The money comes in when there's emergencies and the money leaves when there's not anymore, unfortunately. So we have in the process of moving from 5 to 4 sections and managers. We are unfortunately reducing our FTE for this next fiscal year. So we'll be terming 4 limited duration positions as well as a vacant management analyst. Unfortunately, many of these positions are engagement and vaccine staff. So we're looking at really how do we maintain this community outreach and these services with fewer staff and really focus especially our vaccine efforts on the most vulnerable in our community. And I'm also excited to say that we have secured new and increased revenue from multiple sources. I kind of like to say we're squeezing the lemon everywhere we can and really looking to diversify our revenue streams. So some things that we've done is we're enhancing our Medicaid administrative claims that Cheryl will talk more about. We got CCO funding for our perinatal care coordinators. We've increased reproductive health reimbursement rates, as well as received increased modernization funding. And I continue to really advocate at the state level for continued increased modernization funding. So that is all I have. Any questions? You all did a great job.
Yeah, questions for Heather before we move on about public health?
Yeah, I guess one question I have is, so we've tuned in very closely to environmental health inspector staffing in the last few months. You know, and in the case, you know, we're trying to figure out how to pay just for existing staffing, knowing that the staffing is carrying inspection loads that are way higher than, you know, the federal government recommends. Is that the case across public health programming? I mean, that, you know, people are doing way more than, you know, what would be considered, you know, an appropriate level of caseload.
Yes, I would say in Oregon, this is the challenge around the lack of funding for core public health services, environmental health being one of those. So they are carrying a huge load and we're just trying to maintain. And yes, I do think that is happening across the board.
I had the same question that I had for the behavioral health. What was the number for last year's full-time employees?
I think she's thinking that. So are you getting that?
Get it.
I will say it was higher because during COVID, we did have quite a few limited duration and we've slowly brought those down.
I heard you say you're.
Mhm.
When you talk about, beating the bushes for additional funding, how much of that is also then going to require matching grants or other things that the county otherwise needs to supply?
I would say when it comes to the state funding, not as much. I will say modernization in the next biennium, they're going to start looking at what counties contribute as well. I don't know what that's going to look like. So that is kind of the next round of funding for that. They want to make sure that while the state maybe is increasing funding for public health, that the counties aren't decreasing at the same time. So that will be looked at. And as far as other matching funds, we don't have too many. They're mostly our intergovernmental agreement with OHA.
Yeah. The Medicaid administrative claim, we call it MAC funding. So to say the full phrase is a little tough, but MAC funding does require grant, local match. And in fact, this is something that we're trialing next year to see if we can leverage it with the already existing county general fund that had been approved in previous years. So we think we can get it.
Okay.
And specifically what we're estimating is to take $200,000 of previously allocated or approved county general fund, and we think that we can leverage it to receive 400,000. So that's a net of 200,000.
And a lot of that work is being done by our front office anyway. So every time they refer or get someone on Medicaid or something like that, or do a referral, that's something that we could actually get reimbursement for from Medicaid.
Any other questions for Heather? Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about, I'm going to start us off in the budget conversation and talk about our efforts to stay resilient. So one of the things that I have really appreciated about working for health services is the commitment to not just the heart of our work, but also to getting meaningful results in the community and being good stewards of public resources. We are in budget processes all year long. So for people like Cheryl or myself or Holly or Heather and others, it never really stops. We are looking for opportunities to achieve revenue, looking for opportunities to generate additional Medicaid building, negotiating our CCO contract, for example, which this year was really successful because we got perinatal care coordination embedded in that contract and it saved an entire program in 3 FTE. Big deal. So we're doing that work all the time. We're also really paying attention to results. We're asked to pay attention to a lot of results that we don't care that much about, often widget counting. How many of this did you do? How many of that did you do? But we try to look at results that matter. So I just gave you a few examples. There are many. 75% of the crises that are seen at the stabilization center are resolved there, meaning they're not going to a higher, more costly level of care or going to the jail or not being resolved, which could result in poor outcomes. 30% of those cases are, in fact, clearly diverted from higher cost care. You heard Holly talk about Harriman Healthcare. That was the first of our integration projects. We're now integrated with primary care at every location. But at Harriman Healthcare, that integration happened because roughly 10 years ago, we were losing patients with long-term serious and persistent mental illness. They were dying of preventable conditions and they were dying with a lot of suffering, and they were dying 25 years earlier than their peers. And so this idea of integration came on board, and we put a clinic on site and we embedded peers there, people with lived experience, to work alongside those folks to connect them to care. And what we're seeing now when we look at the data is that that population of people is actually performing somewhere between 2 and 5% better. And I'll tell you why that number matters in a minute, than their comparable, than the general patient population at Mosaic Medical. So if you think about a community and the most vulnerable, most at risk people, those folks that we are serving now at Harriman are doing as well or better than the regular individual out there being served at Mosaic, which for that population is just profound. So they went from having 13% of them attending a primary care appointment to 90% when we looked at the data last. So really significant change in the health of those individuals. Our rapid response to the overdose crisis, even before we stood up our surveillance and response team, we were saving lives. We were getting supplies, Narcan supplies into the community to prevent people from dying long enough to consider getting help. We are still losing many more people than we want to, some of our own people, which has really been impactful for my staff, but far fewer than we would be losing if we were not out there doing everything we could to offer life-saving services. And this may be less interesting, but certainly helped me sleep better at night for the last year. We have reduced our turnover rate by 59%. So we went from about 16% of our staff turning over in roles, which is a very expensive, it is gut-wrenching when you lose staff. It is also costly when you lose staff. And we've reduced that to 6.5%, and we're really proud of that. And we think that has a lot to do with some of the internal culture work we've been doing in our organization, and also on some incentives that we were able to engage in. Fiscal resilience. This year alone, we generated through our own efforts $10.6 million in additional revenue. And Cheryl can give you the detail about that if you want. We repurposed, how many vacancies? 19? 18?
I don't recall.
Okay, we had the number, but 13 vacancies. So we had some places in our organization that were not staffed at the level they needed to be. We repurposed some existing vacancies. It cost us $138,000, but had we added those FTE to do that work, it would have cost 1.7 million. And even if we'd only added half of that FTE, it would have cost a lot. So we do that work to try to be as efficient as we can be. We negotiated the perinatal care contract, which is bringing in an additional $360,000 a year. We worked with our CCBHC state team to rebalance, and we're now generating PPS revenue again for the first time in 2.5 years. And we maximized our match dollars. So we used 2.1 million in general fund in various places to generate roughly 4.2 million in revenue. We're dealing with higher costs this year. We had internal service fee increases. We had a COLA, cost of living increase. The cost to us on the whole was about 2.8 million in additional requirements in our county general fund request this year, which we turned in at the response to the direction we got from our budget partners was to maintain current service levels. So our additional ask is 438,000. We're going to talk about behavioral health reserve. It's been a topic of a lot of conversation, so I just wanted to make sure people understood how we got here. Behavioral health has operated for many, many years in a deficit. That was part of why, and that's been true all over the country, and that was part of why the federal government passed the Certified Community Behavioral Health demonstration pilot. That came with a prospective payment model that said, you tell us the cost to provide the service, we enhance your reimbursement rate in order to cover that cost, and that way you're kind of matching local resources with this enhanced reimbursement. In the first few years, it generated quite a bit of revenue, but we were never sure whether or not it was going to continue because there was ambivalence at the state level, ambivalence at the national level. It kind of limped along. So what happened year over year is that the state did not continue our participation in CCBHC until after we turned in our budget, which meant we didn't budget to spend that revenue because we weren't certain we were going to have it. So we had a budget. We said we'll spend $10 and we ended up getting $14, for example. So we also went through a pandemic, and during that pandemic, there were unplanned both investments in behavioral health and savings. So there was a 30% increase in behavioral health rates There was the impacts grant, which was continued. We didn't know would be continued for the stabilization center. And there were some investments that came through the investments the state and federal government made in behavioral health during the pandemic. Last, we had unexpected savings. There were significant reduced costs during the pandemic, in part because of the great resignation, I think is what it's been called. So we had incredible vacancy rates and savings associated with it. And we had reduced costs and materials and supplies like no travel, no training, no mileage reimbursement, because people were working mostly remotely. And then last, we've certainly been hearing in this room in previous years some discomfort with growth. So while we have grown, we did not add as many positions as potentially we could have added with projecting additional CCBHC revenue. So that's how we got to where we are today. So those reserves that we have are Medicaid revenue that was generated through basically unspent Medicaid dollars that came through this prospective payment model. They're comprised of Medicaid dollars, so they have to be spent directly on mental health services and Medicaid related costs. They can't be used to replace local match. They can't be used to cover public health gaps or even IDD gaps, frankly. They have to be used in the behavioral health Medicaid lane. Optimal uses are to cover one-time investments in infrastructure, maintain a safety net reserve, and we've had some conversation about what that might be in future years. Offset county general fund, which they certainly did this year because our primary asks for general fund this year are match dollars, no additional general fund other than 2 FTE that Nick and Dan advised we keep in the budget because of a policy decision from last year. And then cover short-term one-time costs. Planned uses right now are for addressing space needs and maintaining our integration projects. So $2.65 million has already been approved. That's related to the Pine project, the Wyatt move. And then we've just met with commissioners recently to talk about the Courtney renovation projects to address space needs there and to address keeping our integration partners on site. And then we do plan to maintain a 25% of total operating budget in behavioral health and reserve if that remains possible. That remains to be seen.
So if you say it's limited in terms of allowable uses, does that require a significant amount of reporting in terms of when you spend it?
Not really. I mean, it required reporting when we generated it. So it's a CCBHC revenue. So we report on that in pretty rigorous ways when we submit our reimbursement. Cheryl may be better to answer what aspects of it require additional reporting.
On the expenditures themselves, not much at all. Where it does come into play is we have twice annually reporting back to Pacific Source on how we expend our Medicaid dollars. And so when we are over the amount of revenue that we receive, they will and have asked how we cover those expenses. So part of that has been traditionally through our reserves, which is built through capitation and Medicaid PPS.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions before Cheryl covers some numbers?
If I can circle back on the public health FTE, at the time of adopted, I believe it was 93.7. So throughout the year, we had 2 additional FTE.
I could just make one comment after looking at the planned use of some of these behavioral health reserves. We've been talking this morning, the last couple of months about the capital and master planning needs of numerous departments within the county. And I just want to point out for other members of the budget committee that this is one department that is taking care of their capital, their infrastructure, their building needs within their own departmental budget, using their reserves that they've generated, which is different then, you know, that there's unique opportunities here because there's opportunities for revenue generation. We just heard about how CCBHC, the way that it was set up and administered, created uncertainty that generated, you know, these reserves. But, you know, if we're talking about, you know, how do we take care of the clerk's needs? How do we take care of the DA's office needs, et cetera, in the future? It's really nice to have departments that can find the means to take care of their own capital needs. I hope that we keep that in mind when special requests come around, and requests for general funds come around, that this is they're taking care of their capital needs in a way that other departments are not able to.
Sorry, Commissioner, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, what is the balance at this moment then for the Behavioral Health Reserve Fund?
It's 19 or 20. Cheryl will tell you.
Yeah. So a couple of things that I was going to actually dive into is in your binder. If you open that up and you turn to department level financials, what you have is a summary of the 3 funds for health services. The first page is Fund 276, which I can talk through, but specifically to your question, Fund 270 is the Behavioral Health Reserve. So what you see on this summary is, starting at the far left of the page, you've got resources, and then a few of those categories that pertains to the resources and the requirements. We have the fiscal year 24 revised budget. So currently here's what we have, but here I've also included a fiscal year 24 projected of where I think we'll land for fiscal year 24. And that amount is 20.5 million or 20.6 million.
Right.
Correct.
And that still, it does not include, it doesn't take out then the Lapine project allocation. That's going to come out of there.
That will come out of here, yep, and is budgeted in fiscal year 25.
So it actually has gone up to 21.5.
Yeah.
7.6 million.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yep.
And those 2 amounts under planned uses would come out of that total.
Yep.
Okay, Cheryl.
Yeah. So that was actually a good segue, and I was going to see how we are on time so that I think we're pretty good. So your budget binder.
We have an hour and a quarter. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay. This is, for lack of better terminology, a dictionary of our financials. It does have, if you start at the front, the annual report, which contains the letter that Janice read earlier today. The department level financials, as I referenced. The first page is Fund 276, which is the acute care reserves. This, we are actually proposing to transfer all of it into our operating fund and then close it out as of next year. So that does impact our Fund 274 budget. So you will see that increase by this transfer of $626,000. So I just wanted to make a note on that. Happy to answer any questions regarding that. But then you have the Fund 270 summary of financials. We talked a little bit about that, but specifically maybe what to point out is in fiscal year 25, you see I'm estimating we start at $20,585,000. Capitation, so that's Medicaid dollars. I'm estimating we will receive a risk withhold and surplus amount of $690,000. That's varied from anywhere from $0 annually to $800,000. I'm estimating that at $690,000, which is a percentage of what I anticipate the surplus of Pacific Source to be. Interest at 576%. Or percent, 576,000. There's that 10% surprise, right?
We really need.
And we really need that. Yes. So roughly 2%.
Wait, that's
I appreciate that. And then what you see here is this CCBHC PPS that we keep talking about. $4,750,100 is what I'm estimating we will generate now that we've rebased this PPS. And what has transpired is that they being the state had talked about doing a rebasing. That rebasing happened in October, and then they allowed us to retroactively charge back to April 2023 services, which is what's generating this year. I think we'll get 897,000. We haven't received it yet. I believe we're going to receive it. But if this trend continues based on our current service counts, we would generate $4.8 million in fiscal year 25. I've placed that in the reserves because it's still so variable and unknown that I anticipate we're going to transfer from the reserves regardless of whether or not that revenue comes in. So that's why I've placed it in the reserves. That gives us a year to evaluate how staffing is continuing, how services are continuing, what's transpiring post-COVID. So FYI. Then what you see on this is in the materials and services, $5,858,016. That's the transfer into our health services operating fund. 2.6 million of that is related to space projects. The rest are to support operational expenses, some within public health as well, primarily though in behavioral health. So 2.6 million for space, 3.2 million for operational costs.
Did you have a question, Jim?
I'm just curious, do you think long-term the CCBHC is trends more toward the 900 or the 4.7?
It depends on our local Medicaid enrollment primarily. CCBHC PPS is the concept bridges the gap.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Bridges the gap in what local Medicaid dollars pay for. So the more we get directly from our coordinated care organization, Pacific Source, the less this PPS has to bridge. So in theory, it should be one or the other. If it's not the PPS, if that $4.7 million doesn't come in, it would come in via capitation or fee for service. But that highly is dependent on rebasing. So are they looking at what our costs are and determining that per service cost and how frequently? Because annually that rate. So prior to this rebasing, for instance, in October, the rate per service, which is one per day per client, it was $334. Once they reevaluated our costs, it went up to $536. So you can see that that gap, if it's not done frequently and regularly, builds pretty quickly, depending on local costs. Like local being what our internal service fees are, our personnel costs are, our FTE are.
And the cost of serving non-Medicaid members. So what was revolutionary about CCBHC was that they built into the cost that you were required to serve everyone regardless of coverage. And now roughly 40% of the people we serve whose median income is about $20,000 a year, so they are still poor, are not Medicaid members. So it was a way to say we need community mental health providers to be payer blind, and we need to be sure that we're paying them at a rate that allows them to serve people regardless of coverage. The good news or bad news, depending on what lane you're standing in, is those people are highly in need of services, not able to be served elsewhere, and quite poor. So we're serving the right people, and now we actually get paid to do it, is the short version of
So it
that.
took about 2.5 hours for you to explain it to me the first time.
Yeah, it is so complicated. Yeah.
One way of thinking, let me try this out.
Yeah. Try it out.
So with CCBHC PPS,
yeah,
we know that if we don't get an adequate reimbursement to cover our costs from OHP straight up, then that will cover it.
Well, yes and no. Yes, in theory. The no part is when enrollment goes down, you run the risk that your Medicaid claims go down, and Medicaid claims are what generate the reimbursement. Now, what protects us in that arrangement is who we are, meaning we are serving the highest risk, highest need individuals. So typically, even when Medicaid enrollment goes down, the people that are going off the rolls are often people who just went on the rolls temporarily and now they're employed again. The people that we serve who tend to have high needs are often people who are struggling for very lengthy periods of time. So the bad news for a lot of community mental health programs is when Medicaid enrollment goes down, their service population doesn't go down because they are serving very high need individuals. This relationship does help protect us in that scenario, except with fewer members, you may generate fewer Medicaid claims. I hope I didn't lose everyone. Sorry.
But
We've taken like 5 years to understand it.
mechanism to better ensure that we're able to cover our costs.
Yes.
Better,
Yeah.
Yeah, better, but not fully.
And serve everyone, not turn people away.
And I think the bigger trick, or at least I don't understand it, but I see how it happens is that the money comes in, it's just the money comes in from variable sources. And so you're spending an inordinate amount of time trying to figure out how you're going to grab it. But you have a really good idea as to how much you're going to be able to grab at any given time.
Yeah. And even more true in public health, I would say. Meaning they have so many grant streams. Well, we have a lot of grant streams too. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, to what you said across the board. IDD is a little more straightforward. Yeah.
Oh, I just have a question about overtime.
Yeah.
I believe what you allocated, like, what was it, $200 or something for overtime? And now we're seeing the real number.
Yeah.
You actually have taken care of that in your projections for next year, correct?
Yeah, we've added it in. Yes.
Do you know what that number is projected to be? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I would imagine, would most of that be tied to behavioral health and coverage at the stabilization
Yes, it
center?
is.
Yeah, that's just been a way that we've been able to shore up the massive staffing challenges that we've had at the stabilization center, is allowing non-exempt employees to help pick up shifts, and they appreciate getting the overtime, and it really helps keep the place running smooth. So it's a win.
Yeah. Across the department, we've budgeted $108,000 for overtime specifically.
108,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pretty
Do
minimal.
you have questions about that?
No, it just seems, it seems like this year it was going to be bigger. I can't remember exactly what's on our schedule.
It's varied significantly depending on the vacancy levels at.
So the vacancy levels have improved, so we shouldn't have as much overtime.
Well, they've improved across the board, 400 FTE. The stabilization center continues to be one of the places we really struggle to keep people on board.
And what I would say is the vacancy rate at the stabilization center as a whole has improved since we implemented a lot of the measures that came before the board for, but the night shift and alternative shifts still continue to be chronically underfilled. And that's where this overtime really comes into play.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I would just add that it's further complicated in that the position that's filling that need, it depends on how they're paid. It may not be via overtime, it could be via stipend. So where it hits to meet that need on our objects is variable.
And the reason for that, and Cheryl can correct me, or Holly, some of the staff that may cover those shifts are salaried individuals and not eligible for overtime. So we've created a stipend to try to incentivize people picking up a shift. And then some of the people covering those shifts are hourly employees, and so they can benefit from overtime. So it's not that we're deciding, oh, this person gets a stipend and this person gets overtime. It's what are the mechanisms we actually have to incentivize shift coverage.
And those have kept the stabilization center open.
Open.
24/7.
Yeah.
Janice, do you know, is there any effort to get the 40% that are getting services signed up? I mean, it might not matter if they pay you to service people who are not covered, but if they're low income, they should have someone trying to walk them through.
Yes. Yeah. So, know that some of those low income individuals that aren't on Medicaid may be on Medicare. So that may be a portion of that 40 some percent. We have OHP assisters, who I think we have a total of 13, maybe. Yeah, they sort of ebb and flow depending on their training and where they are in moving from one position to another. But we're working to sign people up for benefits all the time if they're eligible. I mean, our case managers, our homeless outreach teams, our stabilization center staff are all trying to help people get enrolled if they're eligible. Yeah.
And does that include
Yeah.
self-pay individuals in there, in that 40%?
Yes, I mean-
If you have private insurance, a lot of services aren't covered.
Right.
Under private insurance and behavioral health. So the parity issue there is a challenge.
Right. So there are people who are pretty low income and remember that's median income. So we're serving people that have higher income than that, but still 20,000 a year for a median income tells you something about the service population. But there are a lot of poor people that have insurance. They're working in lower wage jobs with insurance and it's just not great coverage. So.
Okay, good questions. Okay. Two things on the binder before I move forward. Sorry. I'm going to focus a lot of the next couple of slides on numbers that you can see on the next one pager, which is the Fund 274 document. It is our health services operating fund, and it compares fiscal year 24 to the fiscal year 25 budget. But I would be remiss if I didn't identify my personally favorite page that I keep reiterating. It is this one pager in the tab next to it. It's taking Fund 274 down to one more level, which looks at the programs. So you have public health, and then each program underneath that, fiscal year 24 budget, fiscal year 25, how it's changed, the general fund allocation for each program by fiscal year, and then the FTE from current revised budget to fiscal year 25. So that can give you a lot of detail. If you have questions on any one program, and I'm happy to answer those questions, but just letting you know that there's a variety of detail available if you need it. Okay. So health services budget big picture for our operating fund, which is Fund 274, is summarized above. I just want to highlight that this slide, unfortunately, is different than what you have in your handout. There were some decisions last week, so I've adjusted it here. It impacts the transient room tax, so I'll walk through that. High level, the Health Services Fund 274 requested / proposed budget is $91.6 million, which is an increase of 13% from fiscal year 24 revised budget. You can see in the pie chart what makes up in certain categories our resources, the largest being government grants and payments at 44%, which is up 18% from fiscal year 24 revised budget. A lot of that is related to one-time funding, which such as the $2 million that we have recently received for the secure residential treatment facility in Redmond. That will be passed through.
Why? I don't. I don't think it's yours. Oh, okay.
We've talked about the $1 million for the Community Navigator pilot. 800,000 of that is in fiscal year 25, so it's a little bit of a skewed fiscal year there, or where it lands in the fiscal years. 500,000 is related to roughly some the perinatal care continuum, $1.1 million in one-time COHC or Central Oregon Health Council funding. Some of that supports the stabilization center. Some of that supports older adults. So basically the big takeaway there is we do have an increase in our government grants and payments. A lot of that is related to one-time funding. And this is the largest category in how we're resourced. The second largest is around the capitation and fee for service. That's 24% of our resources. That's up 4% from the previous year. Part of that is related to redetermination, so that Medicaid enrollment for our area. We, based on guidance from the local coordinated care organization, had estimated that our population would decline by 13% on Medicaid once they went through that redetermination. That has been revised to 8.9%. So that's what you'll see in my projections here and estimates. But that means more money via capitation if our enrollment is higher than what we had thought. Charges for services is another large-ish portion of our resources. It's 4%, and that's up generally 17% from fiscal year 24. A lot of that is the environmental health services fees, which we've in our proposed have a 4% increase in fees. 6% of our resources come from the mental health or OHP reserve. That transfer in is supporting 6% generally across the department. Our transfer in as proposed of county general fund is 8% of our overall budget. That amount is $7,218,715, which is an increase of 6% from the previous year, or overall $438,000 increase. That is split between public health and behavioral health. I also have a bullet here on the transient room tax, keeping environmental health fees at 4%, which is related to the consumer price index, or CPI, did result in an ask of an additional $158,000 in transient room tax or other revenue. There has been a determination to put in the proposed $250,000 of that subsidy to come from video lottery funds. So what that means is that the transient room tax revenue would be a decrease of 25% from the previous year, or $256,000, I want to say. I don't have the number offhand. But. In terms of requirements, 63% go to personnel. That's an increase of 14% from the previous year, even though we're having a decline in the number of FTE. The budget does include one special request, and that FTE is included in the numbers here. That is an admin support specialist for the IDD program. It does include a local match portion. If we were to exclude it, it would be a decline of $30,000 from the county general fund, based on the numbers that you see today. So just want to point that out. In terms, if you exclude the FTE, it'd be a reduction of $30,000 in county general fund. One thing on the personnel that I just wanted to note is that we've adjusted our vacancy savings calculations from fiscal year 24. So we, I believe, might be the only department that build in vacancy savings. Perhaps Robert or Dan could correct me if that's wrong. However, last year we built in 10% for behavioral health and 6% for the other two service areas. And once we looked at the trends, we built in 6% for behavioral health for fiscal year 25, and then 4% for the other service areas. So that's also going to add to the increase in personnel costs because we have less vacancy savings that we're budgeting.
Just to answer your question, you will hear from Sheriff's Office later this afternoon, and they're building in vacancy savings in fiscal year 25. So some other departments.
Oh, great.
On that practice.
Trend setters.
That's a really great idea until it doesn't work.
I know. We did run into some issues in particular programs that are reimbursement grant funded based on this methodology. So, pros and cons.
And the admin for the one FTE for IDD, is that due to increased programming or?
Yes, and I can go through that. I've got a slide a little bit later if that's okay. Okay. Great. Our materials and supplies budget is increasing by 3%, even with the one-time expenditures for some of these areas. We really do try to contain that expense where we can. And in particular, I would say that this year we focused on it because we've also increased square footage. So our utilities costs and other things have increased. So we've decreased where we can, or at least held steady. Our ISFs, as you've probably heard, ISFs are internal service fees. That makes up 7% of our budget and is increased 27% from the previous year. And as I noted before, we do have a number of major one-time expenditures. Some come with new one-time funding, others not. The Lapine Community Health Center, is built in. You'll see some of that in the capital outlay. That's $1.9 million transfer. The Courtney and Wall Street Services Building remodel, even though those are in exploratory phase, we do have some budgeted expenditures for planning, design, etc., that are built in. Also, the behavioral health housing, that's to fund 2 adult foster homes. That's $3.6 million. And then the Redmond Secure Residential Treatment Facility at $2 million are in there. So whether or not the budget continues at this level based on these major one-time expenditures in our long-term outlook, we're adjusting for that. So just know.
So how much is Courtney budgeted in then? The Courtney and the remodel?
Yeah. 7. For fiscal year 25, we have 482,500 budgeted in fiscal year 25 for those 2 projects.
And that's probably mostly related to design costs. So architectural firm designs, etc.
Question.
Just to note, Lapine Community Health Center, they had that topping off ceremony with the main beam on the top of the building on Friday, I guess. So they're kind of square with the cinder blocks and the I-beams right now. So good for them.
Yeah, they're making some good progress.
Mhm.
And that, one of the things to say about I know I always want to bring it back to the people, but the space projects aren't just about solving space problems. They're about ensuring that we're able to offer CCBH services in all locations. They guarantee that we have integration with primary care on site. And that's critical both for the financial future of CCBHC, but also to get the kind of results that we were getting at the Harriman Healthcare Center. So there's a reason behind these expenditures that aren't just about using our resources to have more space. It's about designing our facilities so that we're providing the services to the community that we know helps keep people healthy longer. So I just don't want to lose sight of that. So, and I think what's happening in Lapine is going to be super cool. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
It also preserves the CCBHC status. Did you say that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what she started with. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Revenue. A lot of numbers. Yeah.
Cheryl, I have a question. Then on the prior page on 8, it said 2.65 million approved for, and I wrote down Lapine, but then you just said 1.9. Is that an additional on top of the 2.65?
Yeah, I think so. The slide Commissioner Adair is referencing is this one that says 2.65 million approved, and that's related to the projects. They've hit in different fiscal years.
Right.
So that would include lease costs.
So that's, we've already spent that.
We have not already spent that. So in fiscal year 25 specific, so fiscal year 24, 350,000, we're incurring this year related to a Wyatt building. And that is, there's a 1-page handout, I believe in your binder, related to space and each of those projects.
No, front envelope slide.
Front envelope, perfect. So when that 2.65 million approved, that terminology means those are two projects that are approved. Some of the expense for Lapine is hitting in fiscal year 24. And some in fiscal year 25, 2.4, well.
It's on this little one pager, it says approximately 3 million for the Lapine. Pending board approval is what you say on here.
I think what we mean there is that the lease and other things have not been approved, which I understand would go back to the board for signature.
Yeah, I think the one pager is really an overview of projects and covers multiple years of expenses and the decision points that we have in front of us. Some decisions have already been made, so the Lapine project was approved. There are pieces of that project that will come back to the board as a natural part of the process, like the lease, for example. That's, I think, almost completed negotiation right now. So if you're asking about specific costs this year and next year, that is detail Cheryl can provide. This sheet is an overview of what's ahead of us, what projects have been approved, and what the rough estimates of costs are. And those are really coming from Lee and what we know we've expended so far. So.
Yeah, it's good to dig into the details though. To know what's included in what estimates and what isn't. So like with Lapine at $2.3 million, that excludes the lease expense, which would be included in fiscal year 25. An additional 200 and some thousand. And if there's a better way to share this information, we can gather that, because let us know. Staffing. We're currently at 423 full-time equivalents, and the fiscal year 25 requested / proposed is 419.3 FTE. What that includes is one special request for an admin support specialist for IDD, the reduction or ending of 4 limited duration staff for COVID, as Heather mentioned, the elimination of a regular 0.5 management analyst, and the elimination of 0.2 community health specialist 2 in prevention.
Cheryl, I forget, can you guys, the 4.0 COVID staff limited duration reduction, is that tied to the ARPA dollars or no? That's something else.
None of them?
Nope.
Oh, the
Those
December one
ones go through December of 2025 is my understanding. These are the COVID funding from the state and feds.
Yeah.
Then
You're
we have a
looking-
step down with the ARPA dollars and COVID staff related that too. So I was just wondering.
Yeah. I need to double check exactly where those staff were funded from. I do know that there are 3 FTE that will be funded on ARPA in fiscal year 25.
Those are the ones I'm thinking of.
Yes. Yep. But I can follow up on that.
So can you help me square basically a relatively flat head count with a 14% personnel increase?
Yep. So part of that is related to a 5% merit increase, a 4% COLA, and the adjustment in vacancy savings. So from 10% down to 6%, 6% down to 4%, et cetera.
And a 37% increase in health insurance or thereabout, which
Yeah.
is
And that.
a large percentage increase because we had to align the claims cost with the premiums. And so that's going to be something you see with all departments this fiscal year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So remind me, Dan, are we doing anything for individuals portion of picking up healthcare costs?
I think that's up to the EBAC, and I don't know if Kathleen or Eric wants to talk to that, but that doesn't happen for some.
The employee costs.
Right.
Yeah, so that discussion those changes occur every January for employees with a new plan year. And so I think that discussion will be occurring this summer with Employee Benefits Advisory Committee.
We did increase the.
Yeah.
Right, to a
last
whopping
year.
$126 from 90.
116, yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, it was. When you think what the private industry is paying for their health insurance, we are definitely blessed.
It's one of the
Well, we're
ways
not
we
paying our
attract
share.
staff. Yeah. Helps us attract staff, so we're really grateful for it. And our low paid staff are especially grateful, our $20 an hour employees.
But just to make sure I didn't miss that for future. So the health insurance rates for all the departments are going up 37%.
From last year's budget, we didn't do, when we did the adopted budget, we didn't implement it. It's not reflected in there.
Yeah, I
So
remember
you'll
that.
Yeah, so, and then we never did a revised budget adjustment for that. We'll take that at the end of the year. So right now it'll look closer to like a 37%, but it was a 15% increase on top of, I think it was 23 or 29% increase. So, okay, so substantially higher. Yeah. So it will look like a jump of 40+% in that health insurance.
Okay, got it.
And that's to rebuild the health count that had crashed.
The health benefit fund that sucked through $12 million.
Both employees will pay more, they'll pay, and departments will pay more.
I'm actually asking in a non-budget committee context, so I'll follow up later.
To answer your question about ARPA and the limited duration, there's one FTE on ARPA that is ending.
Okay.
The other 3 are via program element through OHA. Okay.
Were you wanting me to do this? Or were you doing this slide?
I was planning on it, but you can.
No,
Would you like to?
I just couldn't remember.
Oh, sure. Okay. Fiscal year 24-25 department fiscal issues. As we look ahead, what are the things we see near term and long term, some of which perhaps will not be surprising as we talked about them last year, and also some new. So the first, increasing personnel costs. I think that's countywide. You've had multiple conversations on that. It's just something that we need to be aware of and to plan long term. Increasing indirect expenses is something that we continue to grapple with. As you saw, our major funding comes from government grants and resources, which limits the amount you can claim to cover indirect. We did get some good news, I would say, just a couple weeks ago from the uniform guidance. So on federal grants, they're allowing us to claim 15% for overhead, where traditionally that had been 10%. How that's rolling out varies, and we're still learning more pretty much every week. At this point in time, we're asking each grantor what they will allow and how we can roll that out, but that will help to recoup some of the costs. But to give you some indication of what that means internal for health services is, on average, our overhead internally is around 30% or 28% historically. So as indirect charges, I'm part of the indirect charges for health services. So my payroll goes up, indirect charges to each program goes up, but they may or may not have the grant funding to help cover that. So that's really on the public health side, a lot of where the county general fund steps in, as they don't have other resources to cover it. On the behavioral health side, the capitation and the PPS has helped immensely to cover those indirect charges, but it is allocated out based on a budget. So if we are smaller and health services receives less indirect, we haven't talked about this, I'm going rogue, it would get redistributed across the county. So how that impacts other departments is TBD, depending on their resources. So, but the larger we get, the larger the indirect that we would absorb. And that would allocate out both to public health, which could impact county general fund requests or services as we try to balance that. But on the behavioral health side, they may be able to draw down on the reserves or capitation or PPS. So that's sort of how we're looking at the increasing indirect expenses and what that means for us and how we can cover it. We are also in conversations in collaboration with finance to have an external contractor come in and look at whether or not health services can have a federally negotiated indirect rate, which would allow us to charge more indirect on those grants. So TBD, we're going to evaluate what that means, pros and cons to it across the board, but we'll do that in concert with finance. So looking at that, that's a major one for us. And then in health services, it's no surprise, expiring funds. We live in this world. We're constantly optimizing the funds that we know we use it to cover existing services. It's part of what we do. So we're always putting that puzzle piece together and optimizing. But the known funds that are expiring, the COVID funds, as Heather talked about earlier, as well as a number of funding opportunities for the crisis program, including CJC impacts. It was extended one more year, will apply next year. So at this point in time, unknown, but as we look out, I'm hopeful and I think we're going to get it. So I'm including that but House Bill 5204, that's a correction on your slide as well, instead of 5202 that dealt with workforce. I think workforce. But 5204 is what allocated 1.5 million to the stabilization center this fiscal year. Also for the crisis program, the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office funding, it's uncertain. They've indicated, as we talked about, that transfer will not happen in fiscal year 25. And we continue to have that partnership. So long-term, we'll look at that. And then Central Oregon Health Council funds continue to be very important in our budget, but they are one-time and not for continued operations. So the crisis program, we will continue to evaluate. ARPA funding, as you know, is ending. So that's something on our radar. We have 6 staff in health services, none of which are limited duration. They are regular. 3 in behavioral health and 3 in public health. So we're looking at that. And behavioral health workforce funds. Part of what Janice talked about earlier is the reduction in turnover and the retention that we've been able to sustain for some time. Also came with additional dollars, stipends, in place differentials to help sustain that workforce. And some of the funding that we had to supplement that is also just nearly exhausted in fiscal year 25. So near term, we know we have these things in place. How we're going to continue them, we continue to have the conversations around. Long-term public health funding, about 1/3 of its budget comes from county general fund. And then obviously continued grant funding. We're very optimistic that public health modernization funding will continue to increase, but we'll be monitoring the state discussions around this at this point in time. I did already talk about the crisis program, but specifically in terms of long-term fiscal issues, I would say that it's the after-hours services, which are difficult to quantify what that costs to continue to maintain. I can tell you a very rough estimate for fiscal year 25 is around $2 million for the after hours services. We've been able to leverage the existing crisis program and its staff to really operate this facility. But that's what we're looking at long-term to really shore up. It should be noted that the care for a lot of the after-hour services, it's difficult to bill and receive revenue for things like respite. So,
what does minimal staffing look like? I'm just thinking, if there's like a 12 or 14-hour daytime, is there like a 10-hour window where you can have minimal staffing, or what does that look like?
Yeah, we are basically at minimum staffing.
Is
for
that
night-
2 or
It's
4?
three.
or-
We require
three?
3 people in the building for safety and security needs.
I figured 2 or 4 and you said
Yep,
3. yeah.
3, yep. And so that's minimum. Now when we get, every now and then you get a surge overnight, or you have 5 people in the recliners, that's not really
Yeah.
a sustainable way. So, and if you think about right now, we're at minimum staffing because of vacancies, but when somebody calls out, when, somebody wants to get sick, FMLA, all the things that happen within our workforce, this is why our overtime is so critical. It's when we call in other staff to come fill in those shifts, just so we can maintain minimum staffing. We're not even at the level that we would like to be on most nights.
So 3 is minimum. What's
We'd like to, what we'd like to be is around 4 to 5. I think depending on the credentials we have in there, because it allows for the call outs for TML, for FMLA, for various things that happen. And it
Or
allows,
situations where you want 3 people to handle it and you still need somebody dealing with
Yeah,
something
somebody
else.
else. Yeah.
Can you define the after hours time window? Is that like 10 to 8 or?
yeah, we kind of define it around from like 11:30 PM until 7 AM. That's what we consider our graveyard shift. We have our swing shift is our busiest time, and that's usually from about 3:30 to 11:30. So yeah, that's how we break it down.
And when Cheryl said that $2 million is the gap, is that to operate the stabilization center during those hours, or is that what we're short?
That's for operating the stabilization center during those hours.
But can I just,
Total estimated cost for a
Right.
year, okay.
yeah, I mean, I really want to offer a caveat because I think we've gotten ourselves in hot water when we've talked about stabilization center costs. The stabilization center is staffed in part by our crisis program. So the intertwining of all of those staff makes it incredibly difficult sometimes to pull out like, this is the cost or this is the cost. So reductions in crisis funding impact the stabilization center, for example, because part of how we make sure there's adequate staffing during the day and during the evening shift or the swing shift, as Holly calls it, is partly those staff. So I get super nervous when we attach to one amount because it is a very complicated funding model and all these moving parts impact the whole. So one example would be you can talk about the third shift, the after hours shift from 11 to 7. If you have someone in respite who came in at 4 and is in a recliner, that one individual may need to stay until 8 o'clock the next morning, right? And if you don't have that shift, you really no longer have a stabilization center respite service. So we can talk about the cost of a shift, and then we have to talk about stabilization center respite service as a whole thing.
And what I'll also say is the staffing across shifts, they support a lot of the shifts. So we can have somebody shift their schedule from day shift into swing shift or, work a night
they
shift.
do.
And when we're short staffed on any one shift or have to pare down staffing on any one shift, it affects all the shifts. It's very intertwined. The CCRT program is very much intertwined. We've got mobile crisis team staff that have been, out in the community that they get called in to come support the stabilization center after hours when we're short staffed. So it's all one and the same really at this point.
So when they're called in, say for overtime, and I'm just curious about this, for the salaried positions, does the stipend align with what would be a normal wage range for salaried person coming in? Because you talked about a stipend and I was curious about that stipend, how that was determined.
It does now. It didn't used to, and it was a huge problem. So they used to say, I'm not actually even making my hourly wage. So we revised the stipend
And it still
3
does-
years ago. It's still not
Doesn't
totally.
totally align with their
But it's
exact
closer.
hourly wage, but it is close. And we base it on a 12-hour shift or an 8-hour shift, and it generally averages pretty close to what their hourly, but depending on what step they're at, depending on all the factors that go into what an
supervisor.
hourly wage is,
Yeah.
it varies. So we did kind of an average. And so people who've been at step 7, it's definitely not their hourly wage. But people at step 1, they're probably making a little bit more.
And it's way better than it was.
Yeah, what it is.
Wait. I know we have a couple more, we have one more slide and a couple more points, so
You have something?
no,
Oh,
I'm just
prefacing, moving
handing it
along.
back to
Okay,
you.
moving along. Okay, space in downtown. That is something that we've talked about last couple of years. I believe there's a long-term planning process that is planned in fiscal year 25. We actually have built in a portion, a transfer of 25,000 to help support that long-term planning design process in the downtown area specifically. So looking at that, and then client acuity and team-based service model do impact billable hours. So that's really the service model that Holly referred to in terms of sort of switching and doing more engagement and outreach is challenging to bill currently, so that we're shifting some of the revenue model and can have impact in the long-term financial revenue of things, but it's more impactful for clients. So certainly we want to engage and bring them into services. So.
And in theory, if the rebasing and PPS keeps up, it helps support that model, which is the ideal model to serve people, to go to them versus having them just coming to offices, because our folks often can't. They don't have transportation, they don't have phones. They're not organized enough and oftentimes to make it to those appointments. So going to them makes more sense.
Well, and one of the ways that this will become important as you all are heading into the future with budgeting is we talk a lot about core services, hanging on to core services, and looking at what we don't have to provide. In the CCBHC model, our core services aren't the ones that generate revenue. So they're the ones that have like ACT services, for example. You have a caseload of 15, you're doing really intensive services. A lot of it you may not be able to bill for. You may be doing it in the community. Actually, our ACT team bills pretty well. Yeah. But there are other teams that are doing really intensive services in the community. So what generates a lot of PPS revenue is the person sitting in their office seeing 6 clients a day, kind of churning out a billable hour. And that is our complex outpatient care. And they are seeing a more complex patient population. But if you look at like mandated services versus some of the additional safety net services we provide, those outpatient services are in that latter category. And if we're not providing them, we're not generating the revenue. So we're in a bit of a bind. It's a positive bind as long as revenue is being generated, but it's a reality. And I know this is really complex, funding, but we've talked about it so many years now. I'm sure you guys are all experts on CCBHC PPS. Okay. Assume yes. Okay.
So we have one special request this year, and it's for the IDD Admin Support Specialist FTE position. There is in your budget binder, there's a section, a tab called Special Request, which has some text around this. And this admin support will actually be directly supporting the leadership team as their staffing has grown to, so that span of control is to a point where they really need an admin support to support them in more of the administrative tasks. In this particular program, they leverage local match. So that 33,000 in net cost is directly related to the county general fund request. And the other 2/3 of or whatnot of the position is covered with the local match generated from this position. So if this special request were not to be approved, we would decrease the FTE from the 419.3 down to 418.3, and county general fund would also decrease by 33,000 from the proposed. So that is the impact. Anything to add on the IDD special request?
I mean, no, it's just that this is how the workload, model is intended to work. They use the data based on services generated, and part of what IDD has done, which I thought has been really great, they've reevaluated how they operate their program to really ensure that people who are providing direct service are providing direct service and taking anything administrative off of them onto administrative staff that are less costly and can really do that work more efficiently. So it's allowing them to serve people more effectively and efficiently in the community, and have those administrative pieces taken off their plate. So that the data supports this request. It's how the workload model works. And we hope you'll support it.
And then we have 2 capital requests, which also have to be submitted separately. So those are on this slide. One vehicle for the Community Navigator pilot program. It would be supported through the purchase through grant funds that we have. So that is built into the budget currently. And then the tenant improvements and renovations for Lapine, as well as the technology costs that would be in there. This is a leasehold improvement related to that. So that in total, that is $1.8 million for the tenant improvements and then $50,000 for the vehicle request.
And the fund source for the tenant improvements.
Behavioral health reserves. And all are included currently.
So questions, what will you want to hear more about when we come back for the hearing? Anything else?
We were, this morning while we were talking about the budget forecast for the future, there is discussion about increasing efficiency of, and productivity of workforce. Janice, I know that there was a bill this last session about administrative burden.
Yeah.
And I just want to connect those things and ask, I don't remember hearing whether that bill passed. B, if administrative burdens are genuinely reduced, that affects the productivity of the workforce, right? So in terms of talking about efficiency, more service provision, less record keeping.
And better retention of staff.
And better
retention of staff.
Which is an efficiency too.
Yeah. I mean, is that an accurate way of kind of thinking about that?
Yeah. Yes, it is an accurate way of thinking about it. I mean, I think when we think about administrative burden, we're thinking less about efficiencies and more about keeping staff. So if you're a private practice clinician and out there seeing much easier patients, frankly, than ours, you can do a 1-page short form intake and call it good and get Medicaid reimbursement. If you're working in the community mental health program, you have to go through a rigorous certification process every couple of years to get your COA. And we have a multi-page rule that spells out in the most excruciating detail every single thing that has to be in that document. And I don't think any of my staff would ever say I'm light on quality. I want staff to do good work and document that work well, but we're micro-regulating clinicians into the private sector, frankly. And we need them here. We need them here seeing the hardest, toughest people in the community to serve. And we're chasing them out of the field. And there's a cost to that. There's a cost in time. So time spent, we build in 20 minutes of documentation time for every service. And that's a lot of time versus I can fill out a little flip card in my living room doing telehealth and be good. Big difference.
And Krisha, to your point of efficiencies, I think there probably are some within there, but I think most of our staff would say they work late, they work on weekends, they do what they got to do to still meet the needs of the client population, right, and still get all of that documentation done, which then of course leads to the burnout and the leaving to private practice. So while it may create for some people, I think the bulk of the work is still being done by our staff that needs to be done. And it's just wearing them thin.
Right. But this isn't what I would want for them, but if they're willing to work 45 hours a week, basically, they could be putting in more of that into service and less into record keeping.
Right, exactly. They could, yeah.
And we had a behavioral health service hour audit, and we shared the findings actually with the people that were working on this administrative burden work, because one of the findings is that staff was spending 75% of their time providing direct service, which is exactly what we would want, and really could only document a small portion of that because of the just rigor and sort of administrative intricacy of what you can bill for, what you can't. And it's a disincentive, frankly, to bill for some things. If I'm doing a 10-minute case management service to write a 20-minute note and have 50 clicks in an EMR to get credit for that, I'm probably disincentivized from doing that. So that was one time when an audit helped us really make a case at the legislative level for the real impact on the ground of the way the system's designed right now.
The bill did pass.
It cost.
The bill did pass.
So when are we going to get the benefits of that?
Well, we got one memo. They removed one requirement so far. They used to require us to prove with a signature that we did every single thing we were required to do. So there were like 8 signature proofs. It took us 2 years to get OHA to agree to eliminate that signature requirement, and only because it's not in the statute. So I would not hope for rapid change. Sorry to be cynical, but
Maybe there's more coming out of it.
there is more coming. There is an actual task force that has been convened by the passage of the bill, and there are legislators that are champions and interested in success. So let's hope that results in something.
So it's out of the legislature and it's on to like the administrative infighting. Is that what's going on?
It's out of the legislature and it's on to a task force, and OHA isn't charged with running the task force, which is probably in this case a good thing that an outside consultant will direct the work of that task force, and it will be a partnership with the health authority and with other behavioral health partners. And I am not on it, but Amy Baker is. I was on the task force that helped build the bill, and now we're handing the reins to some other folks, but it's convening. So wish us luck.
Well, if there's anything more we can do besides wish, then
Yeah. We will let you know.
Yeah.
to make that task force work, but
Accountability for that. Yeah.
Questions for Cheryl? Yes, Commissioner.
The Fund 274 requirements and materials and services plus 3%. That just kind of jumps out at me because I think the inflation is being plugged in everywhere. Going to the grocery store, I was at Ace Hardware. I mean, it's just shocking to see some of the prices. $1.29 is $3.50 now. I mean, some of the small stuff, everything's doubling in price in different areas. So I know by saying 3%, either you're cutting some stuff back or we haven't really gotten to the next step yet. So it just jumps out.
Yeah, and I think some of that is related to equally one-time costs that occurred in fiscal year 24 that won't occur, and then some new one-time costs in 25 that didn't occur. So you've got some of that going on, like the behavioral health workforce funding and other things. But we have, there are a number of things that we've really tried to minimize. A lot of it, quite honestly, is any place that we may have had built in what I call buffer. We have slimmed down. It is a risk, but that's something that we've just really looked at, including in our contingency as well. So we're trying to really streamline that and not have any additional cost in any avenue that we don't need
And I'm just
or justified.
Yeah, I'm thinking just any little product or service, it's going up right now.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, we're seeing it with our space projects for sure. And we did watch the budget presentation this entire morning, and we've had a lot of these conversations previously with our leadership within the county, and we're aware of what the county is facing. So much so that we made some real efforts to bring fewer requests this year, and we're thinking about hunting, and we're good at hunting resources. So we're thinking about hunting resources for next year to help support some of the projects that are really important and getting results and maybe harder to sustain. So we are listening.
And I'm just advocating for the best numbers we have.
Yes.
Instead of trying to not put it, because materials and services plus 3%, that means
You think that's
you're dialing it
unrealistic?
in, and which is great. But if the reality is that's going to be very hard to do, let's acknowledge that. That's
Yeah.
what I'm referring to.
Yeah. I think it's going to be hard to do on our space projects in particular. They're a little scary. Other questions for for our resident expert here?
Just in general, I think it might have been in the annual report, but somewhere in the binder, I saw a couple of comments on healthy schools.
Yeah.
With some anecdotal data, or at least some or at least some year-on-year incremental data, but we still haven't actually seen any of the baseline research data results that we were promised close to 3 years ago. So are we going to get any better or more data on healthy schools?
So this last year was the first year of full implementation of healthy schools. And so I think we brought up last year that the first time we're going to do like a full evaluation to look at student outcomes will be fall of 2025. However, we're definitely seeing positive impacts based on kind of the programs that we've implemented within all of the schools now, within all the middle and high schools in Ben Lapine. So we have the annual report that we can definitely send you, as well as the presentation that was given to the BOCC back in November that provided a lot of those updates and kind of program successes that really will be good indicators to see student outcomes. But as we know, it takes a little bit longer to see the student outcomes. And so they're going to be doing a deep dive into that with both qualitative and quantitative data come fall of 2025. But a few things that they are seeing is they're seeing more opportunities to engage with parents, effective skill-based health curriculum to navigate the many health challenges adolescents are facing. So really kind of proven curriculum that's now throughout all of the middle and high schools. So by doing that, this is really kind of that effective health education that will drive those results that we want to see and those kind of positive outcomes longer term. But those kind of population-based outcomes are going to take a little bit longer to see. So they're going to be looking at that in fall of 2025. But I can definitely send you a bunch of information and kind of a deeper dive into the successes so far.
It would be nice to get it, and it would be nice to see some causation in there as opposed to correlative results. But I mean, it's something that we're usually interested in funding, but we're still not. If there's data, I know I'd be very interested in seeing it and seeing that there's some causal effect that's going in here, along with some speculation on is that then going to translate across the rest of the county to some of the other schools in some way, shape, or form. I mean, I know Redmond has not shown a lot of interest in implementing it. Is there a why because, or is that because they're not seeing the value?
I don't think it's because they're not seeing the value. I'd have to talk to the team about specifically Redmond. We're also being very cognizant, right, of the cost, and we are looking really hard at grants and other avenues to continue funding healthy schools. We're really looking at the state as well and the federal. As Janice mentioned, we've done multiple presentations at the state level, and it's really being seen as a success. So we're like, okay, so then where is the funding for this? So, yeah. So I think we're continuing to do that, and we're going to be pushing hard this next year. We were able to keep county general fund flat for healthy schools this next fiscal year because we were able to braid some prevention funding using our additional TPEP dollars. So while the Ben Lapine is still doing a 50-50 match, we were able to put in some public health prevention dollars into healthy schools to maintain the county general fund at a flat level.
Just one thing I would add, and you can take it or leave it. I just have a lot of heart for our prevention teams because they're often doing work that is very hard to show causal impact. If you think about our school system right now and the kids in it, to tie how they're doing right now to one program in the middle of having navigated a 3-year pandemic, a fentanyl crisis, an economic crisis, a lot of other kinds of things that are affecting school-age kids right now, growth in the community, the school budget going down. I mean, all these things are happening in the background of us just trying to roll out some evidence-based curricula that is shown to help kids make better decisions. I don't know what we're going to see in the results. I really don't. I hear that you are waiting very patiently and graciously to see those results. And I think we're telling you that we're committed to getting them to you. And I honestly have some fear about whether or not you can tie one program to an entire school district of kids in the middle of our modern world. Let's hope we see something cool and great. And there's probably so much impacting our kids right now that it's hard to know what to make of it.
I think this is the challenge in public health oftentimes, right? We go into reactive mode, right? We fund what's reactive and kind of, which is important. And when we look at really upstream prevention, that takes more time to really see those results. And so sometimes it's harder to invest in that in the short term, but you got to invest in it and commit to potentially see those long term. So we are seeing those program outcomes that are happening within healthy schools these first 2 years and starting to see that change. And every indicator is that at a population level, longer term, we will see these, but we'll have to see what happens.
Took 20 years for Head Start.
Okay, so
Into year 3 of.
the letter only says that it's, they've improved their stressed, anxious 5%. But then I'm hearing that Crook County had 6 students that had psychotic disorder from marijuana use, from, daily, whatever marijuana use. And so I'm wondering, are our kids doing better than that? Because Crook County is only a total of 28,000 people. So if they have that many kids that have that issue going on in, as I say, in comparison, smaller Crook County, what are we seeing here? And then the population in the actual school system, didn't it go down 8.7% or something this last year? It went down almost 10% in the school because people are moving from public schools.
Yeah, Commissioner, we're going to, as you know, we will be bringing a presentation to you in early May to talk about cannabis use and the risk for young brains, young developing brains. The one thing I would say about the kids in Crook County is teenagers can develop psychosis for a whole range of reasons, and heavy marijuana use can contribute as a risk factor. And some of those kids may have developed psychosis regardless. So I think without those doctors here to tell us the sort of progress of that illness for that particular child, I wouldn't want to draw like 100% link from one thing to the other. I think it's like college age. No, it shows up in adolescence often first. Sorry to disagree, but on this I will claim some expertise. Psychosis shows up very often in adolescence. It is often not diagnosed until adulthood because families are such a protective environment for kids, and families often don't know what they're seeing. They're seeing this kid who's agitated, they're seeing a kid with some strange ideas, with some changes in behavior. And it isn't until they leave home and they're on their own and they really come unraveled that they may get diagnosed. But that's why we have the early assessment and support alliance, ESA, for early first episode psychosis, which is happening 14, 15, 16 years of age, and tragic.
The kids now are using so many drugs starting at like age 12.
Yeah, there's definitely increased marijuana use for sure. And it's worrisome.
Certainly making it more difficult for us to tease out what's happening.
Yes.
For young people at that age when there's so many variables at play now, and increasing substance use for sure plays a factor in that. It's complex.
Yeah. And we will be talking with you more about that and bringing some information to the board.
I can just circle back to Jim's question about Redmond School District. The superintendent of Redmond Schools, Sharon Klein, he is not as interested in prevention. He's more interested in clinical services for mental illness, and his goal is to have mental health professionals as part of the school district, so that they can bill Medicare or bill OHP for services provided. I asked him whether, that means we should be expanding school-based health centers. And he said, no, I actually want them to be district employees. And I said, well, can't help you that much with that. The school-based health centers, we might be able to expand, but
I was gonna say, if they can find it in their budget to do it, I have no problem. It's just the question when they're asking our overly constrained budget to go do something as well.
Right. No, that on that front, he's looking to do it within his own budget, and he's wanted to do this for 4 years and nothing's happened yet. So there you go.
Medicaid billing is incredibly complex. And just deciding to do it when it's real, there's a lot to it and a lot of infrastructure needed to pull it off. So I can imagine that's would take some time.
So if it's okay, I could definitely send to the whole budget committee if you want some more information.
I'd be interested for sure.
Okay.
Five more minutes for any burning questions.
Or if there's anything specific you want us to speak to during the May briefing. I'm all ears.
And we certainly are willing to hear from Nick, or
I have one last question.
Yeah.
On the La Pine Community Health Clinic technology costs, those couldn't come out of your reserve fund? Is it because it's technology?
They are coming out of our reserve funds. We're supporting.
As a special grant, capital request down here.
Oh, so that is just in line with our internal budget process, which we have special requests and then we have to call out capital requests as well. It's a specific capital item, which finance needs to track and do other things, but I'm not asking for funding for that.
Okay, no funding.
No funding. Zero funding.
Correct.
For 2 or 3, correct. The first one I'm asking for 33,000. County general
Dollars,
fund.
millions, or
$33,000.
millions.
Percentage.
Sure, I got it right.
so
When people talk billions, trillions.
one last piece, I did bring a handout on our Deschutes County Health Services to unhoused individuals. We've had lots of questions come up in a lot of different settings about how we're serving that population. So we put some information together for you. We knew we wouldn't have time to do a deep dive on that, but I wanted you to have it. So I will hand it to you and you can always follow up and ask us for more and let us know if there's anything else we need to get answered before May. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right. Yeah, I see the sheriffs are coming in. So while they're set up, why don't we take 5 minutes and do a quick break and then we'll get them started up.
I did.
Yeah,
It's done.
yeah.
I gotta be honest. Not doing it. And-
All right, everyone, we are back in session, or at least back live.
Yeah, they just had my 30th college reunion
Yeah,
a couple
it's
years
more like
ago.
30.
So next on the agenda is the sheriff's office, as they're assembling up. So I'll turn it over to Sheriff Nelson and the team to get started. Thank you for keeping us safe as usual, Sheriff.
You're welcome, Mr. Chair. I'm blessed. I work with great people and it makes all the difference in providing service to our 210,000 bosses and all the visitors that we get to our region. So thank you for saying that. I'm going to have my partners here introduce themselves and give just a brief explanation of their assignments, and then we'll have Joe get us started.
So Captain Michael Schultz, I'm in charge of the Corrections Division along with Court Services.
And I'm Joe Brundage, the business manager for the Sheriff's Office. And is there a mouse or clicker up here?
We hope we don't have any mice in here, do we?
You have this and don't go reach all the way. If not, if you just speak out.
They're killers. Mine are too.
There you go.
Yeah, we love our killers.
Sounds better. What's a quick one? Okay.
So I want to begin kind of highlighting the background that we talked about in the memo that I sent out last week that should have been included in one of your packets.
Question. So we just have the memo. Is there anything else?
No,
Okay.
that's all we. So in 2008, or slightly before that, but they were implemented in 2008. 2 law enforcement tax districts were established, and the sheriff's office funding was separated from the county and from the levy system. The countywide district includes all the services that are mandated by law for the sheriff to fill: search and rescue, adult jail, court security, civil, CHL, emergency services.
So you mentioned separated from the county, and I'm just hesitant to use that terminology. I mean, it was multiple 5-year levies, and it's always been a county responsibility to fund the sheriff's office. But the people didn't vote to separate it. They voted for a permanent operation rate for.
Yeah, what he means was no general fund support.
Yeah, so, but yeah.
Which the only sheriff's office in the state of Oregon with no general fund support.
But yes, you're right in those semantics. Now, to think of the countywide district, so similar to the general fund, it's the entire county, because the entire county has to pay for those services. The ceiling on that rate is 125, very close to the general fund's 127.83, and we're both at those levels right now. When this was passed in November 2006, 2/3 of the county were in favor of this permanent funding, past 35,000 to 20,000. Now, the rural district was separate. The rural district is for the patrol and detective services that are not covered in the city limits by police departments. And with that, the record systems that come along with those, and then Rickard Ranch, which we have for the horses and animals that need to be rescued. So this covers all of the county except for Bend, Redmond, Black Butte, and Sun River. When the district was established, there was a highly debated ceiling and a highly debated discussion on where to establish this ceiling, because 155 was not nearly high enough to support the rural district long term. But the marketing and the people we were consulting with said it won't pass at anything higher than that. They knew what they were talking about, apparently, because the results of that election, we won by 280 votes with that rate.
So, and I'll expand just a little bit on that. I was around and went door to door and made the telephone calls to get that stable funding passed. And that number was discussed quite a bit in the Law Enforcement Services District number 2. And the historical perspective there, I think, is very important for the members of the Budget Committee to just
keep in mind and remember, when those discussions were being had, the late Marty Wynn, who was a great man at the time, had discussions with county administration and the Board of County Commissioners about how to help offset the fact that the ceiling for Law Enforcement District 2 was not going to be enough for long-term stability. And what Marty came up with in the conversations with county admin and the board was that there would be a transient room tax commitment that offset that. And instead of revisiting the transient room tax commitment every year, the agreement was made that it would just increase 3% per year, that commitment. So the reason I give the historical perspective is I think sometimes when we're all being great partners, and there's times when the sheriff's office has a substantial amount of reserves and maybe not need as much transient room tax commitment, there's sometimes can be the ability to forget what the historical perspective is. So I wanted to make sure the budget committee understood that and understood that the law enforcement tax district's lifespan was designed to be approximately 20 years. The rates in both districts were slated to be maxed out in 2013. That didn't happen. And there were no tax cuts to those rates forecast in that original plan, although the taxes have been reduced in District 1 and 2, a combined number of 6 times, I believe, a combined number of 6 times. I applaud the budget committee's guidance in maxing those rates out last year. We currently have estimated savings. I'm going to put it at 3.3 million. It might be higher. 3.6 million. So that is good. That's good for a number of reasons. It's good to build up the contingency. It's also good maybe to look on the horizon for future construction projects as it has to do with the public safety campus master plan. When we had over 9 months worth of reserve about 6 or 7 fiscal years ago, and the budget committee at the time and our office had discussions with county admin and came up with the plan to spend now in those reserves because taxpayer money is better kept in taxpayer pockets. We're still going according to that plan, although nobody could have guessed that COVID would have come by and inflation would have come by, which I know that affected everybody. There isn't anybody in this room who wasn't affected by that. And if you need a reminder, you can just go fill up your vehicle with gas or go to the grocery store and buy some groceries. So I share that historical perspective because it's important, and I will turn it back over to my partner, Joe.
And
Next question on.
Please, Judy.
So was that 2008, the 3%? And then when did it start by resolution? And then when did you stop getting that 3%? How many years did you get that?
So it was going to be, I can't say if it was that first fiscal year, 08, I think was the first fiscal year of the stable funding, the tax districts went into play. And then it was going to be every year after was the original agreement.
And what actually happened?
Yeah.
He's got a graph, Commissioner. I think I'll let him show that. That might explain it a little bit.
You'll see what happened. But essentially, if you think back to the timing, what happened was this was planned in 06 and 07. In 08 and 09, we entered a new state in the economy and even a recession. So we had 1 year of increases, and then we agreed to not increase it to help the county because TRT was actually decreasing. And so we were good teammates and let it fluctuate like that. Then as the economy started to improve, it increased. But you'll see here, we kept that rate flat until 2018. And through most of that time, first, we were coming out of the recession. So that encouraged the sheriff at the time to keep staffing low. He knew this district was going to be a problem. And so because of the recession, he did everything he could to keep staffing low. over that 8-year period, we also had some developments come online that boosted our revenue in that district. So by the time we got to 2017, we had 9 months of reserve built up. That was when we decided, okay, let's cut the rate and deplete that reserve. But this was also when we realized we are understaffed and the demand on our people is getting so great, we need to hire. And so it was kind of like we turned 2 spigots on or 2 spigots off, whichever way you want to look at it, at the same time, and quickly ran into trouble. Here is the orange line is the transient room tax. And so you can see it went up and then it went down with the recession and then it was going up. And then in 2016, right around that time, we were getting ready to cut the rates. We said, why are we continuing to increase this when you have more money than you need? And we agreed and said, we don't need it right now. Let's cut it. The bottom graph are the ISF fees and the contributions we've made to other programs. So that includes the contribution to the stabilization center that we began in 2018 and has been a total of $2.6 million over the years. Now, one of the ways we planned for this budget this year was because we had been doing that, committing that money, we had been struggling to save ourselves for the stabilization for the public safety campus. And so we talked to health, and health services agreed that they would try to fund that portion for this year so that we could use that to save. Unfortunately, because of the increase in ISF fees, that kind of ate up any savings we got in our materials and services. The red line is the difference between the money that goes from the sheriff's office to the county versus the county to the sheriff's office. And it's at an all-time low right now. And that's one of the reasons we're struggling in the rural district to fund ourselves.
And I think it's also important to note, first of all, I understand and support the increase of the ISF fees. I think if anything's done in a thoughtful manner and it's necessary to do so, then we should do it. And so I support and understand that. The other thing that I want to mention, the transient room tax commitment morphed from the 3% increase into a floor ceiling approach, a floor of 2.65 million and a ceiling of 3.15 million. Then the budget committee had a significant adjustment, I want to say 5 or 6 years, maybe 7 years ago, where it went up to 3.65 million adjustment, which was a great welcome change. But I was unaware of the historical perspective of the transient room tax commitment and that original agreement. It wasn't until about a half a year ago in visits with the retired sheriff and retired business manager that I was made fully aware of the historical agreement. And so I don't want you to think that I've been here this whole time knowing and understanding that historical agreement, but I think it sheds quite a bit of light on the things that have happened and the things that continue to happen. I think it's always important for us to remember in this room, we were all part of these decisions. The budget committee makes the final recommendation and final approval, but we're all part of the discussions. I think sometimes that gets lost, especially when you have an election going on and there are campaign trails to go down. But whenever there are tough decisions to be made and tough things to be owned, we were all involved in those discussions. Go ahead.
So now
Just one question. So that's purely the rural district that you were talking about right there in terms of the 2.6. So, I mean, the rural district itself is getting funded somewhere in the range of about $1 million after $1 million net.
The ISF fees come out of the entire sheriff's office, but the TRT funds go just to the rural district.
Got it.
One more thing I think that's also important to note is the Office of Sheriff's job description is set by Oregon revised statute, it's set by Oregon law. And conserving the peace and arresting people for violating the law is also a mandated job duty of the Office of Sheriff. So if a local law enforcement agency were to fold tomorrow, it becomes the responsibility of the sheriff. And I just think that's important to note, because sometimes in different conversations, it's shared that only the District 1 services are a mandated job duty of the sheriff, and that's not completely accurate.
So for our budget this year, one of the keys we looked at was reducing overtime. Now, another point we'll talk about in a minute is adding a personnel offset to reduce some of the unfilled position costs. This is the first time we've had a line like that. So in past years, we have had between 30, 35 unfilled positions. So we knew we were going to be over budget on our personnel. And then it came time to budget overtime. And we had a choice. Do we budget that as high as it possibly could be, knowing that if there's unfilled positions, we'll have that savings and boost it? In a sense, do we overstate our personnel, or do we understate overtime to offset what we think the savings will be? And in the past, we've always tried to offset it so that the total personnel was a better budget was a better representation of what we had. So this year, we are not doing that. Because of the offset, we're literally budgeting our overtime where we project it to be. So it will be a little higher than what's been budgeted in the past, but we are trying to save up to 25% in our training budget by consolidating trainings. Most of our training is done on overtime, and most of our training, if not all, is mandatory. But we're looking for ways we can streamline some of those things and make it a little more effective. Then the biggest impact is that the sheriff is having people that cover 12-hour shifts. If you're doing an overtime covering someone who's on vacation or sick, you don't necessarily cover the whole 12-hour shift. We look at, when is it busy? Is it just the first part of the shift? Is it the middle? And just have people for those times. And we expect to get to reduce our overtime costs overall, we hope, by doing that. But again, we always have to have the caveat of that depends on our hiring. The harder it is to hire, the more we'll have to fill overtime positions.
Can I add one thing? One of the things too, with because we have a good relationship with our labor organization, we have worked out where we can bring back our retirees to fill some of those gaps. So they're not coming in on overtime, but they're filling court services or transports, a number of critical items, especially in the jail. So we don't have to bring people in to do, or get to the point where we have to mandatory overtime folks, which many of the counties in Oregon are doing now. We've been able to resist that because of our good, the sheriff's good relationship with our labor organization.
And those are a huge savings. And actually, I'm also blessed with the fact that I think we have 9 or 10 folks on we call it the E-team list. Those are folks that retired in good standing and want to come back and continue to help the sheriff's office and the community. So that's exciting as well. I also want to say a couple of years ago, we moved to a new vehicle model for those in the patrol division. And that's why you see this year, we're only purchasing 9 vehicles. With the exception of any dealership issues. If we get an opportunity where we need to buy more vehicles like we have in the past, we try and take advantage of those situations. But 9 vehicles as opposed to what we normally ask for to purchase, and that's 30 vehicles. So I think that we're starting to see the benefits of that plan, aside from the public safety benefit, where you have basically mini substations in all parts of the community across Deschutes County. But you're also seeing vehicles last longer, where we used to have a double shifted vehicle, meaning 2 car partners per car. That car would last 2 years. Now, single shift cars can last 6 to 7 years. So you can see where that savings is. They're better cared for, and they last longer. And since they're in better condition, we can take them to a higher mileage before swap out.
And I think we've hit on all of those except for the no new positions. We won't be asking for any new positions this year. And in fact, we will be canceling one of the positions we added last year, the legal assistant, and removing that officially from the books. And the result of those things is that our FY 25 budget is slightly below our FY 24 budget, and we're pleased with that result. Now, what really matters is, I know, the contingency. Looking at this graph assumes that we have no help with from TRT. I've made two special requests of the budget committee, one for a $700,000 one-time contribution of TRT and another for a 3% increase to TRT. Without those, this is what our forecast would look like. You can see the 4-month horizon that the county has, 3.25 that the sheriff has always had because of our additional revenue. Without that, the sheriff's office combined, and that's the blue line, is the countywide plus the rural, that we're just right around the, didn't mean to go forward. We're just right around that 3.25 or just over it. And that blue line, which would be the cash we have to support ourselves and not run out, is just going to kind of hover along that line of barely being adequate. With the increase in TRT, you can see it bumps that line up. This assumes a 3% increase and just a one-time contribution of 700,000. It bumps the blue line up to almost 3.5 and then keeps it there and even a little higher once it gets going.
And a little explanation about that. The reason for this ask is one-time 700,000 contribution would make up for the gaps in the transient room tax commitment from years past. And the 3% increase request is consistent with the original agreement.
What's the optimal reserve? I know you said you had 9 months back in the day and that was too much, and this might not be enough. So what's the
Optimal reserve, the sheriff's office has always been required to have 4 months of reserve.
Is that enough? I mean, the requirement versus, is that a state requirement?
Well, that's county code, I think, is
county policy.
4 months would be sufficient, and especially if we were able to have 4 months and continue contributing to reserves. We have a reserve fund that we have about $300,000 in for radios for our automobiles, and we'd like to start contributing to that for the public safety campus and get $1 million to $2 million in the next couple of years in there if possible.
And the 4-month policy is really the July to November gap fill, right?
That is correct.
So yeah, 4 months is just July, August, September, and October to get to the next tax revenue.
And I'm sorry, 3 months. The sheriff's office has always been held to 3 months, Jim, because we have other sources of revenue. Apologize.
Joe, I have just a question on the other side. You guys have done a lot. You said that your 25 budget is slightly less than your 24 budget. We just don't have the budget numbers in front of us. Can you speak to like how much some of those capital deferments were, or the vacancy savings that you guys? I mean, I think it was around 5 million when I looked, which is pretty impressive to hold the budget.
Yeah, we have currently close to 40 vacancies. And so we backed off 18 vacancies that we were confident wouldn't be filled. And I tried to assure everyone, I just sort of picked those for their average costs. So it doesn't matter which 18, there's still the other 22 they could fill. So we don't think we'll be able to fill those because of the challenges we've had historically. We'd be happy to fill the half of them and get to that point.
And that would be purposeful until we get a better financial climate in the future. Hopefully that's 3 or 4 fiscal years out. So that would be purposeful to hold those 18 positions open. We don't on purpose hold 44 positions open. As a matter of fact, we're going the wrong way. We had 33 open FTEs for a number of fiscal years in a row, and now we have 44.
And one follow-up on your plan for fiscal year 25. We just heard from Health Services earlier. You probably saw them leaving. They had mentioned the reduction in the stabilization funding for the 1 year of 620,000. That's also not included in your fiscal year 25 budget. Just want to confirm that as well for the budget committee.
Correct.
It's baked into our projections though, Robert, these graphs.
Perfect.
And I think I'm glad you brought that up. I also want folks to understand and know the history of the Stabilization Center. First of all, excellent project. Started nearly a decade ago. Took a long time to get it built, and that's just how the government works. We fully support the Stabilization Center. It was never designed to have a significant commitment from the sheriff's office. Yes, we are like any other law enforcement agency. We want to give a commitment to the Stabilization Center, but it was designed as an investment until it proved itself to the community and the commission, which I believe it's done. And I think the commission's very supportive of the Stabilization Center, at least from what I've heard. And so the idea was always going to be the sheriff's office contribution was going to back down to a more reasonable contribution that would be expected from other agencies, I think around $250,000. So I just want you all to know that historical aspect as well.
So does that mean you're going down to 200,000 then?
No, not this year, Commissioner. Not for this year, zero.
But future years, you're willing to do the 250.
Yes, in future years, the sheriff's office should be contributing to the Stabilization Center, just like any other law enforcement agency.
I think they said they had $1.5 million gap they were able to get from the state this year. So they're going to have to figure something out. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me coming, I'm the short timer here, 6 years I've been here. And it's always been very nice though to see how this county government works compared to other county governments, where if agency is in trouble or needs help, we've always been able to come to the rescue and figure out a plan, just like parole and probation, where we get the 1145 money. Now, it used to be we get 65% of that money, they get the 35% of it. But we have backed that down to where now they're getting 80% of that revenue because they need it, and we took 20%. Those are commitments to make sure our county, which we all live in, is healthy. Every department, every office is able to do their job. I've always been proud about that, so I took advantage in saying it.
I agree. I mean, Michael phrased it very well. And Judy, you bring up an excellent point. We're all partners in it. It's a give and take, and we're all in it together. And the sheriff's office absolutely understands that. And me serving as your sheriff, I've lived it and absolutely understand it. And that's why, I mean, kudos to Janice and her team, Cheryl and Holly, in those discussions with our office, where they were being an excellent partner and helping us build up some contingency. Because as we go about and we have expenditures to our partner agencies or different agencies that we've made commitments to, look, we don't need to send that revenue over to them if they're just building a contingency. If they need that for operations, absolutely. And I think that's where the partnership comes into play, and those discussions are so important.
I see that in your pamphlet here that you've contributed 2.6 million since 2017. How much did you contribute last year?
680.
Yeah, 620 in cash plus a van and then now a generator that we're installing.
Thank you.
It's just on a couple of question lines. So one, when you talk about reducing overtime, and obviously, I mean, you've got unfilled vacancies that and you're hoping to fill, but there's some that you're acknowledging you probably won't be able to fill. Is that going to mean any change in minimum staffing for any of the patrol?
We've been doing a good job keeping enough folks out to do the job. And from our perspective, folks in the field and patrol, they have an easier ability to not need a minimum staffing number because we have a lot of partners that are out working with us, the Oregon State Police, the city PDs, Forest Service, BLM. And so they really manage it. Where we start looking at where we want to be staffing wise, we have a certain number of positions that we have to fill in our facility on a given shift. And that's where we really focus on that. But, it's one of the reasons we didn't move to a mandated overtime model, because for the health and wellness of our teammates, their time off is every bit as important as their time at work. And we have really had a great response from them, our teammates, in filling those overtime shifts that are necessary to fill. They all understand what's going on with the law enforcement being labeled with misinformation across the national news media and how that's affected the job. cut applicants in half for some agencies overnight, about 3 years ago. And so they're helping us grow out of that. But our services are not suffering. In my mind, it's not something you want to sustain over long periods of time, but our services are not suffering. And I think that has to do with the great culture at the sheriff's office, the great teammates. We have a robust health and wellness program, and 90% of our folks are thrilled to do what they do.
So what about the program with the dogs? When we had our retreat, we were told that it wasn't possible. We didn't have people that were like 5-year members of our team that could take the commitment to having a dog. And I just improved it all.
Be a canine handler. That improves with time, Commissioner. The fact of the matter is, in order to be a canine handler, you have to have some years of experience under your belt, and you have to want to do it. And it's an extreme commitment, which is why we have compensation for that extreme commitment. It takes a lot of time, and having the dog as a tool takes an extreme amount of experience, responsibility, and training. And so we just need some years of experience so our office can grow a little bit more. I'd say we have a significant number of folks that have 5 years or less experience, and my partners in the room could probably be more accurate with those numbers. So that's just with growth in time.
So what's the proposed budget right now? I mean, have you budgeted with a 3% increase and the 700? That's the proposed final budget in front of us, or not?
Well, the proposed budget doesn't have those numbers in it. And then we have a special request to include those numbers. And that money would essentially go to boost our contingency.
And I think in the interest of partnership and full disclosure, what I'm just trying to make sure the budget committee is aware of is that I'm a firm supporter of core services. And we always live with what the budget committee approves and gives us. And we plow forward with it. But what I'm trying to share with you is that transient room tax money is important. It's not only important to ensure that our rural residents don't have the cost of those services solely on their back, when 27 to 30% of our patrol response is created by people that don't live here, when 50% of our search and rescues are created by people that don't live here, when 30% of the folks booked into our facility don't live here. So it's not appropriate to have our rural residents bear that burden of public safety response.
Love to unpack those numbers a little bit. I hear that there's very large numbers of people that you encounter out in the rural district that don't live here, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're paying transient room tax for where they're staying
right
while they're here. And if it was possible to make a tighter connection between those two things, it would be really helpful, because I mean, these could be people who are driving through the county who aren't staying at all. These could be people who own second homes, who are paying property taxes out in the rural county. These could be people who are staying with friends. They're visiting their friends who are property taxpayers. They're not I want to know that this very large number you're talking about are actually people who are paying transient room tax to justify spending transient room tax on working with them.
Well, I think you could look at the historical reason for transient room tax, and that might answer some of your questions. What you're looking for is not possible, at least not now, or to my knowledge. The only way that this county believed it could latch on to a system to have visitors pay for and to offset the expenses of public safety in a community was transient room tax. And there is no direct correlation between those who stay in a hotel and those who create services. However, I will tell you, all of the visitors here sleep under the very blanket of public safety that's provided to them in exchange for that transient room tax money, and also enhance livability and visiting ability. So if this were Detroit, Michigan, we wouldn't have any transient room tax. If this were Portland, Oregon, We should go ask Portland, Oregon how they're doing with transient room tax. They're screaming to get people to come to their city, and we don't have time to go over the narrative about Portland, Oregon. But I will tell you, what you're asking for, Commissioner, does not exist. The best thing that this county could do in 1975, and I still support it today, is to have a transient room tax. Now, other communities have tried with a food and beverage tax. Other communities have tried with a toll bridge, although after seeing the Portland metro area conversations, I wouldn't recommend anybody even speak about a toll highway or a toll bridge. But that's just the way that we can try and have folks pay back for their use of the county, but there is no direct tie to your question.
I mean, if that person who took up your deputy's time is a second homeowner here, they're paying property taxes in the
right.
So it's a really difficult thing to throw
True.
support behind if
True.
you don't know if folks are paying, I mean, or if they're the guest of someone who is a homeowner.
Right. You will never know, Commissioner. You will never know. The amount of resources that would go into trying to collect that data, make your head spin. And that's if folks even give you accurate data if you go out and survey or question them about it. Here's what I will tell you. There's 3 to 5 million visitors a year to the Central Oregon area, not just to Deschutes County, but to the Central Oregon area. And the best possible way to capture that, outside of some of the other recommendations that were made, is what Deschutes County came up with and passed in, I believe, 1975, and that was transient room tax.
Well, I guess I'd say $3.6 million is a lot of money on an annual basis with
Right.
$700,000 bump on top of it and a 3% per year increase. So I think it would be worth spending a couple of tens of thousands of dollars to do a little statistical analysis, just grab a handful of cases and try to parse it out.
Well, I'm all ears. When you come up with that and you want to make that investment, our office will cooperate in trying to help you guide where to possibly collect that data or how to possibly collect that data. I can tell you we won't be able to do that on traffic stops because of case law. The questions have to be limited to the scope of the stop, but we're all ears. You can give input and I'll listen to any recommendations you have or what BOCC might want to do.
We actually get that data from the court, the traffic court, on how many people are outside the area. I believe that's a possible statistic out of.
Right. That's where we get the 27 to 30%, Commissioner.
But then you
And
still
then
don't know
also
whether they're a second
court system.
homeowner or whether they're visiting
True.
someone who lives here.
Well, just to parse it, so specifically when you say don't live here, you mean are not residents of Deschutes County. There's
Correct.
Deschutes County.
Correct.
Jefferson, Brock.
Could be, yes.
Which, yes, they're not paying taxes, but they're for all
Yeah.
intents and purposes local. And
I think-
I think that gets to Commissioner Chang's
Right.
question, in terms of how many of these people are actually here visiting and get in trouble, versus how many of these people are in the area for other reasons and aren't in general contributing to the welfare of this society or Deschutes County.
No, and I can understand the question. I'm just saying there's not a real accurate way to find that information out. Here's what we never want to forget is the proactivity and the enhanced livability that we have in this community. 97 is now the most dangerous highway in the state of Oregon. It surpassed 101 a few months ago. When you have these types of things and traffic issues and you're out there being proactive, some bang that a transient rural transient room taxpayer might get is being able to operate on a safer highway or see a fully marked sheriff's office unit for visibility that's slowing cars down. I think your average individual that comes here and pays the $19 or $20 transient room tax or whatever that might be, because I pay transient room tax when I go stay in the hotel. I don't question it or focus on it. What I do question or focus on is how's the community, how's the livability? Is it a place I like to go visit? I can tell you right now, I don't go visit Portland, Oregon. Any other question?
To be clear, I am not questioning the need for rural patrol. I'm not questioning the need for public safety services. I'm just asking whether this is the appropriate way to pay for it.
No, Commissioner, I understand it. I mean, you and I've had this discussion 3 times. I just don't have any better model for you. You know, this is what the voters decided the model would be, and I support it.
The other question that comes along that line is, you know, as we were talking this morning, right now we're modeling transient room tax flat to down. You know, and you're coming in with a, you know, very likely justified request for an extra 3%. But then I'm not asking you, I'm asking rhetorically in the room, but it's a question we need to answer in a month is, where's that money going to come from? Because at some point or another, we're not increasing TRT by 3%, and yet we're seeing the needs for TRT increase across the sheriff's office. County Health was just in here asking for something. So at some point or another, we have to decide what we're giving up within the bounds of the fact that I should know this better, that 30%, Dan, is committed and totally allocated between VCO and the county fairgrounds. It's about 30, right?
It's 20% of the first 6% and then 1%. And then there's 30%.
So 18, somewhere in the range of about 30, yeah.
Ultimately, there's 80% of the first 6% is discretionary. Sheriff's Office receives about 50% of that right now at 3.6 million. And then the 30% discretionary from the Fair and Expo goes straight to 617. They've never received any of that. And that's generally about 400,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, and I know you understand the dilemma in front of us, but we're just, you know, we're in a public session. The dilemma that we really have in front of us is, okay, this is a highly demanded tax. There's more people coming out of the woodwork to ask for it. And at the same time, we can't figure out how to fund the valuable partners that we have, like yourselves right now, to be able to give you what it is that you need to be able to meet your budget. So, I mean, that's the struggle that we're having.
Right. And I go back to partnerships, Mr. Chair. I get it. And we're all partners to it. And the reason I reminded the historical perspective is how many folks have plugged into that transient room tax funding over the years since the original commitment with the sheriff's office back when it was passed. But not only that, when that commitment was made, when the stable funding districts came out. And so I'm just sharing with the group, we need to look at all those pathways. We need to look at that historical perspective. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to come out and say, yeah, well, I don't agree with helping this project out or this office out or whatever. I'm supportive of public safety and we all have to work together. I'm just saying that it's going to have to be a partnership as we work our way through it.
It's also really important to recognize that out of TRT in the last couple of years, there have been major commitments to public safety beyond the sheriff's office made. The $8 million
Yes.
going to the service center.
Yes.
In Sun River. And I mean, this is our source of debt service.
Yes.
For the courthouse for how many years? 20 years.
Yes.
So it's, it's important to recognize there's no shortage of commitment to public safety, but there's only so much TRT to go.
Well, I'll be specific then to sheriff's office because that's where the original agreement was. And if you Google transient room tax, the county's frequently asked questions comes up. Transient room tax is funding for the sheriff's office and other things. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. There's an extreme historical perspective here that cannot be lost.
But we have 8 more years of payment on this building with the debt. And then will we actually get revenue from the state at that point in time when we get through the 8 years of finally paying off that debt? Isn't it like 32 or something?
I don't know the exact amount of time on there. I know Cam can find that, but we do have that forecasted in the general fund model.
Okay, so what will the state be paying us then? I mean,
Is around it.
okay,
And as Dan said, that's already built into the general fund forecast.
Okay.
So it assumes that will continue to be available resources.
okay. Well, at least it's a positive thought, right?
20
It's not, we're
2032.
gonna have to pay more.
And your old
What?
building is going to need a lot more love.
2032.
Okay, so yeah, 32, 8 years.
Rent is about 700,000.
Okay. Do we know what is it gonna be in?
Typically escalates by CPI.
Okay, CPI.
Would just say the only, one of the places as we talk about freeing up more TRT, and I know I've spoke to this a couple of times, is the environment health. those were passed back to the community, that would free up about $530,000 of transient room tax, discretionary transient room tax at this point in time as well.
And we did determine, or at least I think we said we were going to pull 250,000 of that into lottery fund allocation already. But that's just to get us to.
That freed up about $250,000 of TRT.
Which gets us to the 1 million that we were targeting, which we need to pay debt service on the courthouse building.
Yeah, there's about $1 million in discretionary projected from that forecast that we were talking about. But yes, we have to pay. That's our county obligation, is to pay the debt service there.
Any more questions?
So on another note, you talk about some of the materials and services that you can save, on the 9 vehicles and 9 vehicles as opposed to 30, and some of the other budgetary things. What are some of the other big ticket items that you're doing? I mean, just, what are we going to be seeing when we look at the budget in a month in terms of materials and services savings?
Go ahead.
We've delayed some things. Is there anything in the jails?
Well, training is probably going to be the bigger thing. We're going to be looking at the training that we have to do mandatory and look at that to save money. And there's going to be some savings as well.
You said that was an overtime saving, so you were going to train on shift as opposed to off shift.
Yeah. So that will be overtime, and also, training from outside as well. So there could be a big money out of that.
Part of the training, there will be contracts that are reduced and some of that. We're delaying some of the upgrades that we need to do, just pushing them out like at least a year to the buildings, but we're trying to balance that because like we've included upgrading or replacing 4 AC units because we don't want to fall behind in the staggering the number that we replace.
Yeah, we're transitioning bunks out, but we're doing it slowly, year by year, instead of doing it all at one point. We're going to have an electronic upgrade project coming for our jail electronics, and we may hold that off as well.
I mean, the downside is materials and services is 25 to 30% of it.
It's not
of a budget in that space. So when you're cutting in that to try and save real departmental money, the cuts are deep. I'm painfully familiar with that as the rest of the budget in about a month. But sometimes those painful cuts are the only choice that you have in order to be able to get that down. I mean, I admire what you're telling us in terms of being able to come in lower in the budget that you have. The question is, can you get lower, or how can you get lower systemically over time? What cultural changes can you do, and or what other policy things, like you were saying, switching out the beds over time, that you can do to be able to get that down? Because at some point or another, we're not seeing growth rates in terms of property taxes that are coming out. As much as the general fund is getting stressed, you're getting stressed as well. There's just not as much building being done. And if it's not 5% anymore, if it goes down to 4.5%, I think is our low end model.
Right.
That's gonna be pretty painful for you.
Yeah, and I think you always have to be looking outside the box. Our office looks outside the box every day and views open FTEs and whether they're needed, or how can we do things differently in the future. And one of the ways you can do things differently in the future is we're looking at one piece of technology, which I won't go into depth about, but we're looking at purchasing a program to the tune of about $10,000 a year, which actually could add available resource time to the deputy sheriffs on the road. How can AI be used in our correctional facility for the health and well-being of those individuals in our custody, or to view communications and alert us of danger? Anything that frees up resource time, like the addition of 2 animal control technicians. Well, animal control technicians can take a burden of the colder calls and free up resource time for deputy sheriffs on the road. So you take a look at those types of things to offset a workload and hopefully get more resources out of it.
Well, Shane, how long ago did you do the policy to the officers take the car home with them? Because it really sounds effective. If those cars are lasting 4 extra years, is they're being better taken care of and they're not being run
Yes.
night and day.
I want to say we did that 2 years ago, Commissioner, but we won't really see the lifespan of the car until we run a car that long. Now, we did used to single shift a car. And so we have some history there. In the late nineties, we single shifted cars. And I will tell you, this was too high a mileage, but we had a single shifted car go up to 150,000 and it was nearly falling apart when we sent it off to auction. So that's too much. But you can get extra mileage because you have an individual who's responsible for one vehicle, doesn't have to pick it up from a motor pool or share with somebody else. And by the way, a car doesn't run 24 hours twice a week, which is what used to happen when we were sharing vehicles. And so you get longer life. And not only that, if there's issues with a vehicle, we can look at the individual who's using that vehicle and kind of have some discussions. Hey, is this because of mechanics, or do we need to kind of adjust the way we're treating our equipment? Don't know if that answered your question, but
I just think it's really, I thought it was excellent. It was a great idea for actually our community. It makes the neighborhoods look much safer.
yes,
And to me, that's very important.
I agree with you, Commissioner. And the community loves it. The community loves it. And it makes for better response to overtime shifts for field operations, and also a better response to traffic overtime shifts for field operations or emergencies, wildfire emergencies.
Callbacks are a lot easier when you can go code 3 on the way to the office. Yes.
That does help to help an individual get places. Any other questions?
Jim, if I could just kind of go back and address one part of your question too. As a finance person, one of the key aspects of our job is to look at time. Time has a value. And so time is more than just, hey, is this rate decreasing? And so we look at it not only as, gee, what's going to happen next year, but next year is a year from now. We have time to consider how this year goes into effect. There's an election happening. There will be people retiring in this year that will create, new opportunities for possibly cost savings and different reshufflings. And so we're buying time with this budget to look at what we can do, not only to save costs that we aren't able to identify yet, but also to identify revenue and grants and new opportunities to fund what we need to do in the future.
Mm-hmm. Well, and again, we had that conversation this morning, and I've had that conversation in other contexts as well. I mean, it's okay to say I bought myself 2 years, but you still have the problem.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate you all.
Yeah. Right. I think our next one is supposed to start at 3:20, although I did see them starting to shuffle into the room. But we have a 20-minute break.
Committee meeting. So in front of us is the Economic Development of Central Oregon, EDCO. I'll turn it over to CEO John Stark to start the presentation.
Great, Jim. Thank you very much. Again, for the record, I'm John Stark, CEO of Economic Development for Central Oregon. Private-public partnership, private nonprofit economic development organization here in Central Oregon, focusing on move, start, and growing of traded sector companies here in the high desert. With me today is our staff serving Deschutes County. I'll have those folks introduce themselves, and then they'll cover a few things at the very end. So Patricia, to my left, go ahead.
Patricia Lucas, Sun River Lapine Economic Development Program.
Eric Strobel, Sisters Director.
Steve Curley, Ready Director in Redmond.
John Milt, Ben Director. Brian Vieira, Venture Catalyst, managing the START program.
And again, I'm John Stark. Thank you all for being here today. Grateful for the opportunity to talk a little bit about our anticipated budget needs for the next fiscal year and talk to you about what we've been doing over this last fiscal year for the first 3 quarters, at least, of the 23-24 fiscal year through our Move, Start, Grow work and table setting in order to make sure that stuff still is happening in our county. So again, our mission here is to create a diversified local economy and a strong base of middle class jobs here in Central Oregon. And do that, we help companies in the traded sector. So those are companies that export products and or services here, bringing new wealth into our region through, again, moving and recruiting companies to our area, helping early stage companies start and scale their business, and helping companies here on the high desert grow into new facilities or expand their operations here. I've got about 20 slides for you today. I'll take about 20 minutes and then I'll turn it over to my team to talk a little bit about their respective areas. And I'm happy to take questions along the way. So if I see a hand go up, I'll try and pause and then also at the end have room for questions as well. So moving on, our team hasn't changed substantially since the last time we were before you. We have 8 folks in the main office supporting our work in economic development. We have hired a new events coordinator, and we're no longer doing the Youth Career Connect internship program. Those operations are being done by COIC, Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council. Therefore, the person who was running that program has moved into a membership and sponsorship role, helping to create private sector funding to augment our public sector funding. Brian Vieira is also back to us after a 2-year stint with a startup. So he was with us for 7 years prior and then is back with us. So that's a face that wasn't here last year. Additionally, this is our sort of outside team. These are the folks that are operating in offices throughout the region. Most of those are here, the exception being Kelsey Lucas, who's our Prineville Economic Development Director up in Crook County. This is the organizational chart. Most of you know we're sort of policy directed by our board of directors. Several of you are here. Several of you served on our board of directors. Both Eric Kropp and Phil Chang are both on the board of directors, but Tony's been there before, and so is Chrisanna and others in the room. And then several of you serve on our local advisory boards and helping in our local communities as well. Then we've got the EDCO Audit Finance Committee, the executive committee who I report to, the president of the organization. What's new here is that our leadership team consists of the director of revenue, a COO, myself, and a senior director of business development. That's Kelsey Lucas. She was promoted in that position. And then there's a new box in the blue to the right. Jefferson County and the city of Madras are working with EDCO to put a person up there in their new fiscal year starting July 1. We haven't had somebody in that position for about 4 years. So we are in the contractual development phase of delivering that program up in Jefferson County. And all the communities up there have signed on, including Culver and Metolius. So we're super excited to get that program up and running again. Before you is a budget request. If you don't have a copy of this PowerPoint, you do have a copy of my written budget request. You should have both. What I'm asking for this year, and we'd alluded to this last year, we've taken some higher jumps the last 2 fiscal years to keep up with market rates for payroll and wages. This year, a more modest increase tied to increases that we've received for contract to services. Those are folks that support EDCO either from a legal, accounting, AV, and other event support services. escalating benefits costs. So we've been told by our benefits advisor that we should anticipate another 15% increase in medical dental, roughly $630 per employee, and then increased materials cost as well related to the things we use in our office to run the business, and a modest COLA for the organization. This year, in addition, staff asked me to prepare luncheon table seats because you all have enjoyed our luncheon in the various areas that we've had, and three of our folks up here have annual luncheons. So I included tables for each of those, and those tables are between 5 and 10 seats for the organizations that host them, at about another $3,100. So 5% on the operating cost, and then the $3,100 for a total request of $324,517, and it's about an $18,000 increase, 3 of which again are tied to events. So what have we been doing with your money? Again, our work in Move, Start, Grow is really focused on 5 different industries. You have a slide in your packets there. Management of companies, which is administrative centers like Les Schwab. That also includes insurance companies that have call centers. Consumer Cellular is a call center up in Redmond, for example. High-tech data centers, semiconductors, software and hardware. Lifestyle products, more on the consumer goods, advanced manufacturing, and scientific, your bioscience companies, medical device, and the like. So we focus in on those companies. Doesn't mean we don't serve a company that comes in that doesn't fit into one of those boxes or buckets, but we do really focus on those companies as we outbound and recruit companies into our area. So I mentioned earlier that we had a move in a senior director of revenue, someone that focuses on membership development and sponsorship development for the organization. Again, we're a public-private partnership. We have contracts with virtually all of the cities and counties in our region here. But in order to sustain operations at a high level, we're able to pair those publicly invested funds with private sector money. As you can see here, our mix funding on the left-hand side. Private sector membership equates to the larger sector that includes all of those membership revenues. Public sector contracts, 33%, and earned revenue is really our events. So that's event net profit for having the Ben Venture Conference, our annual luncheon, our pub talks, and our Made In tour. And then other revenues is really grants that we receive from places like Business Oregon, OCF, Ford Family. It's a mix of grants that come in every year from various sources. Our goal on the membership side, so this is through 3 quarters of the fiscal year. We've raised almost 3/4 of the actual number that we're targeting of 51,000. Again, that's to augment those public sector funds. And on the right-hand side, you'll see some of the companies that are members of EDCO, some of which are traded sector, those companies we serve. Others are commercial sector that, if we're successful in creating jobs in the traded sector, have more customers for their business. Moving on, this is our event. This is the events that we've had over the year. BBC would happen in October. Pub Talks happen 8 to 9 times a year. We've got a couple more of those. The blue line is actual attendance. The orange line is our goal. We're trending well ahead of schedule for our event attendance. The reason we haven't trended there yet in the other category is because our Made in Ben tour is May 9th. And if you're interested in coming, you should sign up soon. It's on our website. We'll tour 4 companies to help remind the community that we do have industry here. Let them know what types of companies that we have, and we're touring a number of different consumer good companies on May 9th. So you'll see those numbers tick up during the 4th quarter here. And then what are we doing in the move category to make sure we have a pipeline of companies taking a look at Central Oregon? We've moved or shifted our strategy there to more of a digital marketing campaign instead of going to trade shows, which is costly and takes a lot of time out of our schedules. We've worked with a company that is a algorithmic data company that works with other companies to market products while they're marketing our region. And we've done that using algorithmic data to identify CEOs, mostly around California, that are visiting here, taking a look at some of the outdoor activities that are here. It launches ads into their web searches, and it talks about doing business here in Central Oregon. Most of our leads are coming from there. The others, organic leads, come from our network. And then Business Oregon lead responses, there have been more than 2 Business Oregon leads, but lately the leads have come with a high infrastructure price. high power, high water, high wastewater utility needs, or they need to be by I-5 or by a port. So a lot of the leads have come in, haven't been a fit for us, or they've asked for larger swaths of land or buildings that we didn't have. So we do compete well in those spaces when they don't have an I-5 or a port, because we do have quite a few properties available throughout the region. We're trying to bolster some of those. We had Business Oregon's recruitment team here about a month and a half ago showing them these sites. So then when we put them in their lead generation portfolio, that they can really see and know what's behind those sites when we put them in there digitally. So we anticipate those will go up. They have a new recruitment team, 2 new officers working for Business Oregon. So we anticipate those will go up, but doesn't stop us from generating leads on our own. And again, through this digital marketing.
What's your lead to conversion, or what's your lead conversion rate historically?
From a lead to a conversion, that's really difficult to sort of pinpoint. We get a whole lot more leads than they become projects. Because we have to always are a resource of information. So of 100 leads, maybe 2 become 2 or 3 become actual pending projects. So we do a lot of conversation before they become a pending project. And in the move category, only about 25% of our pending projects become done deals. So it's a very narrow funnel at the bottom and a very wide funnel at the top. So good question, Jim. Moving on to start. So this is activity in Brian's portfolio. He'll talk a little bit more here. Companies in the portfolio today, a little over 70 companies that he's working with at this time. Our target's having him have about 60 companies that he's mentoring to help scale and start their businesses here on the high desert. Through that, he coaches them on a regular basis. On the lower left is his coaching sessions through the year. That's cumulative. So that's not just the third quarter, but cumulative through the year. He's approaching that goal of coaching sessions. And then investors engaged. The goal is that we have investors that will fund these companies either through the Bend Venture Conference or that will take a look at deals throughout the year. So those are the number of investors that he's tracking through his sort of resource development pool. And then on the growth side of things, this is the local directors outreach visits to our local companies, providing substantive solutions around workforce, around supply chain, financing. And then if they're looking at expanding, we provide incentives as well as help them troubleshoot through various issues. If it's a transportation or again, an infrastructure challenge, we help them work through that. But we got to go out and see these companies to know what's going on. And our goal is about 380 companies in a given year. We're approaching that target in the cumulative results so far. And then the system referrals, that's where we actually do something for a company. Obviously, when we have a pending project, that's a deeper dive when we're really hand in glove helping a company, but we still assist these companies as we leave their building on one of these outreach visits. And so that might be following up with financing information or referral to a contractor or referral to a workforce source or a grant to obtain workforce training dollars. That's the assist and referrals. And again, we're approaching that goal for this year. Referrals are when we refer somebody on to another resource, such as a bank for financing and so forth. And then pending projects on the overall here, this is total projects by community. We have about 166 companies that we're managing within the portfolio for all of Central Oregon. That's all Move, Start, Grow. Move is in blue, orange is Start, and then green is Grow. And so you can see the startup activity is very robust here in Bend, but communities like Prineville, Crook County, Redmond, Sisters have a nice mix of Move and Grow companies in addition to those starts. No surprise that Redmond's leading the jobs count in the pending projects. And what is a pending project? I should cover that. That's a company that's met with us that says they intend on doing something in the next calendar year. If they don't do it, but they still intend to do it the next year, they stay in that pending projects. And we work with that project hand in glove again until they become a done deal. On the Move side of things, they've told us we're on the short list, perhaps with 1 or 2 other locations they may be looking at. Those projects, again, as Jim had asked, converted about 20 to 25%. Growth projects convert more at about 70 to 80% because they're local companies and they need something when they meet with us and so forth. And again, no surprise that Prineville, Cook County leads the investment dollars because a lot of the technology investments. And if you've been up for Prineville and driven out on top of the hill there, you know, they're still constructing massive data centers up there. And so the pending project total pipeline in the capital investments led by Prineville, Cook County. So let's talk about results a bit here. So projects by industry that are folks that are looking at us is led by advanced manufacturing. That is evidenced across the board in our regional pipeline. And then high technology activity, primarily in Bend and Prineville, a lot of tech companies starting up here in Bend, and then a lot of tech companies on the hardware side of things, again, up in Prineville. Lifestyle products, food and beverage industries are relevant across the region in terms of folks that are looking at us, and then scientific activity, because of the bioscience industry here in Bend, is really dominated here in Bend. So those are the companies, the industries that are looking at us. These are done deals for the year under MOVE. Not a lot of activity here. So inbound companies is a much smaller swath than we've seen in the last few years. That said, there's a number of them that are under construction right now, but these are the ones that have hit the ground year to date, quarter by quarter. It is cumulative. So we actually didn't have a MOVE project that closed in the third quarter. But in terms of job creation by MOVE projects, that's starting to reach the goal. We are anticipating a couple of MOVE projects to finish up in the fourth quarter. But you'll notice, and I know you've seen this through probably this budget cycle, that property tax revenues are trending in a different direction than they have in the past. So pending, our cumulative done deals. The investments per projects are down, particularly in the MOVE, and you'll see that also in the next slide. When we get to grow. So not as much capital investment happening in the county by project, certainly in the MOVE. Those companies that have moved in here in the first part of the year, the trust company up in Redmond, which is a trust company for homes. Luno does accessories for outdoor enthusiasts for car camping, so to speak. Top Gun Resources does products, mainly tents for fire camps. On the start side of things, new ventures started. We're trending towards goal on this. 11 companies, new ventures have started in the first 3 quarters. We only pull for jobs 2 times a year, so we anticipate our fourth quarter jobs count will jump again. So 2 times a year, we survey those companies that have started. They don't move as fast as move and grow companies in terms of job creation. So twice a year, we pull them. We anticipate reaching somewhere near the goal this year for jobs created by these new ventures. Go ahead.
How many of those are getting established in enterprise or anything else?
That's a great question. Startup companies don't use enterprise zone as much because they're not making those larger capital investments, but on the MOVE side of things, almost every one of them. Yeah, I don't think there's a MOVE project in the traded sector that has come in that I can think of without using the enterprise zone. Yeah. Keeping of done deals, we're starting to see us reach near goal, but again, you'll see the capital investment dollars are substantially down. That said, we have a whole bunch of construction going up, and if you go to any one of our towns, you'd see that there's construction happening on industrial buildings that will likely hit in the fourth quarter. Some won't, such as Wild Mike's Pizza, but some companies like Rock Tough and Personalized Nutrients up in Redmond, and Patricia has some things going on as well. You've got some things happening at Blackstrap and other companies around bioscience. And so I anticipate those capital investment numbers will go up, but they may not hit the fourth quarter, all of them.
John, are they actually finishing up?
Yeah, broken ground in the last 3 months. So they just started moving dirt, but I don't anticipate them, Steve, the next 6 months starting to pour some footings.
Probably. Yep. I would say within the next 6 months for sure.
Yeah. There's been some headwinds for these companies. Interest rates are a big part of that. The lead time for Wild Mike's, and this is 2-year-old data, for the structural steel in the building, the girders, was 65 months in the pandemic. So we're out of that now, but lead times for materials and labor costs, some headwinds that we're facing for these projects moving into the area. Permit fees have been challenging, the SDCs, and with that polarized against the interest rates, people have had to redo their capital stacks. What they proposed 3 years ago and what they have to pay for today are 2 different things. All of which you've heard through your public improvement and capital projects here as well. So Again, the jobs are trending very nicely. So even though we have had lower capital investment, the job numbers to goal are trending nicely. So we're excited about that. And again, I think we'll see some of those capital investments hit the ground for those buildings coming in the next quarter and the following.
This is direct jobs, not direct and indirect.
Not induced, yeah, not indirect or induced jobs. These are direct jobs within the facilities. We don't often track that because that's a little bit of a challenge to do that. You have to have an economist do that, which we have a good one to do that, but it does cost a little additional money. On the table setting efforts, so we're involved in a lot of things to help set the table for these companies to come in. So we serve on COAST, Central Oregon Air Service Team with the Redmond Airport. We travel and meet with the airlines on at least an annual, sometimes 2 times a year. We were able to get PDX back on seasonal service this year. We anticipate it coming back next year, actually a month or 2 earlier. And we've got Dallas Fort Worth starting in May. So we're super excited about that having another point to the east. We've been very involved in power infrastructure lately. What we used to take for granted that power would just be there, it's not there. 1, because of transmission and the infrastructure, and 2, because our power profiles per projects are very different. Phil and Eric were part of that discussion in the last 2 board meetings with EDCO. We had the power companies talk about that. So we've been involved with the power companies to make sure that we have a sustainable future. And then also SB 1526 reinstated the regional significant industrial land programs. And we did that in order to create some infrastructure dollars for us to serve some of these larger lots that need infrastructure. And then we brought back together the Business Response Network with the partnership with East Cascades Works and Central Oregon Community College. That's a group of people to discuss workforce challenges within our traded sector and other companies. And it provides a rapid response team when there's a company in need of a larger hiring function to bring resources and tools together across the workforce partners. So we're super excited about that. So a lot of the work on the table setting, air service development, infrastructure, legislative work, and then the workforce development.
That Business Response Network, if keep me in mind when that comes around. I guess, you know, I'm involved with East Cascade Works, but if there's is it a meeting or a communication chain or what?
Monthly with those partners that I mentioned. So the workforce development people through OED, Oregon Economic Development, Oregon Employment Department, as well as some of their partners, DHS and vocational training, and COIC's at the table, COCC. But yeah, absolutely. If you'd like to come to one of those, okay, absolutely. And let Heather know too. One of her staff members, Kristen Fix, organizes that for us. You get awards and accolades, recognition for the work that we've been doing. We continue to move up the chain on the best performing cities. We're often recognized for wage growth, innovation, entrepreneurship here in the area. And then a lot of the tech companies that we've seen grow here, we've been recognized for that as well. So we continue to get accolades for that work. And then if you're interested in some of the indexes that are out there, you can click on any of these links to find out more about the economy than what we presented here in our slides. But the message I wanted to share today is we're facing some headwinds in our work. It takes longer to get a project done, but we still continue to get them done, and we continue to shake all the bushes we can to find new projects and bring them to the table and capital investment and jobs here on the high desert. So with that, I'd take any questions. Otherwise, I'm going to pass it over to Patricia to talk a little bit about her work in her area. I think I did it in 20 minutes. No, 24 minutes.
Again, I'm Patricia Lucas with the Sun River Lapine Economic Development Program covering South Deschutes County. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And thank you, Commissioner DeBone, for serving on our advisory board. I really appreciate that. Some of the high-level projects that we're working on in South Deschutes County. One of the things that we have as a challenge is the lack of industrial space. So a lot of effort is put forth to focus on spec buildings. And we have a developer who will be building one. It's been a dream for several years, and it looks like now it's actually going to happen. So we're excited about that. We were awarded, the city of Lapine was awarded $1.5 million from the state of Oregon to build an incubator building. So that project will probably break ground next year. We're working closely with COIC through the bidding process because they have lots of experience with publicly funded projects. So we're excited to have them on our team as we work through that project. In my background, I ran an incubator for 30 years, so I'm really excited about it because it's really fun to watch people with stars in their eyes start a business and helping them grow and succeed and hoping that they move out into a larger facility in the community. So that's our goal. We still have some of the most affordably and competitively priced industrial land in our area. So the people who put that industrial park in 30 years ago had a lot of foresight in terms of having it fully infrastructured. And we appreciate the partnership and the intergovernmental agreement that we have with the county for the sales of that land. We implemented a storefront improvement program, which we've had one project approved that's been completed for dermatology health specialists, and we have 2 others in the pipeline. Some of the exciting projects going on. Lapine Community Health Center is undertaking a 27,000 square foot expansion, which is a lot in Lapine. 3 stories, first 3-story building in the community, which will create 35 to 40 new jobs. And we were able to retain Legend Cider, which I probably have worked 3 years on that project to keep them in Lapine. And it may not seem like a big deal, but when you don't have a lot of buildings, it's a really big deal to try to, find some place for a company to locate. And we have an advanced manufacturing project that will be hopefully breaking ground yet this year in the coordinate measuring machine industry. So those are some of the traded sector projects that we're working on. We have a number of projects in the pipeline that we've been working on, and we'll try to see all of those through. I truly appreciate your support of our efforts.
Eric Strobel, Sisters Director, and I'd like to thank Commissioner Dare for being on my advisory board. Thank you for saying that. Good.
Local, that's what I do.
That's right. Good stuff happening in Sisters. We've got a couple new companies in the last few months, both small but capable of growing. Bivy, it's a mobile A-frame cabins, so think of a tiny home on a trailer for camping or off-grid living. And then we have Leaven and Love, which is a gluten-free bakery. They make a gluten-free sourdough loaf, and that's it. They have no storefront. They sell over the web and deliver it. So kind of an interesting way to do business. And our supplement companies, Personalized Nutrients, broke ground today on their 16,000 foot building, about a year late with all the talk that we heard. And then Metabolic Maintenance is expanding as well. They're just in the very beginning stages of that. And Cascade Distilling bought the lot next to the Snowcap, gravel lot there that's been empty for a decade, I think, or more. And so that's really exciting. They're going to put a tasting room restaurant in there, high quality. So
enjoy good whiskey now.
that's right. So that's fun. We made some inroads into daycare. We did not have a 0 to 3 daycare in Sisters, and there's a letter of intent with a daycare, Sister Soul Blossom, and the school district to rent out the former elementary school, a wing of it. So that's really exciting. And we have a little bit on housing as well. Habitat for Humanity has 25 units proposed right on Adams Street, right in downtown. So that's a really, really nice project. So, and we need that, of course. And then Sisters Makers is a new organization in town. And they are partnering with the Sisters Farmers Market, Seed to Table, and Explore Sisters. They're going to lease the former library chamber building right next to First Street Park, so right in downtown. And they're, they support artists, makers, growers, innovators with facilities, education, and advocacy. So it's going to be a cultural and tourism hub right in the middle of town there. So that's going to have some really good energy.
Are they working with the Sisters Arts Association? Is that who's doing?
They are. Yep. They'll be on the art walk as well. So that's all I've got.
The daycare, is that with the, is that going to move with Park and Rec over, or is that totally separate?
It's a separate entity, but it'll be in the A wing of the elementary school, the very western wing, and SBRD will be in the rest of the building, basically. So, yeah.
All right.
Redmond is up next. So Steve Curley, Ready Director. Thank you again for this opportunity to be here. And thank you, Commissioner Chang, for serving on the Ready Board, and Commissioner DeBone in the past as well. So lots of activity happening in Redmond. I probably don't need to tell most of you that. We're continuing to see growth around 1,000 people a year. The city has $500 million in public projects happening coming out of the ground in the next couple of years, including the airport expansion, the wastewater project, the public safety building, among others. The private sector is following right alongside. We've got 7 owner-occupied projects in process with construction in various phases totaling a little over 600,000 square feet and 200 million in capital investment. Those would include Wild Mike's that was referred to earlier. Also, Nosler is doing an expansion in Redmond that some of you may be aware of. And we have a semiconductor company that is more of a startup, but they have been receiving money through the state CHIPS funding through the legislature, and they are awaiting to hear how they're going to do on their federal application, which we should know here within 60 days. And so that would be very exciting news if they can get that funding as well. The state has been supporting them all along the way. So that would be for Redmond, semiconductor supply chain side, sort of a new inroads directly into that. BaseX, of course, supports that industry, but would love to open up some new companies in that area. Let's see, from when we look at some of the opportunities in Redmond, we have a lot of land, and we're hoping to get more land, and the commissioners are working on that with the land exchange to hopefully in the next year or so get that completed, which will open up some new industrial lands east of 17th Street, both light and heavy industrial. We'll also open up some opportunities for the fairgrounds to the south. We have the large lot industrial property on the south end of town, about 750 acres. The city is working to master plan that and is investing some money in collaboration with Department of State Lands so that we can create a more visual path forward for a future user of that property. So right now, it needs a lot of infrastructure, doesn't have roads. So we're trying to the city's trying to create a bit of a vision to help get that land sold sooner rather than later. It's been obviously in the pipeline for, over a dozen years coming into the city. And, several of you here have worked on that. Headwinds that we are facing are costs for transportation as we're looking at projects. The city is diligently working to create sort of an east side bypass that would eventually go down south and connect with Highway 97. And that will open up opportunities, to get to the fairgrounds, to the airport, to the industrial lands. That'll be very important for Redmond's future. But that is, of course, costly. And we've, had some projects down in that large lot industrial that have not been able to go forward because of the potential transportation costs. So trying to get out ahead of that is something the city is working on that will really help Redmond on the industrial side. And yeah, I mentioned the wastewater. They're creating that new wetlands, which will help solve that issue. You'll be hearing about water this summer as they are likely to be or have been denied a permit for a new well. I think Commissioner Chang's been working diligently on that to try and create a path forward there. So another headwind that I think we'll get through it, but it's going to take some diligence. And again, the city's been very proactive in moving that forward. So I'll pause there. Any questions on Redmond?
Is the Nosler expansion going to be there solely and they're closing down their Bend location, or are they going to have both?
I think that would be a question for them long term. In the short term, I think it'll be an expansion. What their long-term plans are is yet to be determined, I think.
And the public safety, is that the core 3 or is that something separate?
That's separate. So it would basically be a new police station. It's going to be right on the north end of town, just north of where the interchange is currently. Core 3 is out off 126 over by Oasis Village and to kind of just to the north of the airport. So two different projects.
I'm mostly just curious, is there any barrier to companies coming in, especially in Redmond from a manufacturing perspective, and given the kind of limited cargo shipping that Redmond Airport produces?
The limited.
Or, I mean, there's no cargo facility.
Oh, cargo.
Facility at Redmond Airport, is it? And they haven't talked about that in any of the expansions. I don't know if that's limited any of the larger businesses from wanting to come in.
It hasn't. That specifically hasn't been an issue, Jim. I would say, you know, as John referred to earlier, what we've faced is sort of this climbing interest rates, and everyone has sort of rode that up, and there was an expectation that maybe that was going to, you know, kind of roll over the top, and now we're kind of not sure from a national perspective. So, you know, the costs of projects have been just higher, and that's really slowed things down like wild mics. And you know, right now in our portfolio, we've probably got 2 grow projects for every move project. It's because I don't think companies are considering investing in a move at this time with the interest rates and the costs of materials and things like that. They're sort of in a pause. But the companies that are here that are growing, they have no choice. They need more space, and so we're seeing more activity on that front. Yeah.
Well, Steve and I are both on the Redmond Airport Advisory Committee, so we are getting updates from this big phase 1 project they're talking about right now. But yeah, I don't know that we've heard too much about cargo delivery in and out air, you know, by airplane. Do you know
Most of the
anything about
companies that have looked at the larger swaths of land use LTL, and there's 9 LTL companies in Redmond
Which is all
alone,
trucking.
less than truckloads. So the most of that stuff comes in and out via truck. That said, that's going to be harder to fill in the future too because of driver shortage.
I mean, attracting something like a larger semiconductor opportunity. Or
Yes.
something like that, you need air.
Yep.
Because trucks cost too much money in terms of lost revenue.
Yeah.
In that business.
Yeah, it hasn't been a big demand of in the years that I've been here, but it should with that industry growing. And obviously, if you've seen any Basics products going up the road, that's not LTL. That's more than a truck.
More than, yeah.
Yeah. Brian, you want to go next?
Sure.
And Don?
I can go next. You can finish this start with the end, if you like.
Note that mic, rotate that mic around because he's following.
Yep. So as John mentioned earlier, I was in the position for about 7 years and then left to work for a startup over in Portland, stayed here, but was commuting over. Came back into the role in July of last year. So probably the biggest challenge coming into the role again was dealing with the portfolio of companies that were in there. So it was primarily a teardown. So there were about 130 companies in there. I whittled that down to about 60 that were true startups. So in other words, first of all, they were alive, right? Like they were still in business. They hadn't moved out of the area. This is COVID, right? Like the very end of COVID. So a lot of the stuff that was in there was impacted and whittled it down to about 60, if I remember correctly. So more than half of it went away. And it was just the true traded sector, early stage, high growth, scalable startups that I was looking at. And then I've rebuilt that to about 75 so far. So that's a cadence of about 2 either rediscovered or new starts every quarter. And that's what it's looking like for this quarter as well. Maybe more, 2 or 3. The other noteworthy happening over the past 6 months, and I know it extends beyond that and started actually back when I was here more than 2 years ago now, is the innovation hub that the University OSU Cascades is spearheading. I'm sure you all saw the grant funding that was awarded as of 2 or 3 weeks ago. Is about close to $500,000, $450,000, I think is what it came in at. And that was Don was kind of leading that effort up to a certain point, and then he hot potatoed it over to me, which I reluctantly took on, but I was happy I did because the group was really collaborative. It was OSU, the Ben Chamber, a lot of our industry specific targeted organizations like Cultivate Bend and Vow. Everybody got involved. Sherm's a great leader. He has budget experience, so he was able to actually corral us into a budget that worked and everybody's happy with. And it was successful. I think we received the second highest funding amount of all of the different grants that came throughout the state. So I feel good about that. That money has not hit the bank yet, but as soon as it does, we'll start working on executing the items in the grant, which fit very cleanly within what EDCO already does. We don't pursue grants because a lot of times they end up, we don't always pursue grants because they end up bending your business model. This one fit very cleanly within what we're doing. Other than that, it's Pub Talk season, which I spend most of my time working on securing speakers for, and then we'll head into Bend Venture Conference time, which I hope to continue to grow as we have in the past. Last year it was back. Finally, if any of you attended it, it was, I mean, the numbers were back where they were pre-pandemic, and we hope to kind of accelerate it and grow it from here.
And move, start, grow, whichever one it was, but the investor activity was good to see. You know, the fact that there's still people out there excited to do some investing right now. You know, maybe it's, I don't know if it's more or less risky relative to recent past, but looks like there's activity there at least.
It's just as risky as it's always been, but I mean, it's a personal decision. So your appetite for risk when you've been impacted by risky things tends to go down. So if you lost a job or your business isn't doing as well, or the rest of your portfolio isn't doing as well, you may have less of an appetite for this. Is about as risky, particularly Central Oregon's startups, which tend to be earlier than ones in other communities, right? So you end up stepping in earlier a lot of times. But the other side of that coin is very high payouts at the end. You saw JAMA recently. That was a BVC company back in 2008. Those investors, I think, got 140 times their money. Took a long time, but it's not bad. It sold for $1.27 billion. I think when they invested, the valuation was $4 million. You only need one of those to whet your appetite, but I bet none of those investors are still doing early stage investment because it took 16 years to get there. So it's a tricky game, but.
Thanks, Brian. Don, you want to close this out?
How are we doing for time? Just to be
A little over.
I'll be very quick then. As a Bend director, I focus only on our roughly 400 Bend trade sector companies, and some quick observations about how Bend is doing. The bioscience industry and the aviation industry is kind of leading the charge. All of our bioscience companies are doing well, even though the industry had a kind of a rough year. Employment growth has been overall tough growth, some growth, but it's been tight, primarily because of low unemployment, and development costs are the constant barrier. New technology companies, obviously, that Brian's mostly involved with, they account for a large number of the projects that we have open in Bend, but the bioscience industry is the dominant employer count in those pending projects, so that's encouraging. The headwinds we're facing are nothing new to you all. The low unemployment, high housing costs, and rising development costs, broad market drivers, interest rates. So the move candidates are light, and I'd say in Bend, they're even a little lighter because the cost of living here is higher, but we still are attracting companies that decided to be here. I spend most of my time reaching out, not most of my, a significant part of my time. I've touched over 300 companies this year, the last 3 quarters. And so I think the enjoyment that all of us get with our companies are the assists and referrals that we provide our companies. There's those little nuggets of value that it sends that company down the road a little easier, a little better off. And so we've had 160 of those in the 9 months so far. And I think all of us love that part of our job. In the pending projects, I'll be quick here. I've got almost $320 million of projects in the pending projects. Bioscience dominates that dollar value, about 500 jobs. And then finally, the time we're all spending probably more than ever is just the table setting. You know, John mentioned several of them. The airport is one, but here in Bend in particular, we have our development costs are really rising faster than average, I would say, whether it be the transportation fee or the SDC charges, the permit rates, they're all causing challenges. And there's some reaction to that I think we'll be acting on. And I'll close with Juniper Ridge. You know, we're I am land pressured to attack companies to grow, attract companies to come here or to grow here. In Juniper Ridge, as you all know, that RFP was issued in late January. I think the city is now negotiating with the companies with final agreements on that. So that's 100 acres that will be put in the hands of those developers and in the competent hands of getting it developed with all the infrastructure and so on. There's another 100 acres or so that will follow the next tier, but timing is uncertain. The city says 6 months. My hunch is longer than that, but it's super encouraging. So with that, I'll stop, stay on time and address any questions you have.
How about towards the budget that we put in front of you? Is pretty descriptive in what we were asking for this year, so I'm happy to take questions there too. Commissioner
My
Chang.
one budgetary question would be, so this is a pretty detailed breakdown of what you're requesting from Deschutes County. What is EDCO's overall budget? What does it take to run the organization?
So this year we're going to be about 1.9 or so. We were about 1.82 last year. So about 1.9 this year. Some of the funding from OSU Cascades will spur a little bit of that, and some of the membership and other revenues. We've asked our public partners for a 5% increase across the board this year. So we'll receive funds from other sources that will augment that at a higher level to get us to probably an 8%, 9% increase overall. We're not done with it yet, so hopefully there's no surprises.
Well, thank you for your efforts. I always appreciate in relationships with everybody up here, obviously, and we all do. But this is that foundational opportunity to create the jobs and make the money flow and have benefits and hopefully get health care and get a savings plan, just get the employment going. So I really appreciate being able to be a partner and do this investment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, no question. If you looked at the property tax collections, your top 10 or some of our traded sector companies, almost half. So it's important to have these employers in the region, and it helps make the world go round. So appreciate your investment in us and us helping them make the world go round.
And when we already looked at this particular request when we were evaluating lottery dollar allocations the other day, and this was one of the only things on the list that didn't have a lot of questions connected to it. So
Thank you for that. We'll continue doing good work. Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks.
All right.
All right, and we got Visit Central Oregon coming up. We did have a recess scheduled, but we just did a recess prior to the sheriff's office. So do we want to power through on this last one? And
Yep.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna have to duck out.
They're here. Why not, right?
Absolutely. It's here, right?
We're okay. Well, actually, they're supposed to start at 4 and my plan is 4:03, so there's no break time.
Yeah.
We're 3 minutes late.
give me the extra time.
Yeah. Thank you. Hey, Don, are we ever gonna actually look at a funding request for? Not anytime soon. Yeah, for job growth and yeah, nothing in the pipeline? And nothing in the pipeline. What are you doing with all the time? We can't build that.
Don't have that much.
You're so long, you're the risk of being big, you don't need it.
Definitely things are slowing down.
We're not even.
Mike's Pizza, they were supposed to be here like 2 years ago.
When you kind of.
It goes, yeah.
It triples.
Everything goes.
Can't just.
How are you? I don't know, like, go, okay, do I really want to do this? Do I really need to do this?
Right.
So Dana's gonna sit by me to hold my hand, just to make sure, we don't run off afraid or anything.
I gotta jump out in the middle, but
Okay.
it's not.
It's not. formatting looks a tiny bit off, so please refer to your sheets in front of you. Yeah. Go ahead, Dana.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dana Whitelaw. I'm the board chair of Visit Central Oregon. The hat that I wear is the executive director of the High Tech Museum. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Jim.
Hi, Mackenzie Ballard. I'm the VP of Marketing for Visit Central Oregon and currently serving as the interim CEO. Thank you for having us today. All right, everybody ready? So actually, we're going to just start off right here. We really wanted to share some good news that we have been working on with Sunriver and South County. So we're excited to announce the creation of a marketing fund specifically targeted to grow the transient room tax in the Sunriver area and Southern Deschutes County. This fund will be equal to 10% of our annual transient room tax collection. And the goal of this fund is really to generate that off-season demand and expand the shoulder season in our prime market. This fund will focus on marketing dollars on advertising, public relations, event sponsorship, and content creation specifically for that region. So I know there's been a lot of discussions at the county level, and we're excited to bring that to you and move forward with it. Moving on to our financial reserves, as of the end of March, we have $867,000 in general reserves, and we have just shy of $300,000 in the air service reserve. That takes our financial reserves to just over 1.1 million.
Air service reserve, is that recruiting and promoting or is that any revenue guarantees, I guess is the question.
It's mainly for revenue guarantees.
It is. Okay, it is that.
Thanks. Looking at our draft budget here for the revenue, the county's projecting that our budget will be down 4% for fiscal year 24-25. We're also not expecting to have a budget carryover, which was fairly significant at $400,000 for the last fiscal. So that's a big change for us. We're expecting our marketing co-op investments to come in around the same at $45,000. And there's additional opportunity this year for revenue as we have expanded our advertising opportunities on our website. Visitor park passes are expected to bring in $5,500 next fiscal, and our interest income is expected to stay the same. So overall, the revenue, that brings us in at just over $543,000 less than last fiscal, and it really is mainly due to that lack of a carryover. We've seen those carryovers the last few years during the pandemic, so a little bit of a difference there for us.
Mackenzie, what expenditures increased to make it so that there isn't a carryover going from 24 into 25?
What expenditures increased?
Yeah, why isn't there a carryover from?
Well, we grew our programming a lot last fiscal. So when we knew we had those carryover dollars, we started adding initiatives. We put a lot of funds into workforce development, as you know, and our group business development to help bring back group business after the pandemic. So some of those areas, that's where you're going to see those cuts. And yeah, we had to be really strategic with our cuts because there were a lot needed to make up for not having that carryover. Thanks.
The last slide, what are the park passes? I guess I'm just trying to get it in context. I don't even know.
Those are like the Forest Service park passes that we sell out of the visitor center.
Sunriver Village Visitor Center.
Correct.
Park passes. So that's quite a revenue source then. I didn't understand that.
I think it's for any of the park passes when you're going to any one that you would need. People can buy them there out of our offices. Yeah.
Golden
Yeah, I just hadn't heard about that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I think a lot of people just don't know that they need them, and then they're walking in and they hear, and it's a convenient place to buy them, obviously. So
There's a number of venues for selling those too. We sell them at the museum.
Oh, there you go. Museum.
It's another revenue generator for us. Exactly.
all right. Moving on to expenses. So the last 2 years, the Future Fund, it's our grant program. It's been funded by TRT that came in over and above what was projected. So there was never a sustainable funding source. It was one of those initiatives that we started during the pandemic, and we tried to put a really formal look around our grant programs that we were already doing. We will not be funding the Future Fund from county TRT dollars in 24-25. Instead, the fund will be entirely funded through our regional cooperative tourism budget through Travel Oregon for this next fiscal. Destination stewardship was absorbed into our partnerships line item last fiscal. So we, again, will not be allocating any budget money specifically to this line item. Although you'll see when we get to our partnership slide, we do a lot of funding through organizations that really help in that space, people who are already doing it and doing it really well. Group business development will be leaner this year with a reduction of almost 88,000. We will be really strategic with those cuts, though. That's just going to look more like taking away some sponsorships at maybe of big events where it's a really common practice for that, but it's stuff that we can get by on a leaner year with less. Industry relations will stay the same, but we're not likely to be able to put on any large scale events. We did an event last October, it was about 150 people, called our Tourism Summit, and it was really for our industry partners to network and bring together ideas and grow. And that's just looking like we won't be able to do that on that scale. So maybe we'll do a virtual event, or maybe we'll find other ways to fund it, but it won't be coming from county TRT dollars. Advertising and marketing, we had to cut just over $128,000 from these line items, but I'll share a little bit more about where we're seeing the cuts. Advertising as a whole will actually increase about $80,000. While we take the hit more in our content creation line item, that's really where we fund our photo and our video shoots. During the pandemic, when we couldn't necessarily advertise consistently, things were changing day to day, week to week, we really focused on photo and video shoots. So I feel super confident that we have the assets that we need to really promote the region at a high level without just putting more and more money into it, when we really want to see that those funds staying in advertising. We were actually only able to keep as much budget as we did by absorbing 2 open positions on the team. So we're going to be taking the salary allocation for workforce development and 1 marketing team position and put those funds into our advertising and marketing efforts. Operations will be down slightly, and personnel is down over $163,000 due to absorbing those 2 positions, salaries and payroll taxes that I just mentioned. Is there any questions there? I know it's kind of... All right. I mentioned on the last slide that we're looking at an increase of just over $82,000 for advertising. Air service will stay level. That's really important as we do have some new flights coming with Dallas. Content creation, where we code a lot of our creative asset creation and website content work, will be reduced by $45,000. Partnerships is going to be cut in half. This will affect our ability to sponsor local events. We primarily use this line item to help shoulder season events get going. It's kind of when they're in the startup phase and they just need enough money to make it happen that year. And then we assess it in the next year if we should continue funding them. PR will be reduced by about $40,000. Program innovation will be cut entirely. Mr. Emerson, I know you were just asking about kind of with those line items that where's this going away? Program innovation was simply one of the line items that we created during the pandemic to be able to start new initiatives with the extra funds that we had. Our promo items budget will stay the same, and our visitor guide budget will increase due to the cost of paper and distribution increasing. And our website and digital development line item will be down by $5,000.
Are you finding that the visitor guide is picked up pretty well in online format, PDF, or is it you still want to just hand them out to everybody?
It's really the print. So I'll a little bit later, I had a slide about, I think like 53% of people on the study that we were stating actually still want that print guide to plan their vacation. And for us, when we look at the digital versions, the hits just aren't there, right? I mean, there's not a good enough platform for the digital guides yet to really be an enjoyable experience. Imagine looking at a magazine on your phone, right? It's pretty difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I recently have appreciated, but it's a full-size laptop. Flipping through a color magazine, that scenario, that's exactly why I was asking.
Yeah. If we all had 33-inch monitors next to us, we'd be perfect.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, it's tough. It'll be interesting to see where that goes, because it does make sense that people would want digital, but print is still kind of the king in that arena. All right. And then looking big picture for a moment at our total operations versus programming budgets, we are sitting in a great spot as far as industry average, with 67% of our funds going to advertising and marketing and 33% going to the rest of our operations. The average for our industry is a 70-30 split. Moving on to RCTP, the Regional Cooperative Tourism Regional Cooperative Tourism Programming Budget, thank you, from Travel Oregon. Revenue from this budget through Travel Oregon will be down, for the fiscal due to a budget carryover in the 23-24 fiscal of over $400,000. We will get just over $1 million from Travel Oregon for the next fiscal. And this next slide is a look at how the regional programs team plans to spend those funds. Travel Oregon does mandate that funds be spent under certain buckets, but we do have a little flexibility since the budget is approved on a biennium. They're a little bit more flexible with where we move programs and initiatives around under those buckets. The big change for next fiscal will be that our regional strategic investments, aka our grants, will be significantly less at almost $500,000 down from 23-24. The other notable change is that we will have $100,000 to put toward collaborative regional investments. This is a new initiative through Travel Oregon. The CRI funds are matched by Travel Oregon, so it's almost really more like $210,000, which is fantastic. And an example of a CRI project that could something that we could do with these kind of funds would be cross promotion with another region for dark sky sanctuaries. We could work with Southern or Eastern Oregon to maybe do an advertorial in a national magazine. We could do videos. There's a lot of opportunity there.
Is this a statewide room tax that gets fed back or something? Is that what that is?
Right. Yeah. And our portion of it, because we're the regional destination marketing organization as appointed by Travel Oregon. And then just a quick look at TRT as a reminder that while we are seeing a slight decline, TRT numbers up to February showed that we are still above pre-pandemic levels for that fiscal 19-20 year. And I did want to hit just briefly on the salary conversation that's come up a few times in meetings and at the county meeting. Visit Central Oregon is the RDMO for the region, like I just mentioned. So that means that we are funded by both Deschutes County transient room tax and a portion of the statewide TRT. It's really important to note that Travel Oregon pays for a portion of several employees who are under the county budget. The only position that we added under the county budget in the last fiscal was our business development director, who drives overnight visitation to the region by attracting groups and conferences to the area. This position wasn't brand new. It was actually just part to full time. And the position really became more vital after the pandemic when we needed to see the balance between the leisure and the group business travel and our resort partners really needing assistance in attracting that group business to the region. Travel Oregon has covered a portion of the salaries for key positions on the VCO team, including CEO, the entire marketing team, and our workforce development director. And with that, I'll take any further questions on the budget before diving into our marketing initiatives.
So are you going to give Sunriver 10%, or are you just helping them? You're not turning that over?
No, we'll be keeping the funds and then we'll just be collaborating on the best use of them.
And Tom O'Shea is coming back to the Visit Central Oregon board. Is that right?
Yeah, he'll start the new board will be starting after June. We do our elections. Yeah. And there are 5 TRT, the top 5 TRT generators in the county get a seat. And typically they'll kind of rotate those through different staff members at the different resort entities. And Tom's elected to come back.
Anyone else? All right, moving on to our marketing initiatives. Well, core to our mission of driving visitation, we of course strive to inspire. That means having the best photos and the best videos and stories to help share Central Oregon with our target audience. We do extensive photo and video shoots around the region throughout all 4 seasons. And these photos are used in our advertising campaigns and across all of our owned media. We work really diligently to show a wide variety of people in our creative to ensure that people in our target markets feel welcome to visit Central Oregon. Our target audiences, they reside in top direct flight markets, including Seattle, San Francisco, LA, Phoenix, and Portland with the return of the direct flight. Our research with Zartico, a destination operating system that tracks visitor spending and movement, shows that people in these specific markets spend more on average than other direct flight markets. We also help bring new direct flights to Central Oregon. VCO serves as the marketing arm for Central Oregon Air Service Team, or COAST. We financially support new flights and have been a key player in securing Phoenix, Portland, and Dallas flights.
Once you get them, do you then add them into your promotion rotation?
We do, yeah. And as that grows, so in just the 6 years that I've been here, right before we had the return of Portland and now this Dallas flight, we kind of had these specific markets that we would funnel most of our advertising dollars in, but now we're getting really to pick and choose and say, okay, this one is performing way better. The average spend is up on this one. So it's nice to be able to see that change and that we have so much opportunity for direct flights now. And it's not just, hey, here's our one direct flight, let's promote to that area. So it's a huge opportunity for us to develop a new audience.
Is that a proof point you can take back to the airlines to keep the service going in lean season?
Right. I'm not sure exactly how much information they look for when they're looking to see how it's performing other than seats that are filled, but we definitely have the data to show that, which is fantastic. Yeah, thank you.
Mackenzie, I noticed that Avelo has actually expanded their Burbank flights. So now they have more days. It used to be if it was terrible, but you use them, but they're, it's great because it goes right into Burbank. So do you consider the San Fernando Valley with LA then when you say LA?
Yeah, it's pretty wide when we say LA.
Yeah, I would say so, 10 million plus people or something. Yes.
And then just moving on to our website, this is our bread and butter, right? It's our number one tool for connecting with visitors, and we've really seen impressive growth over the last year. Since the start of our fiscal year in July, we've generated 1.1 million page views. That's up 35% year over year. Our sessions were up 38% year over year. And we sent people from our site to our industry partner sites over 83,000 times. We're able to consistently achieve year over year growth because of our data-driven strategy. This means that we use research that when people are searching on Google, we use that information to create content that people are already looking for. So we have an amazing SEO strategist who knows exactly what to look for. And that's why we've really seen those huge gains year over year. This also helps Google view us as a trusted source, and it helps us cut costs on the advertising side. Optimized sections of our website led to over 250,000 organic clicks fiscal year to date from search engines to visitcentraloregon.com, and that's up 58% year over year. One more note, 54,000 clicks to our partner sites from the website came from organic visitors. So to us, that means free visitors. And now we're sharing our website success with our partners by offering digital advertising throughout our site. We've kind of tested the water over the last few years, letting some of our resort partners advertise on our site. And now we're really seeing the need for our smaller businesses who are looking for advertising opportunities. And we already have a qualified audience that they're looking to reach. So it's an exciting opportunity to generate revenue for us.
And who's your target for that? You say small businesses, but there's a pretty wide variety across that. What are you targeting?
So honestly, I think it comes down to how much people want to spend. So we have banners in our consumer e-newsletters that are as affordable as $200. And then we have advertising packages that go up to $5,000 and $7,000 if people want to advertise on multiple pages. So I think it's when you look at the business, what can they afford and where do they want to reach? So people can go on very specific pages, whether it's a lodging page or a things to do page. So say if Wanderlust wanted to advertise their tours on a things to do page, they finally, they can have that spot right above our main paragraph on the page. And that's a huge win for them, I think.
If I can underscore that a little bit from the High Desert Museum perspective, we can't afford to market outside the region, and neither can these small businesses. So we're using Visit Central Oregon for that reach, the reach to these markets in Dallas that we would never be able to afford to do that. And these price points are a way for us to be visible with all of those viewers in all of those different markets. It's really powerful. And I think it speaks to how Visit Central Oregon is that clearinghouse for us for this region to be able to reach that broad audience and keeping that revenue, and when we see the revenue go down, making these strategic decisions about where to make cuts and where we can stay really strong. But just wanted to add that smaller business perspective.
Thanks, Dina. If you haven't seen it already, I'm excited to share our new creative direction. So we've recently launched a brand new campaign to share the magic of Central Oregon. Find Your Center is an invitation to people to find exactly what's important to them in Central Oregon, whether that's a dark sky experience for their family, a great ski experience, or playing a round of golf at a top 100 course at one of our destination resorts. So I'm hoping that you're seeing this new creative out and about, and we're getting really good traction on it in our digital ad campaigns. It's exciting to see strong click-through rates, and it's really inspirational content. These are just some of the regional publications that we use to promote Central Oregon as a four-season destination. You'll see us in those regional publications to really capture that drive market, right? Direct flights, those are our main focus, but we still want to be reaching people in the drive markets as well.
And do you have any way to be able to track whether, whether your advertising is actually attracting the visitors?
So in print, no, that's just, full on awareness that you're looking for and how good the publications are that we're advertising in. But with Zartico, we do have attribution where we can see, where the people are coming from, if they've seen one of our ads. It's definitely a growing, I would say, market for what's out there and what you can actually see. But I do think it's obviously it's going to be a big part of the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whitney, do we still know what is the leading feeder to Deschutes County? I know it was LA County a couple years ago that most people that were moving here that was like the number one feeder.
We need to look into that. I don't know.
I know it was, I'm just thinking about, so we have all these plane flights going from LA, bringing them here, and they were moving here. So yeah, we'll have to research that.
Thanks, Patty. We also partner with brands like Sunset and Golf Digest to build awareness of Central Oregon with their coveted audiences. And then for golf, we advertise in our direct flight markets with Rogue 5 Media's publications. You can see Las Vegas Golf and Leisure, Golfing Southern California, and Golfing Palm Springs. And we also work with the Pacific Northwest Golf Association to advertise. With our Find Your Sweet Spot campaign, we position Central Oregon as a premier golf destination. We've also done extensive photo and video shoots with our destination resort partners over the last few years to make sure that we are all promoting kind of the same imagery together and on the same level. Our partnership with Golf Digest allows us to use the top 100 seal in our advertising, which instantly validates Central Oregon as a place serious golfers want to play. At the heart of what we do, we really share what's the best of the best in the region and what people are looking for. And onto our travel guide. This is a really important part of what we do. It's how we share our partners, our smaller businesses with a larger audience. We have both the print and digital guides that we do in partnership with Oregon Media. And the research that I was referencing earlier was that the Travel and Tourism Research Association found that 53% of U.S. travelers reported using a printed resource when planning their travel. So I think, for the foreseeable future, print is still definitely in that space.
Magazine and some Post-it notes and you're good to go.
Yeah, right. We started the wedding guide during the pandemic when we really saw that group business taper off. The wedding guide showcases venues, event locations, and vendors in a big, beautiful format. This is both a print and a digital guide, and we are excited to continue this again this year. We've also produced a meetings guide last year called High Desert Planners Guide, aimed at attracting group business to Central Oregon. This is a digital publication only that Joanna, our Director of Business Development, is using to help educate people in all the venues and the lodging that we have here. We dove into dining with Savor, a print and digital guide to the culinary scene in Central Oregon. We print about 20,000 copies of this guide, and we'll be expanding it to print 2 times this year to meet the demand for the guide. So it's exciting to hear that it's being picked up so much that we're running out before we go to our next issue in June. So we're going to be doing a spring print and then a winter print, which will be a really nice transition too for keeping that information really accurate and helping the restaurants. And then moving on to our PR efforts.
Question.
Yeah.
So the dining guide Savor, that's put out by Visit Central Oregon, you guys?
In partnership with Oregon Media. So they're our publishing partner.
And yeah, so then there's advertising in there?
There is, yes.
It's a revenue source also for both parties, probably.
Right. So we basically help partner to make it happen. And then they, on the other half, have to collect advertising to make their part happen. But yeah, it's a great opportunity for businesses to be able to advertise directly to that audience in there as well. Yeah, thank you. And so I just wanted to go into some stats around our own media. We've grown our email marketing program. We used to just have one email newsletter that went out once a month. Now we have one consumer email that goes out to 115,000 opt-in subscribers. We have a foodie niche audience that goes out to 17,000 opt-in subscribers. We just started that about a year and a half ago. So it's really exciting to see that audience grow and Central Oregon be recognized as a foodie destination, not just people thinking about Portland and where they're going to go in the city.
And again, is there anything that you can track from that? I mean, it's a little more powerful than the print media because you can throw in something that would clue in a restaurant or a event place as to where is the fact that they gotten something from the email.
Right. I mean, we track all the clicks, everything with that, and give it to our advertising partners and for ourselves. We want to see what people are clicking on so that we can improve each time it goes out each month. If something's a total dead, we need to know so that we can make sure people are clicking on it. Because it's coveted space for sure. This is just a few visuals from that monthly e-newsletter. We just redesigned the template. So we highlight on our events, any sweepstakes we have going on, and then our lodging partners. And we give lots of opportunities for people to sign up for our travel guides and have them shipped to them or get the digital version. This is a look at our monthly foodie email. It's definitely a way for us to connect with that growing audience. And it's just amazing to see the partners that get to be highlighted because of the restaurants. It's like so many of those businesses do not have the marketing dollars. So to give them placement in something that's going to 17,000 targeted people feels really good. Our PR efforts earn us valuable placement with regional and national publications. This is simply just something that we can afford with our budget, right? We have to develop those relationships and make sure that we're working those year to year to be able to get those writers here and have them do amazing articles about Central Oregon. We also, we're hosting writers and influencers throughout the year to put that Central Oregon spotlight out there. And we've done virtual media events when we've had to. We've had lots of people in town over the last year coming in, actually experiencing the region and our local businesses. We've also been leveraging Travel Oregon's marketing efforts for dark sky tourism experiences. We showcase regional opportunities throughout all of our own media, and we're currently creating a dark sky travel guide, which we're super excited about. Visit Central Oregon invests in partnerships that support visitation to the region, especially during those non-peak seasons. The team vets every request that comes in, and just a few examples here of things that we've sponsored over the last year have been the inaugural pickleball tournament at the end of May, benefiting Sun River Music Festival. We've also sponsored the High Desert Stampede, which took place in April, and Winter Pride Fest, among everything else you see on the screen there. Here are some upcoming partnerships that we have coming up. The High Desert Food and Farm Alliance, Crooked River Roundup, the Bend Farmers Market. And then moving into just a little bit of a deeper look at our Future Fund grant program, since it was funded partially by county funds this fiscal. It really has an emphasis on sustainability, cultural tourism, and accessible adventure. The grant fund allows us to support initiatives that are in line with our strategic goals. A look back at the 2022-2023 Future Fund Grant Program, we received 43 applications with the ask of upwards of $4 million. We awarded $837,000 to qualified projects through the county and RCTP funds. You can see the breakdown there. And the ask shows that there's just a really enormous need for this type of support in the community. So we're excited to be continuing with the Future Fund supported by those RCTP funds. And just to point out, 8.5, as Christine told me, of the 12 Future Fund projects awarded for the 22-23 fiscal year were in Deschutes County. So it's exciting to see those funds really going back into the community where the TRT is coming from. For 23-24, the Future Fund is $450,000 in total, with $100,000 coming from the county budget. We had 26 eligible applications totaling over $1 million in asks, and grants were awarded on April 8th. Here's a look at the 23-24 recipients. 9 of the awards went to organizations in Deschutes County. And as we've mentioned, there's no sustainable funding model for this, but we will be continuing it with the RCTP funds. Moving on to business development, we're continuing to engage with the regional professional organizations to increase awareness and drive visitation to Central Oregon. We recently invested in a group meetings video and a photo shoot to help us promote our destination and our resort partners. And we now have dedicated meetings, videos, and content that's going to be on our website and using digital advertising to really help attract that group business to the region. Some of the key efforts from our group business director have been offering booking incentives for groups, representation at trade shows, and digital ads on buyer sites. Here's a look at our actualized group and future group revenue. Actualized group has already occurred and future groups has been contracted and definite. And that was a look at where we're at in regard to the budget cuts that we're facing, but then also the marketing initiatives that we're really excited to bolster and keep going strongly. We just really wanted to share with you that we always strive for the highest ROI. We want to be a collaborative partner. We're excited about what we're working on with Sunriver. Obviously, they drive a huge amount of TRT, and we want to make sure that we're just pushing that forward for all of our sakes. And as you've seen today, our initiatives are really driven by research findings, ensuring fiscal responsibility. So I hope you've seen a little bit of how we do things on the back end, and I'm happy to take any other questions.
I mean, I appreciate seeing what you're doing in terms of taking the money and producing it rather than just throwing data at us and hoping that we're wowed. This is good in terms of really understanding where the county dollars and where the county budget is being spent. And, you know, and thank you for being thorough and comprehensive about that.
Thank you.
And, you know, I want to be a little careful. I understand the spend on Sunriver, and I understand, you know, the focus of it generating TRT. Is that, what are the things that you're doing to go try and increase some of the visitorship and in some of the places that have the availability but haven't managed to, you know, find the key to driving more of a year-round effort? I mean, the resort is very good at driving and developing its own year-round stuff, and, you know, Patty, you know, will talk constantly in terms of the TRT that it's generating, but how do we make sure that Eagle Crest and some of the others are also getting Brasada, so some of the others are actually getting some of the best.
Crook County.
True. Good point. But I still like them. But how do you ensure that that you're actually helping them generate additional TRT with some of the known methods that Sunriver is helping you understand how to generate?
Right. Well, I would say that with the RCTP budget, that's the amazing thing about having that Travel Oregon budget, is we really can leverage it and use it to promote these other areas, even, you know, the ones that are outside of Deschutes County. That's where we take those funds and put them into marketing initiatives. We've even done things like on our website. Last year, our SEO expert told us you need city pages. People are searching by city, obviously. It seems obvious now, but those pages are getting tons of traction, and being able to promote the different lodging and the attractions in specific cities in our ads by pushing those out, I think does a lot. So we're not only pushing just Sunriver all the time. Obviously, like, we need to be dispersing visitation. There's a lot of other places that can take on more people during different times of the year. And I think we have a lot of initiatives that are supporting that, and the RCTP budget that is financially supporting it as well.
It's driving some of the halo effect that, well, I mean, it's one thing to say you go visit the Sunriver Resort and Sunriver, and again, you know, we in Sunriver benefit from that. But how do you make sure you're also driving the halo to La Pine? You know, the High Desert Museum does get some benefit out of it, especially because you're well known and you advertise well. But how do you start to pull some of the greater region in as well?
Yeah. And I mean, itineraries are definitely not dead, especially for the global audience. We've seen that a lot through our CTP work, that people are looking for those 3-day things. I don't know if anyone likes those, like 48-hour in blank. I love them when I go to a different city. And so I think we try and just make sure that our creative content on our website is feeding people into different areas and supporting other attractions, because while people may choose Sun River for their family vacation every year, we all know people don't just stay at the resort the entire time. Our Zartico research shows that they don't. They want to go out and explore, or one portion of the family wants to. So I think we just try and be a really good educator and make sure people know about the different businesses and attractions that are around Central Oregon, and that they're a quick drive.
The other part to that,
Oh, sorry, Dana, go ahead.
one other point on that is the RCTP funds and the future fund that brings, there's a reciprocity here as well. There's what Visit Central Oregon can do. And then there's our business partners bringing proposals and ideas that might not completely be on everybody's radar to help drive attendance to Lapine, and the rodeo that goes on down there. And so there's a really wonderful benefit to those grant programs that becomes more participatory and allows some of these smaller voices to be a bigger player. And the High Desert Museum received $50,000, for example, to help augment our programs and then market them. And we're reaching new audiences because of that. It's a huge gift, and it speaks to the strength of Visit Central Oregon that we receive that state funding. That's a competitive process and not a guarantee, and really bolsters our budget, and I think helps propel some of these dollars into these smaller communities with really creative initiatives.
Yeah, the real health in the TRT, or the real health and hope in the TRT recovery will be when you're taking some of the best known methods that keep places like Sun River busy, and starting to help spread those out across sisters into some of the other regions, in terms of here's the way that we're seeing to attract people, because Sun River can grow its TRT, and it will, but at the same time, there's a lot more upside to some of the places that are underutilized right now to growing.
Yeah. It's also been kind of a labor of love over the last 6 years, at least for me, of making sure that we had creative assets that put everyone on an equal playing field. Like, you can't promote somewhere if you don't have the photos or the videos that look just as good as the stuff that we do in Sun River. So we've invested over the last few years in doing photo shoots around the entire region and making sure that we have amazing assets from Redmond, that Maupin, out of our RCTP budget, just to make sure that we can show off the entire region. So it's not just one thing that's bringing people back, that there's new things to discover each time.
Mackenzie, do you have any idea, weddings? Have we booked a lot of weddings? I mean, I know that Blackgate Ranch, the lodge, because it's done now, was going to be booked way out. Is that happening all over the county?
I believe so. Just from our, our co-op partners that we've spoken with, I know that a lot of them are booked out, especially Blackgate Ranch with that new beautiful lodge. So I do think it's recovered, obviously, from where it was. And then there was a backlog of people who wanted to get married, obviously. So we were lucky in that. And I felt good that we did a dedicated ad campaign for weddings during the pandemic, when things were down. But it's nice to be able to shift that back over to the resort partners a little bit more, and know that they can do it, because they have in the past, that we were just kind of a crutch during the pandemic to help out.
Great crutch.
Yeah. Thank you.
Additional questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for all the time. Appreciate it.
Right, we're at quarter of. That's the last specific item on the agenda, but thoughts on the day, or anything that we want to give the budget team itself in terms of what you'd like to see coming in May?
It's been a real valuable day to get together. Thank you for Christina for joining us on this budget committee.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we'll get the big picture going for the year. It starts off with that. For me, it's the path is narrow at this point in time, but I mean, the future is still bright. There's residential development opportunities all over Central Oregon, referring to Bend's urban expansion, City of Lapine development, Redmond's urban reserve, just being able to step out. Obviously, the interest rates and inflation, and we just heard that from the economic development folks. Everybody's standing by right now, but we're still poised to grow. So as I say, it may be a short period of time, but we got to really be serious about our numbers right now.
So in the period in between, the budget team will be working on the proposed budget, and Nick will be working on with the budget team and admin team working on the budget message. And so he's obviously sending those out, getting the materials to you prior to the May 20th. We'll have that. But again, if you have questions between that time, go ahead and send emails to Dan. And then again, as we mentioned at the beginning, any questions that come up, he'll send out to the entire budget committee, so we all get that same information.
You just have to think how, actually, I know we have to be incredibly careful, but we're so more blessed than a lot of places that I'm hearing about. So, but we have to respect what's happening up there, the financial impacts, and really, really tone it back. I think that's what we're looking at.
Well, as I say, the realization that materials and services, we'll just cut there. But I mean, if we're buying a gallon of gas and it's $1 more than it was last year, we're driving X amount of miles, you just can't cut it back. So
yeah, your health insurance is up, 15% and you're seeing the
Yeah.
increase going up. You got to figure out the places where you're going to have to cut. And, I think that's a hard message to send back to the entire organization, especially the ones that are finding ways to be able to generate their own income.
One thing to keep in mind, and we'll talk about this when we get to budget week as well. What we presented today, what Dan presented, was on the general fund, TRT fund. And as you know, we have multiple funds here. For example, the road fund, they may have appropriate funding. Behavioral health is getting a lot of state funding, so those special revenue funds are okay. This is specific to obviously the general fund, TRT fund, which are our discretionary funds for the county. And that's why we focus on it. And we need to take those seriously. And we are, right? But it's, we just got to remember that other funds across the county may have additional flexibility. So there may be asks for other funds that are self-funded within those funds. So we'll see that as well in the budget, proposed budget.
So are you saying then that the 640,000 that behavioral health is not going to get from the sheriff's office, that that's not a problem this next year?
I'm saying that
I'm just as a specific, yeah.
As they mentioned, they did
Right.
receive the 1.5 million from the state to help
Right.
cover the gap from this year. I think if you look at the Stabilization Center 5-year long-term forecast, they have a structural issue that they need to structural deficit that they do need to address. And they have addressed in the past, it's always shown that. But that is a fund that the Stabilization Center specifically, yes, does need funding. If you think about other behavioral health resources that are coming from the state, they're coming up with some new resources there. And as they spoke today about their additional revenue as well. That was more of a general comment about some funds may be doing better and some funds may not.
Then again, we've got ODOT and they're saying there's no money, for the roads and, so we've got that on top of us too for the road department.
Absolutely.
I really enjoyed the meeting and taking a look at a portion of the budget. I think that I heard today that by listening to the presentations, you can't spend your way into prosperity. And so they're going to have to be made some cuts somewhere. So we just have to decide where.
We do have to balance our budget, right?
Right.
Right.
Great job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else? If not, do we need a formal motion to adjourn or do we just adjourn? I can't remember.
You can say we adjourn now.
Motion to adjourn. We're adjourned.